Star Wars Battlefront is a volatile series. There's 3 distinct eras, each with 2 or so games. The pandemic years, no, not COVID, with Battlefront 1 and 2, then Rebellion took over, giving PSP owners Renegade and Elite Squadron, and finally the DICE games, Battlefront 1 and 2. It had a fantastic start, with the entries on the PS2 generation of consoles. I don't think anyone could dispute that those were great, or at the very least, fun games. Then it moved to being a handheld exclusive, on the PSP mostly, so already it's losing a lot of its player base. I remember being so bummed that my favorite game series was inaccessible to me, and annoyed that the potential was being squandered due to the PSP's hardware limitations. After Elite Squadron, Battlefront was no more, for what felt like decades, but was only 6 years. The revival Battlefront games for the PS4 and Xbox One were online-focused from the get-go, and are liked by fans as much as they're loathed. There are some bright spots to be found within the 2 reboot games, but it's obviously not the same. Battlefront 1, 2 on the PSP, Renegade Squadron, Elite Squadron, both on the PSP and DS, EA's Battlefront 1, and its sequel, Battlefront 2. All 8 of those will be discussed in this video, in depth if you couldn't tell by the runtime. Most of what you'll see here comes from individual reviews on the channel, but I've also made some updates and corrections for this behemoth of a video exclusively. I hope you enjoy this brief look at the entire Battlefront series. Without further preamble, let's just get into it. Star Wars Battlefront 1, the one that started it all. Star Wars Battlefront is a first or third-person shooter that lets you relive many of the classic battles from the films. Both eras are represented, Clone Wars and the Galactic Civil War. There are different classes with their own weapons, in addition to turrets and vehicles depending on the map and faction you're playing. The main goal of each encounter is to either dwindle the enemy reinforcements shown at the top to 0, or be in control of all of the map's command posts. Command posts can be captured by standing near them and waiting for it to turn your color. If there are enemies nearby, you can't flip it to your side, so take everyone out and continue the process. The bar fills quicker if you have allies close to you. Green is under your control, red is the enemy, and white is neutral. The command posts represent the locations you can spawn from once you die, and influences the tide of battle. Whichever team holds fewer command posts at any given time will see their reinforcement count drop, even if nobody on their team loses their life. The ticket system, as it's called, is a way to give importance to the main objective, holding more points of interest on the battlefield, and it gives teams a chance to come back from behind if they fight hard enough. Depending on the map, certain command posts are more important than others. For example, if you play as the rebels on Hoth and lose the hangar spawn point, you no longer have easy access to snowspeeders, thus taking down enemy AT-ATs is a much more difficult task. For this being the singular way to play these older games, the main game mode, it's surprisingly nuanced. It stands the test of time, and it makes sense why people still look back at Conquest mode fondly. While I initially thought the visuals weren't anything spectacular, I've changed my tune when giving it more thought. 4 years more thought, I guess. This looks great, and that's not simply my nostalgic bias speaking. A few of the Lord of the Rings games were favorites of mine as a child too, but because those titles are working with darker colors and humanistic faces, it doesn't hold up as well. Battlefront, meanwhile, has the benefit of being based around the Star Wars franchise. There's already a wealth of variety in the color department, but only one of the 4 armies are regular humans, the Rebels. The droids, clones, and stormtroopers don't have the added weight of trying to be realistic during a time where it simply wasn't feasible. The sleek yet blocky armor of the 2 troopers, clones and Storm, and the clinical and cold metal of the droids still looks good to this day, even with far fewer polygons to work with. This carries over to the vehicles too. This is a series that sometimes focuses on speeders, skiffs, tanks, and starfighters, all looking simple yet distinct in their designs. They have so much character, while also giving off the impression that they're merely efficient hunks of junk used for the war effort. The point is, many of the most recognizable elements of Star Wars can get away with looking a bit chunky and rough around the edges, which is why this is still pleasant to look at even in 2025. The lengths Pandemic went to feature so many of the vehicles and droids is commendable. Along with upping the visual variety, including more than just the most iconic stuff, adds to the gameplay variety at the same time. Not just the AT-ATs and snowspeeders and X-Wings, but the Spider-Walkers, ATTEs, and Bespin speeders. It's a win-win. You'll come across different types of droids all over. The taller Bacta ones heal you, the gonk cube-shaped droids offer ammo, and the R2-looking guys heal damaged ships. Adding functionality to these goofy little guys, giving an excuse to see them, even better, a reason to be happy to see them, is brilliant. The attention to detail on a lot of these maps really rounds out the Star Wars experience. In Cloud City, one of the command post areas is the carbon freezing chamber, and if you're in the Galactic Civil War era, you can see Han go up in the carbonite. On Hoth, the Millennium Falcon is sitting in the hangar, and you can visit the base of operations in the tunnels. The constant rain effect on Kamino still looks great, shooting the water in Kashyyyk produces a splash effect, and you can spot fishies minding their own business if you're observant and bored. Mos Eisley has Jawas running all around, in addition to the cantina, with the classic song playing in the background. On the topic of music, the sound design is really good. It's basically cheating since the source material was groundbreaking in that regard already, but even still it's worth praising. All the weaponry, turrets, and vehicles sound distinct, flooding your ears with a cacophony of hectic Star Wars action. When you're on the outskirts of battle, you can hear screams and gunshots in the distance, but when you're in the thick of it, it genuinely sounds like a lot of skirmishes are happening all around you. Not only do all of the weapons have their own designated sound effects, the same types of weapons sound different depending on the faction you're playing as. The explosions even have some variance to them, depending on what's going on. And of course, the music playing in the background brings the battle even closer to the Star Wars movie atmosphere. The voiceover work is pretty good as well. It's not quite as good as we'll eventually see with the sequel, but there are still a few good lines.
I hear something. Objective acquired. Right away. Full division, right away.
Your commander pipes in about losing and gaining command posts.
We've captured a command post.
And will tell you whether you're about to lose or win.
Defeat is imminent.
However, that isn't always accurate. I also like the sounds the clones make when they take damage. The loading screens when entering a new map are some of the coolest I've ever seen or heard. Slowly zooming in on the location before the action starts is cool enough, but the sound effects that go with it are extremely satisfying. A nice subtle touch to the menus are the sci-fi sound they make when navigating. There's even that beeping noise when you choose a command post to spawn into.
Our reinforcements are taking casualties.
It's those little details that make the whole package that much better. As stated in their first designer diary, this game was made primarily with the online multiplayer in mind first and foremost. They wanted to create a Star Wars game that would reward strategy, encourage team play, and overall be a balanced experience. With that in mind, let's take a look at all of the classes, All 4 of the factions have 4 classes that are similar to each other, and 1 unique unit. Nearly every one of them has a backup rechargeable blaster pistol, and a grenade of some kind. The Trooper class is the most basic unit with a blaster rifle as their main weapon, which, true enough to the movies, proves to be very difficult to aim with if you just hold the trigger. Maybe that was the problem the Stormtroopers had, they just weren't bursting their shots. The clones and droids have more differences with them as well in this class. Clones don't have a traditional thermal detonator, but an EMP grenade, and the Super Battle Droid has wrist rockets, as well as the tri-shot instead of a pistol. These slight differences help the Clone Wars era feel distinct. There's an Assault class that is supposedly made for taking down vehicles, but to be honest, their rocket launcher does diddly squat when not pointed directly at a person. The landmines they carry are your best bet for doing heavy damage. I think they missed the mark on this being an anti-vehicle unit, as I would oftentimes just select him when I wanted to go around blowing ground infantry up.
Double kill.
This might be a case of the bots just being bad, though, as I'm sure if you cooperated with other players, a few assault classes could take down vehicles with little issue. This is probably a more balanced unit when you have a full lobby of players, but since that's rarely what I ever experienced, it feels a bit weak. The sharpshooter is one of the more overpowered classes, especially when compared to the assault unit. Their sniper rifle is extremely powerful, taking down every enemy except the unique variant in 2 hits, and headshots take them out in 1 hit. How far your sniper scope zooms in and how much ammo it houses before reloading depends on the faction. They also have a deployable recon droid. You can use it to scout ahead and maybe take out some enemies with its built-in pistol, but by far the most interesting aspect to it is the orbital strike. Once enough beeps have sounded, it drops about 4 or 5 shots from above, killing basically everyone nearby. Even though it's very strong, it is balanced out by being easily destroyed when spotted. The pilot has different weapons depending on which faction you have as well. For the rebels, he has a shotgun type weapon. For the droids and Empire, he has a grenade launcher thing. And for the clones, he has a bolt caster. All of them are fairly decent. They also provide some support by throwing out packs of ammo and health, repairing destroyed turrets, droids, and ships with their fusion cutter, and when they're in a vehicle, its health regenerates constantly. I think this was a pretty good idea on paper, to have a class that's obviously supposed to be about utility and support, but since their main weapon is already pretty decent on its own, it can feel overpowered when you get to walk around healing yourself while gaining ammo. This is where the fun begins. Like I said before, each faction gets their own unique unit. The rebels get the Wookiee, their health is buffed, and they're incredibly slow. Just look at this foot race, not a chance. The bowcaster is their main weapon, which can either be shot like a blaster or charged up for a wider spread. Their secondary weapon is a grenade launcher, which works pretty well for maps that favor grenades. They also have a unique time bomb, which does a high amount of damage after a few seconds. On the PC version it's 5 seconds, but I'm pretty sure the console version was 10 seconds. I don't really think the game capitalized on what makes Wookiees interesting, especially given that Battlefront came out before even Episode 3. Chewie was well known for flying off the handle, and we all know what happened when he lost at chess. It would have been interesting to see some brutish style of fighting like that, but that seemed to have only been translated into his higher health pool. The Empire has the Dark Trooper. Their main gimmick is their high-reaching jet booster. I say booster since you can't really maintain flight, you more so go very high, then fall down immediately, but it is useful for jumping over walls and gaps. If you see a bot play as the Dark Trooper, it really reminds me of Wallace in The Wrong Trousers. Just comically up and down, I can't unsee it.
Lovely day.
Their main weapon is the blast cannon, which is very similar to the pilot shotgun and super battle droid tri-shot. It's okay, I guess. Besides that, they don't have anything else, just some grenades and a pistol. It's kind of a letdown. For the Confederacy of Independent Systems, you have the Droideka. These units are an absolute nightmare. If you see an army of these guys, unless you're in a vehicle, you stand no chance. None. Even one-on-one with the Droideka is nearly certain death. They're one of the hardest units to fight since you have to wait so long for their shields to go down, and if you're out of grenades, your gunshots won't do much to lower the shields. Playing as them is fairly fun though, although fairly difficult to get used to. You can't strafe with these guys, so walking to the left means aiming to the left as well, which goes against how every other unit plays in the game. They're really fast when you roll around, outpacing every other class with ease. When you find your target, it takes some time to stand up, then you can deploy your shields with the secondary attack button. The blasters are incredibly damaging and are very hard to miss with, so strategic use of this unit could take out an entire squad. I think it's interesting how one-dimensional they are. They only have their blaster fire and shields. I kind of like that aspect of them, actually. Finally, the unique unit for the clones is a jetpack variant. The jetpack sustains flight for longer distances than the Dark Troopers, and your aiming will dictate your height. Look up and you'll go high, look down and you'll return to the surface. Their weapon of choice is an EMP grenade launcher, which is extremely potent if you get a direct hit. They, too, don't have any other advantage. A pistol and grenades is all they get for supporting equipment. Sure, I guess. The EMP launcher and jetpack are enough, they feel awesome to play as. Since more often than not you'll be playing against bots, let's talk about the AI. It's hard to pin down. At times, they may just stand around doing absolutely nothing. Sometimes they'll miss every single shot, as if on purpose. And other times, they won't miss a single shot.
Their reinforcements are being depleted.
Your teammates also have bad AI, but more often in the stand around and do nothing, or the friendly fire kind of way. They will throw grenades at themselves constantly, or shoot you in the back for fun. Goddamn Wookiees. They might just walk right in front of a landmine without hesitation. Seriously, this happens so often. I have multiple examples on Renvar alone. It's not like they're hard to miss, they're right there on the ground. There's also this peculiar reoccurring thing where enemies will dodge roll the moment you press the fire button. I imagine they're reading my inputs, as there's no other way this could happen this often and be a coincidence. This is easiest to notice when sniping from afar, but it can happen with regular blaster shots as well. Your first shot might cause an enemy to jump out of the turret they were just in the moment you shoot. I just can't see any reason for the bot to do this besides attempting to avoid my sniper shot that they couldn't have seen coming. The turrets themselves have a lot of weirdness to them. They're extremely powerful against soldiers, one shot is usually all you need. The bots turn into sharpshooters when they're stationed in them for some reason. There's basically no way to avoid incoming fire when you're out in the open. It feels pretty cheap when you poke your head out just to get bopped with one shot. Again, on Renvar, I have many examples of this one particular thing happening over and over. However, the turrets take on a different light when shooting at them from long range. It makes enemies sitting ducks for sniper shots, and since the AI are drawn to hop in any unmanned turret for some reason, it's basically fish in a barrel. They line up for miles for their turn to get sniped. One after another, they're hypnotized by it. The allure of being in control of a turret is just too much for them. This is one of the best opportunities for headshots, but that's another issue with the game. The hurt boxes around enemies' heads are fairly inconsistent. Well, maybe it's just that headshot is the wrong word for it, as if you aim directly at their face, it seems to go smoother. The outsides of the stormtroopers' helmets, even though the reticule shows red, won't connect with your shots. It's easiest to see when they're in turrets, but when they're running around, it creates a doubt in your mind on where to aim. Since the top of the head doesn't count, you might aim too low to assure the hitbox issue won't happen, which could cost you the headshot, which of course could cost you your life. On a more positive note, it seems that all of the weapons are treated as projectiles instead of a hit scan, which is most appreciated. What I mean is, if you shoot at an enemy from far away, the shot doesn't connect the moment you shoot like you'd expect from a Call of Duty game or something. It's most clear to see when you and an enemy are strafing back and forth. You'll need to lead your shots a bit, otherwise you'll miss just to the side of them. When you kill an enemy, if they're on a sloped surface, you might see their corpse slide all the way down. This is something I really enjoyed about the physics of the game. It's not ragdoll ridiculousness or anything, but it can be quite comical at times. The best feeling is when you're on the Cloud City platforms and you jettison an enemy into the stratosphere. Even better when that enemy is Darth Vader. The heroes in this game are non-playable, indestructible slaughterhouses that mindlessly wander the battlefield in pursuit of their next victim. There's Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, Count Dooku, and Mace Windu. They're all impossible forces of nature that seem to never be satisfied. You might not even see them, just witness their death count piling up at the bottom right. When they have you in their sight, you're in for a fright. Try as you might, you won't defeat them on this night. They will smite you down, much to their delight. It won't matter if you're polite or if you have a poem you wanted to recite. This definitely isn't the video's height, but this part of the script I didn't want to rewrite. Anyway, you will never be able to take them down with conventional strategies. This is easily something that could be seen as a negative, but I fucking love it. They basically have god-level status. When you spot them charging you, it's genuinely terrifying. Them being invincible encourages some creative thinking on how to handle them as well. Running away is a good plan, but there are ways to actually take them down. The moment earlier on the platforms of Cloud City is a good example, but one I didn't capture on footage for the video, since it's so rare, is throwing a grenade at the perfect spot in the tunnel, yeeting him through the windows. It has happened before, and when it did, my friends and I screamed in excitement. Taking down Vader was our main focus, winning the battle was a tertiary objective. In Dune Sea on Tatooine, I discovered another extremely satisfying way to get past their invincibility. Darth Vader gets easily distracted if you shoot him enough times, so luring him to the outskirts of the map, where you die if you don't return to battle in time, was the perfect strategy. He just falls over. The game doesn't count it as your kill, but you know in your heart it was you that won the day. You can also draw him closer to the Zarlak pit and watch in delight as he gets grabbed, swallowed whole, and digested for hundreds of years. There's always a bigger fish. One concept that I think was absolute genius was the native species. Besides for the campaign mode though, it's only this map that has the functionality. On Dune Sea, you and your enemy start with 2 command posts, but so do the Tusken Raiders. It's essentially a 3-way fight, and there are no restrictions for the Tuskens, as they too can take over command posts. I really don't know why this couldn't have been done with the Gungans on Naboo, the Wookiees on Kashyyyk, and the Geonosians on Geonosis. I realize all of them do help out in the campaign mode a bit, and it wouldn't make as much sense since they're clearly allied with clones or droids in the movies, but Dune Sea has me yearning for more. Having a 3-way battle is so fun, I think I could overlook the inconsistency, especially if it was just an option you could toggle on or off. The vehicle combat is a phenomenal inclusion, as it combines with the variety the eras and factions already provide to produce lots of unique combat encounters depending on the map you're on and faction you're playing as. Maybe you can't stand the hills of Kashyyyk? Well, guess what? No worries, as you can fly around in the sky, taking down enemy starships to pass the time. The map of Geonosis has plenty on offer for the Clone Wars era. The droids get the wheelie doodads and the spider from Wild Wild West, and the clones have their ATTE, which of course is known for its turning. Not really, it crawls. The clones get their transport ship thing, and the droids Grand Theft Auto the Geonosian starships. On Hoth, you have your snowspeeders, ATSTs, and AT-ATs, which are to be expected, but there's Tauntauns as well, in addition to a slew of turrets. Dune Sea is a great map that provides all forms of vehicle combat. Take to the skies with the TIE fighters and X-Wings, or blast your way through with the ATSTs and these combat speeder things. There's also this skiff, but besides when you get a group of friends all jammed into one for fun, it's not really worth much. The best map for dogfighting is the platforms in Cloud City. There's so many ships to pick from, and it really seems designed with the sky battles in mind. X-Wings, Y-Wings, combat speeders, TIE fighters, and TIE interceptors are all available here. If you're not fond of aircraft combat, you can still take a ship to sneak into the enemy's base and capture a command post right under their nose. I do think this map has a severe balancing issue. The anti-air turrets are way too powerful. Not only can they take down air units with little problem, they can turn 360 degrees, kill any ground unit in one hit, take down other turrets easily, and their range spans a large portion of the map. One time I was the last one on my team, the voiceover guy told me defeat was imminent, but I just waited here in this turret sniping the foot soldiers from leagues away. I'm kind of glad they're only in this level. In total, there are 17 maps with the addition of Jabba's Palace. A lot of them are familiar locations from the movies, but Renvar in particular is completely absent from any of the films. This seems to be a nod to the, now non-canonical, Legends books of old. Canonical or not, it's a great environment, and has 2 of the best maps of the entire game, so I'll definitely take it. Citadel is a big architectural structure with many hallways, stairs, and choke points. One of the most unique things about it is when you begin, you don't have multiple spawn points to pick from. Each team only has 1 command post, all the others are neutral and are waiting to be captured. The other Renvar location, Harbor, has the greatest level design bit in the entire game. Now, I have no idea what the flow of battle was intended to look like in Harbor, but no matter what, the ice tunnel is the go-to battlefront. This stretch of ice is coveted and both sides fight for it relentlessly. It's rare for any real progress to be had, but regardless, the majority of units killed in action in Harbor are right at the entrance to this tunnel. There's also an AT-AT on this map, but the fact that it's such an afterthought should speak volumes about the importance of the ice caves. Camino is a great map for snipers and jetpack troopers, and the rain effects look nice. Listen, sometimes that's all you need. Not much else to say, but it's a certified classic, a B+ map for sure. What's that? I haven't ever used letter grades when discussing maps? Well, let me start using them sporadically when I feel like. Sure, why not? Yavin 4 Arena is a goofy map. You spawn in, you immediately start shooting at the enemies at the other end of this arena structure thing, and all hell breaks loose trying to capture that middle command post. That turret is prime real estate for either easy shots on the ground units, or getting shot in the head from the opposing side like fish in a barrel. The outer edges of the playspace aren't anything special, but vehicles are here, and everyone, even Renji, loves vehicles. This map is chaos, and for that reason I'm putting it in the C tier. Yep, C+. A decent map, but not one of the best. Bespin, Cloud City, is a war zone. The upper hallways are synonymous with the trench warfare of World War I, the only thing missing being war crime poisonous gases and... Oh, well actually there is Luke Skywalker here to murder any would-be conscientious objectors. Wow, I'm Owen Wilson, wow, look at my stupid fucked up nose. There are so many windows and vantage points to fire from, there's bedlam taking place 24/7 on the ground, with grenades and standing soldiers aplenty. You can even hole up in the carbon freezing chamber area, it looks so sick. Go prone on the upper ledge and take out anyone who enters. Holy fuck, did those guys just get blasted down the endless pit? This game is insane. Bespin Cloud City is one of the best, and thus it's going in the S tier. Yes, it's that good. S as in Snake, S as in Kevin Durant on the 2017 and 2018 Golden State Warriors. Oh, Dorkaxe and his basketball references. Next thing you know, he'll reference the Atlanta Hawks, who very well could have won the NBA Cup by the time this video is released. Oh, who am I kidding? They're too mid to win 3 games in a row. This is just wishful thinking. Along with Cloud City, Platforms has a similar intensity when in those sky tunnels. Besides all the positives I've mentioned already about this level, the verticality, such as jumping to the top of the roof in the middle, or even going prone on top of the walkways, you gotta love it. A+ map for sure. Okay, I'm gonna stop using letter grades forever, so that was an experiment, and it's done, so moving on. Now, before I move on, I have to mention how much I detest Endor when playing as the Rebels. I have fond memories of taking a speeder bike all the way to the shield bunker and blowing it up with the Wookiees, but when playing it again as an adult, it's absurdly annoying for a few reasons. The speeder bike itself is extraordinarily difficult to control. If you nick anything in the level, you take damage and can blow up on the spot, and there are tree trunks and rocks all over, sometimes hidden behind foliage for you to ram into. Once you make it to the shield bunker, we get a rerun of the turret issue. There's always stormtroopers stationed in these turrets, and they only need 1 or maybe 2 shots to take you down. This map also has Ewoks, and they're the scum of the galaxy, so all in all, this map is much better played as the Empire. You can play all of these maps in instant action mode, where you can choose which era you want to play with and start up a battle immediately. Instant action is the only mode available online. Cycling through planets and eras is fun, and the variety on offer from the maps to the classes will provide you with at least an hour or 2 before you start repeating content. In the multiplayer, there's a text chat feature, but it surprisingly doesn't work once a game ends, which is kind of odd. Playing against other humans is a complete shock to the system if you're used to playing against the regular AI in other modes. They don't just stand there and wait for you to shoot them, for the most part anyway. There isn't a whole lot of people playing online, since the sequel also has its online functionality, but you'll get a few people here and there. The biggest open lobby I've seen is about 7 or 8 players. There's a campaign mode, but there's not really much to talk about. You get a few movie clips before a battle, your mission is always to capture the command posts or take the enemy reinforcements to 0 just like usual, and you get to play as both sides in the war during the era depending on the planet. You go through every map in the game besides Jabba's Palace. The only thing worth your time here are the first 3 levels of the Clone Wars campaign. It starts off with you playing as the CIS, first on both Naboo maps, then on the hills of Kashyyyk. What's so cool about this is you fight against the Gungans in the opening level with their own animal-powered shields, the Royal Guards in the second level with their specific types of vehicles, and finally the Wookiees on Kashyyyk. It's a nice change of pace if you're used to fighting droids or clones all the time. This is also the only time you can play as the non-super variant of the basic battle droid. There's nothing fancy about it, it's just the only time you can do it. The rest of the campaign, both Clone Wars and Galactic Civil War, go as you'd expect with nothing much to say. It's basically individual battles from all 6 films. Finally, the best mode.
In Galactic Conquest,
This is generally the mode everyone remembers the most fondly, and for good reason. The sequel was able to expand on this greatly, but the classic version is still pretty great. You and your AI opponent battle on individual planets one at a time, vying for control of the galaxy. To fully control a planet, you need to win there twice. Every planet you control grants you a bonus for you to use in battle, such as letting a hero play alongside you, more reinforcements, or extra health. You can't have more than 1 active at a time, however, you do have to choose which one you want to use before the battle starts. If you won the encounter, you pick where to attack next. If you lose, the enemy picks one of your planets to invade. When you or your opponent win 4 times, the home base's superpower is able to be used. If you're the Rebels, it's liberating a planet instantly, granting you immediate control. If you're the Empire, it's destroying a planet completely with the Death Star. This mode is so great because it's just so simple. Really all it is a season-like framing device for instant action mode, making it feel overarching and grandiose while slightly modifying the gameplay depending on which power-up you've chosen. That's not a knock on it by any means, it's impressive how much this stretched my overall playtime with the game as a kid. I could play this mode for hours and hours. There's a total of 8 variants you can play with this as well. It mostly just changes which era you're in, which faction you'll play as, and which planets are available or in your control, so it's nothing that interesting. Even though I play this on PC these days, which has the extra map and online multiplayer, it has one incredibly significant downside that's hard to ignore. That clip talking about Galactic Conquest I just showed, it's not on the PC version. I thought I was going crazy when I couldn't get it to play, but sure enough, it's missing entirely. Every time you go to Galactic Conquest, it just shoots you into the game without the cutscene. It goes even further than that. The other video tutorials that are present on the Xbox version I have are missing from the PC version too. Since all of them are removed, I have to think it's an issue with the voice actor or something. I just don't see any other reason to remove them altogether. It's unfortunate too, since they do a solid job of explaining the game, and the "In Galactic Conquest" line in particular brings back a lot of nostalgia. All in all, Battlefront 1 is a magical video game. Who would have thought that one of the more popular and well-regarded Star Wars games is one where you don't get to use a lightsaber? Well, Republic Commando is sick too, and Dark Forces, and... Listen, you get the point. Growing up, we didn't think about shooting rebels as a stormtrooper, we thought about wielding colorful laser swords and chopping off hands. Sure, this game has a few issues. The weird AI, poor vehicle balancing on some maps, hitboxes not being perfect, and so on, but none of that factors in when you're in the thick of things, fighting for your life in the ice caves, tow cabling an AT-AT, drifting that ATTE so hard the wheels are about to fall off. You feel it, you're there, fighting the wars amid the stars. Or so I'm told. I actually haven't even played the game, I'm just the voiceover guy. What's that? I have to read 6 more hours of material? I have a bad feeling about this. For a sequel releasing only a year after the original, Pandemic Studios managed to create one of the best iterative sequels I've ever seen with Star Wars Battlefront 2. Playable heroes, more classes, more vehicles, more maps, more game modes, space battles, a brand new award system, an original campaign, and a more fleshed out galactic conquest. This game evokes nostalgia for many. It's one of the most well-respected Star Wars games to ever release. That being said, even 15 years later, it holds up extremely well. Its staying power on the Star Wars video game Mount Rushmore is a testament to Pandemic Studios' excellence. The care and attention to detail they put into this game is remarkable, showing that they clearly have a deep respect for the Star Wars license. Since there have been so many changes to the gameplay, both obvious and subtle, I'll start there first. What's noticeable right away are the modified controls. The reload button used to be mapped to the left face button, or X on my Xbox controller, and now it's mapped to down on the D-pad. This makes manually reloading a bit more of a chore, since if you did use your left thumb to press it, your thumb is now off the left control stick, so you'd stop moving entirely. I've gotten very accustomed to odd claw grips in the past, so maneuvering my right thumb to reload while running around felt natural enough that at this point I don't even think about it. The X button now targets an enemy, which is useful for when you're using a homing rocket launcher, but otherwise might seem superfluous at first glance. I have a hunch it was added to account for the increased amount of chaos that's possible, and also to account for how often friends would play the game in split screen. There's so many soldiers running around everywhere that it can help parse through the noise, allowing you to focus on a single target. Obviously, when playing on the same TV with friends, you have less real estate to work with, so the targeting is even more beneficial for couch multiplayer sessions. Ignoring those though, it can help on maps like Felucia or Dagobah, where the environment blocks your line of sight, meaning you might be able to find your next victim by targeting them before you even have your eyes on them. It might seem kind of cheap, as it's obviously not something your character should be able to see, but it's a small concession to look past, and makes targeting enemies while in space battles that much more clear. You can now roll forwards and diagonally, opposed to just off to the side. This is really nice, as in the previous game, if you wanted to evade enemy fire but still go forward, you'd have to turn to the side and roll left or right like you're playing Earth Defense Force 2017. It felt awkward, and jumping straight ahead didn't feel very good either. That being said, you can no longer be in a prone position like you could before. I was going to talk about how being prone was never that useful in the first place, and since stealth wasn't a viable strategy, it wasn't a big deal. However, when I tested going prone while in the grass in the Kashyyyk Docks map, It did seem to make somewhat of a difference. Turrets that were stationed above could see me, but the ATSTs, even though they were very close, never decided to shoot at me. I was even able to use my recon droid orbital strike to take it out, which felt amazing. So yeah, I guess prone was more useful than I thought, so it is a shame that you can't do that in this game. Thankfully, they've added in a sprinting option, which is a huge relief since there wasn't a way to speed up your movement in the previous game besides jumping. There's now an energy bar to go along with actions like rolling, jumping, and sprinting. I think this is a good addition, although the side effect is one that I don't love. Before, there were only back-to-tanks and ammo packs on the ground, but now there can be a whole host of strange-colored pickups. The yellow ones give back energy, the green ones grant a bonus that reduces damage taken, and the red ones grant a bonus that increases damage given. It kind of clutters up the battlefield, and it never feels good when I'm jonesing for a health pickup, but I end up with energy instead. The enemy and allied colors are now switched from red and green to red and blue. As minor of a change as it is, I do like it, since it separates the two Battlefront games in my head, giving both of them their own personality. I would imagine this was actually implemented because red-green is the most common type of colorblindness. The command post being blue instead of green will make it that much clearer for red-green colorblinded people, and is innocuous enough that players who aren't colorblind wouldn't even think twice about it. At those command posts, you can now swap between classes anytime you like. This is a straight-up improvement over the original. Pausing the game to kill your character was a very inelegant method to swap classes. Being able to change between classes without dying obviously helps your kill-to-death ratio, but it also allows players to be more strategic and work better with their team. This is of course shown very well in the tutorial, where you'll switch between units to accomplish certain tasks. It's a great tutorial overall, and it gives off the impression that it really is a team game. If you see that everyone's a regular soldier, maybe you'll swap to an assault class to shoot down vehicles, or a sniper to provide some support. You could also swap to the engineer to dispense ammo to some sniper allies, or repair some droids and turrets. It's a great addition, one that makes perfect sense and has virtually no downsides. One drawback is the removal of the named command posts. They're all numbered this time around, which could make it clearer for a team battle, but I preferred when the map had more personality to it. There also aren't any indicators on whether vehicles will be at certain command posts or not. So often I would load in, hoping I picked the right spot to nab myself a vehicle, but didn't see anything. This isn't even enough to be sure there aren't vehicles at that command post, since there's always a chance your AI ally took off with it and that's why it's missing. Felucia apparently does have vehicles, but I could never find them since the map never told me which command post they were close to. I mentioned that in the last game, when enemy AI units were to go in turrets, it would lead to an instant death more often than not. They became sharpshooters, and it felt unbalanced. I think they overcorrected on that front. Now it seems they can never land a shot, even when you're standing completely still. It's uncanny, as if they're missing on purpose. Speaking on that topic, the AI can now be set to normal or elite. I've seen a lot of people online swear up and down that it makes a big difference, while others say it barely changes anything. I myself have also gone back and forth on the matter. On some maps it felt like the elite AI were absolutely crushing me, whereas normal was easy as could be. However, on more than one occasion I thought I had accidentally set the difficulty to normal since the AI were playing so poorly, but it turned out to be the elite AI still. They are more accurate and aggressive on the whole when turned to elite, but it doesn't seem consistent. I mean, just take a look at my allies standing around doing nothing. Yes, this was set to elite. Ignoring the difficulty settings, it feels like the better you as an individual player perform, the worse your AI allies perform. Capturing every command post you see while going 40-0 can shockingly lead to a pretty tight ending with only a handful of units on both sides. The enemy AI also seem to fixate on the player characters above all else, even when it doesn't make any sense. On Camino you can tell this is the case, as enemies will hop into turrets and attempt to shoot you, and only you, from across the entire map. It's also noticeable when you're just walking around. Even though your AI allies are doing damage to the enemy, you're still their primary target. It definitely makes the game harder, but I'm not sure if it's as fair as it could be. Speaking of aiming at enemies, the droid units seem to have smaller hurt boxes than other troopers from opposing factions. They're the only ones that aren't humans, so it makes sense that their shape would be different. It just feels a bit cheap when playing as the clones. They're basically stick figures, and missing shots that otherwise might have connected against the clones, stormtroopers, or rebels feels pretty unfair. Every faction in the previous game had one unique unit, such as the Wookiee, Dark Trooper, Jet Trooper, and Droideka. Now every faction has two unique units, and they're both locked behind scoring a certain amount of points during the battle. The only thing I can say about this restriction is that it does force players to utilize the lesser units before advancing to the stronger ones. Even if you mainly used the Bothan Spy, you'll still have to play well enough with a normal trooper or a sniper every single game. Perhaps this makes more sense in online mode, but it seems awfully silly when you as the player can't access these units when a battle starts, but your AI allies can. This may be a problem with the AI itself, but if the threshold of points before accessing the specialty units were in place for the AI allies, they would never be able to use them with how poorly they usually play, so it feels kind of cheap. I imagine this was implemented as an attempt to balance the game a bit, since they are much more powerful units. However, the game is already incredibly unbalanced as it is with the award weapons and bonuses. Playing locally for a good amount of time causes the player characters to become insanely overpowered, so much so that it's far more beneficial playing as units with a regular blaster rifle or a pistol. With the lack of award weapons for the specialty units, the more you play the game locally, the less likely you are to pick anything else besides the basic starter classes. I do think they're fun to use, but it just seems like you have to go out of your way to play as them, when in reality you're only making it harder for yourself if you already have legendary status in a few of the award categories. I know I keep mentioning the awards, but I promise I'll get to that later on. The classes that were added include the Bothan Spy for the Rebels, the Commander for the Clones, the Imperial Officer for the Empire, and the Magna Guard for the Droids. The Bothan Spy is metal as all hell. Their main weapon is the Incinerator, which is misnamed in my opinion, since it doesn't look like flames coming out at all. However, it does make the enemies vanish from this realm entirely. They come equipped with a stealth cloaking device, which can actually work, but it doesn't last very long. The Clone Commander is equipped with a chain gun, which feels great to use and sounds great to fire. It is a bit weak, especially when compared to the award weapons, and having to wait until the overheat meter goes all the way down to fire again seems pretty punishing. The Imperial Officer's main weapon seems to be the Geonosian Sonic Blaster. It's pretty awful, as it doesn't do much damage. Their secondary is a grenade launcher, which is fairly decent. The Magna Guard is one I wanted to like a lot, but their homing rocket-launching rifle is kind of a huge letdown. It's the only gun that homes onto infantry instead of vehicles, but the homing function is rubbish. Even if you generously lead the shots with enemies far enough away to give it plenty of time, it still misses. It's better to just use it as a straight-shot explosive gun. They also have a radiation launcher, which is similar to the grenade launcher. All four of these second-tier specialty units have some sort of indirect attack or buff. Bothan Spy has a buff that gives a slow health regen to your allies. Imperial Officer has a rage buff for allies that increases damage. The Clone Commander's Rally provides a defensive buff, and the Magna Droid has some sort of damage-dealing poison, which slowly drains all biological life forms' health in the nearby area. I won't go too in detail for the classes, as I have touched on most of them already in the previous video, but there are a few differences that are worth discussing. The Sniper class no longer has the recon droid that calls in an airstrike, it has an auto turret. I don't hate this, since auto turrets provide a function that makes perfect sense for someone who is constantly zoomed in and unaware of their immediate surroundings. The recon droid has been given to a few of the specialty units, however, instead of calling in an airstrike, it explodes. As much as I did love the overpowered airstrike attack from the previous game, it makes much more sense for the droid to self-destruct, especially considering how many of the maps now have ceilings this time around. The assault class has been significantly improved, even though their weapons are all the same. The only difference is their rocket launcher. It does so much more damage, meaning they're finally a good counter to the previously overpowered vehicles. The Jet Trooper, even though it's pretty much the same as it was in the previous game, seems lost. It's the highest tier specialty unit for the clones, meaning you need to amass more points to unlock him than you do for the Clone Commander. Not only is the Clone Commander much more useful as they have the rally bonus, but their main gun is more interesting, and they have the recon droid. The Jet Trooper can fly, which we're all very proud of him for, but he just has grenades, the pistol, and somehow a less interesting EMP launcher. In the first game, it had its own unique sound and visual effect. but now it's just a regular boring explosion. The Dark Trooper, however, is now a far more interesting class to play as. Instead of the Tri-Shot, they come equipped with an arc caster that can be charged up to chain a lightning strike between multiple infantry units. Holding down the fire button to charge up the attack, only to release all of it in a room full of enemies, feels fantastic, even if it can lead to a lot of friendly fire. Playing as a hero in Battlefront 2 is pretty hit or miss depending on which one you get. They're map specific, so depending on the faction, on Coruscant you could be Darth Maul, Mace Windu, the Emperor, or Luke Skywalker. That's a small sample size, but it should already be clear that the heroes don't always make sense with their factions or map placements. Anakin is playable only on Mustafar, and only in the Galactic Civil War era. If you play in the Clone Wars era, it's not Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin, it's Obi-Wan Kenobi and Darth Maul. Very strange, but considering that Anakin is one of the worst heroes in the game, I won't be complaining too much. Anakin's lightsaber swings are comically off-target. It's as if he's trying to draw a triangle around the enemy. To differentiate the lightsaber-wielding heroes, they've been given very specific swing animations unique to them, which doesn't always align with how you'd think that character would fight. However, the one hero that has his animations aligned perfectly with the films is Yoda, and he's just so annoying to use. Why can't they just learn to swing normally? They also have some sort of force power, which can range from a push, a pull, lightning, force choke, and by far best of all, lightsaber throw. The lightsaber throw kind of reveals how awful the regular lightsaber attacks can feel, since it's often far simpler to throw the saber at an enemy right in front of you, instead of swinging at them. Since Darth Maul has the double blade, he's essentially the best hero to play as when you spam the saber throw. Actually, he's just the best hero to play as regardless. He decimates anyone in his way. The force push is decent enough, but it doesn't really flow well with your other attacks. It's often more enjoyable to push enemies off the level entirely, but there aren't as many maps with a death pit to fall into as the previous game. The force pull is a decent idea, since you are pulling enemies towards your swings, but it's really finicky on whether it decides to work or not. Honestly, both the push and the pull suffer from the same exact problem. You just have no idea where the hitbox on the attack is. Both are invisible, which makes enough sense as you're using the force, but it can be very unclear if you'll connect with the attack. It's better to make sure your reticule is stationed right on top of the enemy, which seems kind of silly for an attack that's instigated with a hand gesture. There are a few non-force users, and they're essentially beefed up regular soldiers. Boba and Jango Fett's flamethrower doesn't seem powerful enough, Leia seems underpowered in general, Chewbacca feels like a normal Wookiee, and Han has the strongest blaster in the galaxy. I think the saddest of them all is General Grievous. He has a rage buff and can slash with his lightsabers, but that's all he gets. Poor guy. Since he doesn't have force powers, he also can't hover like the Emperor, or perform the most impressive acrobatic routine of a lifetime with Obi-Wan or Anakin. All of the heroes, to keep them balanced, have a lightsaber timer at the bottom which functions as a health bar as well. It ticks down even when standing still, taking damage knocks chunks off, and killing enemies increases the meter, giving you more time. Again, with Darth Maul, it can be pretty overpowered. Even when camping out in an enemy command post with newly spawned enemies all shooting at him, the double blade is just too strong. Fighting heroes in the previous game was a terrifying endeavor, and surprisingly, even though you can take them down with conventional methods, they're just as menacing. Seeing Obi-Wan barreling at you from far away provides a new horror, as his lightsaber throw is an instant kill, and he's not shy about using it. All of the AI heroes seem to know the meta and throw their sabers constantly. That being said, I really dislike that only the player can use the heroes. If you have a hero available and decline to use them, they aren't controlled by a bot, they just don't show up. It's especially lame when there's a human on both sides of the battle, since there can't be AI heroes running around at all. Maybe in the grand scheme of things, this restriction is actually a good thing, since it gives more reason to play the original Battlefront now and then. There are 10 brand new maps to play on in Battlefront 2, and what's fantastic is they didn't just add some of the newer locales from Episode 3, they included more of the original trilogy as well. Tantive 4 is where Star Wars as a whole began, so it's pretty fitting to include as one of the 10 new maps. The cramped hallways mixed with ceaseless gunfire and grenades from both sides produces absolute chaos from start to end. It can even end up tanking your frame rate. The Death Star has an interesting layout, walkways you can jump to and from to get around the map quicker, and you can destroy a few of the platform controls, which is a fun way to interact with the environment. It has the holding cells that Leia was locked in, and even better, shooting at the metal grating leads to the garbage chute. This game was clearly made by people who love Star Wars. Dagobah is also a map that was added from the original trilogy. It has a cave in the center, which is a fun command post to defend, as enemies sometimes all pull in at once, leading to some hectic encounters. This most likely is the cave that Luke went into in Empire Strikes Back, as you can hear Darth Vader ominously breathing in the background. You can find Luke's X-Wing in the water, and Yoda's hut as well, which are both really cool landmarks to include. This is one of the maps where a thick layer of fog impedes your vision from a distance. Felucia is another, and the map itself is absolute mayhem. Even though it's outdoors, and when spawning in it looks reasonably spacious, it's one of the more frantic areas in the game. Once you load in, you're nearly right on top of the enemy, which can often lead to an instant death if you aren't careful. The command posts are all so close together, and the foliage on top of the fog makes it insanely difficult to spot enemies from far away. I like the verticality of being able to walk up a big tree branch to one of the command posts, the alien jungle marshland vibe is unique, and the thick fog and dense flora really help set this map apart from the rest. Utapau is mostly barren and flat, but it is interesting if only because of its long and stretched layout. It basically has two lanes to pick from, the long and gradual ramp that's home to vehicle combat, and the other side is a more significant drop-off, which is prime real estate for spotting up with a sniper rifle. Megiddo suffers from a very boring color palette, but it is nice that it isn't completely flat. There's debris and other structures throughout the area. There's only one map for Kashyyyk now, and it's a completely different one than the two that were in the previous game. Beachhead is the answer to Coyote-Mundi's famous question: what about the droid attack on the Wookiees? I'm really conflicted on this map. It's constant pandemonium near the front command post of the beach, which gives off the impression that it is an all-out attack on a Wookiee stronghold. But the map itself just isn't that fun to play on. If you were someone who loved to camp out on the top of the Doc's Kashyyyk map in the previous game, it doesn't really provide that magic this time around. If you wanted to stay up high and snipe the whole time, you'll have to befriend an engineer who gives you ammo, or risk your life by going down into the danger zone to get more ammo from the droids. The color palette, like Megiddo, is dreadfully boring, and the layout looks like it's encouraging a battle that rarely takes place unless you really force it. The back command post for either the clones or rebels is a bunker that's nestled behind a metal gate, and in front of that are destructible wooden walls. The thing is, that area isn't ever something that's worth fighting over unless a clean sweep is underway. The command post at the entrance to the beach is what's coveted, and is usually where all of the action takes place the entire time whenever this map enters the rotation. The destructible walls seem like an attempt at a greater vision for this map that never really came to be. If you're in the mood for endless turret and vehicular combat, this seems to be the place to go, however. Coruscant's Jedi Temple is a good addition from Episode 3, there's just not much I have to say about it. It has really spacious hallways, some Jedi Archives bookcases, and also the room where Obi-Wan Kenobi lost a planet. How embarrassing. Mustafar has plenty of tight hallways, a few open areas, and even some interesting verticality options. It's nice to not be staring at boring gray. It's a change of pace for your eyes if nothing else. Just like the Death Star, this map has a set of bridges that can be interacted with by shooting the control panel. The bridges then fall into the lava, killing anyone that was using it. What's better is that you can repair it with the Engineer class, giving the fusion cutter some more use. I wish more maps had ways to interact with the environment like this and the Death Star. Last but not least, there's Polis Massa. For 15 years, I was under the impression this was just a random added map, but I'm told this was in fact a location in the films. It's where Padme gave birth. Riveting, I know. The layout itself is a U-shape, which can lead to some fun tight combat engagements, but there's also an exclusive vehicular combat section outdoors. If you want to be sneaky, you can even hop in a vehicle from a command post on one side of the map and skip all the way through to the other side. Since this is an asteroid, there's no air, so going out there without a vehicle is certain death. Take a look at this Wookiee. Even using a hero is no good, your health will drop like a rock. However, since droids don't need air to breathe, they can walk around freely without taking any damage. I have a hunch this detail was added in close to the deadline, as the droids still sound like they're taking damage when you first walk through the shields. Unfortunately, there have been quite a few maps that were removed from the first game. Both Bespin maps, both Renvar maps, both original Kashyyyk maps, Tatooine Dune Sea, Naboo Plains, and Yavin 4 Arena. 4 of those maps were added back in with an Xbox Live patch that isn't available anymore, and a PC mod. Sorry, PlayStation 2 users. Personally, even with those 4 added back in, Dune Sea not being included is a real shame. I'd imagine the Tusken Raiders were too vital for that map to work properly, so without the native species gimmick, they ditched it entirely. For the maps that were carried over, Endor is the same, Kamino is nearly the same, but now there are 2 facilities you can enter on opposing sides. Naboo Theed is the same, except it's at night. Mos Eisley is the same, Jabba's Palace is the same, and Yavin 4 Temple is, unfortunately, the same. I hate Yavin 4, but at least it's a good place to practice your speeder bike jumps. Geonosis got a complete revamp, but it's not as interesting. The original had a centerpiece hill that tied everything together. It even had the War Room command post. This new one just feels like a random strip of boring desert. There's also, for some reason, a small hole, 2 meters wide or so, not much smaller than a Womp Rat, which if you decide to jump in, kills you. Very strange. Hoth is nearly the same, but now there's a very large Echo base area depending on which game mode you're playing on. I will say on Hoth it's now much more balanced in the Rebels' favor, since the dish turrets do an insane amount of damage to the AT-ATs, and like I said, the Assault class is now a viable selection, as their rocket launchers can actually do damage to enemy vehicles. Technically, there are a few more maps if you count the space battles. Depending on which planet you're hovering over, the layout of the cruisers and frigates will change, which is a subtle but significant enough difference to keep things kind of varied. It also makes a little more sense why Bespin platforms, Tatooine Dune Sea, and Kashyyyk Hills weren't included, since dogfighting is now much more emphasized with dedicated space maps. The targeting system makes a lot of sense in space, and the ships seem to have more maneuverability than in the previous game. The variety of ships on offer is pretty great, however they don't feel as balanced as they could. There are some differences with their main weapons and their appearance, but they can essentially be clumped into a few categories: starfighters, interceptors, bombers, and shuttles. My main complaint comes down to the starfighters like X-Wings and TIE Fighters. They move pretty quickly, and their guns feel good to use, but they're ridiculously weak. If you're anywhere near the opposing team's frigates, their auto turrets will take you out in no time. Taking out opposing ships is supposed to be what they're good for, but even then, I don't think they're very good at it. It seems easier and safer to take out enemy ships with the bomber or the interceptor. Even the shuttle is better than the starfighter. Since they take more damage before exploding, it just seems like the clear choice regardless of your intentions. In a more general sense, I think I prefer the Clone Wars era when it comes to ship selection. The designs aren't quite as iconic, but their guns are more interesting. I especially like the blue wavy homing attack from one of the droid ships. Destroying parts of the frigate with the bombers is of course very satisfying, but what's even better is infiltrating the enemy hangar to sabotage from within. The fact that you can do this is insane. Around this time, I don't think there were any other games that had this smooth of a transition between flying a ship in space to playing the game normally as a foot soldier. I love it. The dedicated pilot class that's only available in space battles comes equipped with the Time Bomb, which is perfect for planting on the ship's shield systems, life support, and engine cooling tanks. You could also use the Space Marine, which comes equipped with the rocket launcher and grenades. I'm assuming they were put in the game as a counter to the pilot, but personally I hardly ever use them, since when you're trying to sabotage, it takes all your rocket launcher shots and then sometimes even some grenades. Sabotaging the frigate from within feels like Pandemic understood the appeal of being a Wookiee on Endor in the original game, taking out the enemy base from behind. The fact that you can take out the shields from the inside is genius as well, as it gives you something to do after the sabotaging is done with. You could of course stay in the hangar to shoot down pilots as they spawn in with your pistol, but now that the shields are down, taking an enemy bomber and finishing them off from the outside flows very well, like a natural cause and effect. Along with the differing assault ships in the hangar is the patented Space Cow, which is what me and my friends call the shuttles. It's essentially a soccer mom's minivan that you and your crew all pile into to road trip over to the enemy hangar. It's tanky in all the right ways, slow as can be, and it also counts as a command post. This means if you take it to the enemy hangar, you can now spawn from their hangar. This is such a neat idea, and it's completely fair as well, since if you want to get rid of an enemy space cow, it's as simple as tossing a time bomb or two on it. The only downside to the space maps is just how frequent they are in long Galactic Conquest games. I'll talk more on Galactic Conquest later on, so sit tight. There's quite a few game modes to pick from this time. Conquest, of course, is the default game mode available on every ground map, consisting of capturing command posts and taking out enemy reinforcements. Capture the Flag is also included, both the single flag and multi-flag variants depending on the level. If nothing else, hearing the voiceover from the Empire talking about how the enemy has dropped the flag is kind of funny.
The rebels have foolishly dropped the flag.
Capture the Flag takes on a different feel when on the space maps, as the flag and the target destination are in space. It's pretty fun, all things considered. There's also a hunt mode, which is a deathmatch between some sort of regular soldier and the native species of the planet. Even though hunt mode is fun to play, I don't like its inclusion only for the ostracizing feeling I get from it. It seems like Pandemic wanted to make a more competitive game, so they took out the fantastic Dune Sea map from the original, with the native species third team, and shoved them into a gimmicked game mode, almost like they were ashamed of it. It is fun being a Wampa and fighting off soldiers in Hoth, it is fun fighting Jawas as Tusken Raiders, but all of these native species could have just been used to make the conquest modes more interesting, like in Dune Sea. It's just a shame, and oddly enough, there isn't even a hunt mode for the Jabba's Palace map, even though Gamorreans show up as enemies in conquest mode. The Gamorreans in Jabba's Palace are the closest thing to Dune Sea in the game, and it's that much better because of it. I highly doubt I'll ever talk about the 2017 Battlefront 2 on my channel, so I will say really quick, for all of its genericness, it had a fantastic Ewok hunt mode. The Ewok hunt in the 2005 version is pretty lame in comparison. Lastly, there's also Assault mode, which is the default for space battles. Get to a certain amount of points to win the game. Besides the space battles, Mos Eisley is the only map that has the game mode available, and the whole gimmick is that heroes are fighting against each other. Good guys and bad guys are all clumped onto the same team, of course, Anakin landing himself on the bad guy team. Seeing Anakin and Darth Vader work together to kill Obi-Wan was hilarious, as was the time I force-choked Luke Skywalker, only to have his dad come up from behind to finish the job. Happy Father's Day. It's finally time to talk about the awards. Just a quick preface, almost all of this applies to local play, not online. To seemingly provide some kind of long-term goal, not only are your career stats recorded so you can stare at them self-indulgently between play sessions, you can earn bonuses by accomplishing some in-game feats. Earn 12 points in one life and your energy will recharge at a faster rate for the rest of the battle. A reduction in damage taken and an increase in damage given are bonuses that occur when 24 points and 36 points are achieved in a single life respectively. Getting 6 pistol kills in one life will give you an extremely overpowered pistol. Getting 12 kills with a blaster rifle, 6 headshots with a sniper rifle, 4 rocket launcher critical hits on a vehicle, and 8 kills with a shotgun all grant you a specific award weapon as well. Not all of them are equally overpowered, but the gist of it all is if you play well, you'll be given tools that will make you play even better. This already raises balancing problems, since rewarding skilled players with something that turns the tide even more in their favor can seem pretty cheap when you're on the other side. Where it gets out of control is with the ranking system. Everyone starts at the green rank, meaning the bonus or weapon won't be granted when doing that specific task. Once you get 4 of that certain award through all of your games played, you move up to veteran. At this rank, you'll receive the award weapon or bonus once you accomplish whatever single life goal like usual. 32 awards of a certain category will bump you up to elite ranking, which lowers the value needed to acquire the bonuses in-game. War Hero, which increases the damage of your guns, now only requires 27 points in one life opposed to 36. The same reduction takes place for all of the weapon-specific awards as well. Once you acquire 64 of a specific award throughout your career is where it gets ridiculous. Legendary status means you get that bonus or award weapon the moment you start every game going forward, and they all stack together. If everything is on legendary status, starting up a match with your naive and inexperienced friend provides you with the fun of griefing them to an unthinkable level. You'll take less damage, deal more damage, and always have a cheater pistol at your disposal. That's what the award pistol goes by with my group of friends, since it only takes 2 shots to deal a killing blow, and a headshot most likely means instant death. It takes ammo this time around as well, so there's no worry of overheating. I don't want to paint all of this as an outright negative, because like most games that have an unbalanced meta, it has its charms. For better and worse, this award system is a big part of Battlefront 2. Once you submit to its tantalizing allure, you'll find yourself hiding out in the enemy hangar to farm gunslinger awards. And if you're absolutely insane, I mean out of your mind, you might camp out on Hoth, doing nothing else but fire at the AT-AT weak spots to farm the extremely tedious Demolition Award, which only grants you a remote rocket in return. It is fun to use, but unlike the straight-up improved shotgun, blaster rifle, and pistol, it's nowhere near as useful. The other award weapon that doesn't feel like an outright improvement is the beam rifle, which is the supposed upgrade to the sniper rifle. The gimmick to it is that you can shoot through enemies, killing multiple with one shot. That sounds neat and all, but if you wanted to snipe enemies from far away with your sniper rifle, it's nearly garbage. It's not just that it's inconsistent on whether a shot will connect with a faraway enemy, it's that it clearly has drastically reduced range compared to the regular sniper rifle. You might never want to use it ever again if you prefer sniping from far away, which brings me to another issue with the awards. For the sniper, shotgun, pistol, and blaster rifle, once you get legendary award status, the game desperately wants you to forget about the generic version of that weapon. Every time you spawn in, if it was a primary gun, you do start with the non-award version, but once you swap to your secondary weapon and back, it's now the award version, and you aren't allowed to swap back. You can, however, change classes at a command post, which seems to work well enough, but that's really not an ideal solution. If you're hellbent on never using the beam rifle, and don't want to be sitting next to a command post the entire game, you either have to never swap over to your secondary gun, or create a new profile. As much as the award system is part of the appeal to Battlefront 2, being forced to use a worse variation of the sniper rifle simply because you were too good at getting headshots with it is a pretty glaring flaw. At least give players the option to spawn in with it or not. The only award I haven't mentioned yet is the Technician, which is given when you successfully slice into an enemy vehicle. The bonus is a passive vehicle health regeneration, which is good to have, but doing it 64 times so you can always have that buff just doesn't seem worth the trouble. That being said, it is very fun to use when you're in Polis Massa as the droids, since you can boot the clones out of their own vehicles and watch them suffocate. The Rise of the Empire mode is a significant upgrade over the pretty stilted campaign from the previous game. Instead of playing individual disconnected battles with some film scenes in between, the player tags along with the most decorated clone battalion, starting with the tutorial on Geonosis, going through Order 66, and ending with the Battle of Hoth. The fact that you keep playing after Order 66 is great. It almost feels like post-game content, even though there actually are more missions in the second half of the campaign. The original actor from the films reprises his role for the game, voicing Jango Fett and the retired clone, who we hear in between the battles of the campaign. It tells the story of everything that led up to Order 66 from the clone's perspective, which is really interesting, as he often alludes to how hard it was to keep up the charade when he was fighting alongside the Jedi. I won't go through all of the missions in depth, but on the whole they're all fairly solid. They provide small goals to accomplish, you're given a limited number of reinforcements to get the job done, accomplish the goal, get more reinforcements, rinse and repeat. On most of them you get to play as a certain Jedi hero after a while, and eventually a Sith villain in the second half of the game. In Felucia you get to fight off the native species Acklays, which is a fun change of pace. The Kashyyyk level is the only time where that back command post is the main focus. Because you need to hold off waves of enemies for a certain amount of time in this mission, I almost wonder if this map was designed around the campaign mode first and foremost. Like I said earlier, the metal and wooden walls protecting this part of the map are generally superfluous in Conquest mode, but in this mission it provides some hectic defend the point of interest gameplay. The Utapau level ends with the battle between Obi-Wan and General Grievous. The Coruscant level is the first after the infamous Order 66. There's a sense of melancholy during the monologue from the clone before the level. This is something that really didn't need to be as good as it is. No one would care if the game just had Palpatine say the Order 66 line and that's that, time to kill some younglings. The fact that Temuera Morrison gave us such a conflicted performance goes to show the level of care taken for this sequel. This level also happens to be one of the better ones in the game. The Jedi are your main enemy this time around, which is really fun in and of itself. You protect the bookcases from destruction for a while, play Capture the Flag with a holocron, play as Hooded Anakin and watch him get defeated by a real Jedi Master, and finally defeat some Jedi Masters with the clones. It's a great time, all things considered. After this, the second half of the campaign begins, where the Empire takes over, and Darth Vader is given direct control of the 501st Battalion. After a while, it's revealed that the 501st is the last true clone battalion, as of course the Empire figured they would be hard to control down the line, and didn't want a clone army being used against them somehow. The next mission is on Theed, where the 501st takes out a few straggling Jedi and the new Queen of Naboo. The post-mission voiceover talks about this being the first time they had to adjust a planet's government. I love how unquestionably evil you are in the campaign. You're clearly the bad guys, there's no saving some Jedi or anything. I haven't discussed the space missions, since you can skip them anyway, but all of them offer some interesting scenarios. The one after Naboo begins with an enemy space cow spawn point in the hangar that you need to destroy right away, which is at least something different. This and the next Mustafar mission are the only ones where you can see the Empire stormtroopers taking out the CIS droids. You're here to shut down all chances of anyone creating a droid army to oppose the Empire. The voiceover that plays before the level is, again, really great.
Truth be told, we'd all had our fill of those gearheads during the war. We couldn't stomach the thought of going through another one. So we blew them up. Blew up the droids, blew up the factory. Damn near blew up the planet.
Speaking of the Empire not wanting a clone army to be used against them, Kamino has another unique face-off. Stormtroopers against clone troopers. It's nothing extraordinary, but it is nice that there's some unique encounters to spice up the campaign mode a bit. The next mission is the Death Star, and the voiceover talks about how boring of an assignment it was to be patrolling and defending force field generators. It's a nice touch, and it connects to the films in an interesting way. This was the supposed moment where the Death Star plans were stolen. Afterwards, the 501st were removed from their stations to hunt after the Death Star plans. It apparently was good fortune, as their replacements in the detention center were all killed in the destruction of the Death Star. Polis Massa is a standard okay mission. Afterwards, you go to Tantive 4 to recover the Death Star plans and capture Princess Leia. It's pretty cool that you even begin in that opening doorway that the rebels were preparing for in the first film. Yavin 4 is the next mission, and it's a tough one. The second half of the campaign is significantly more difficult than the first half, and Yavin 4 was the toughest of them all for me personally. Defending this command post for 2 minutes, all while turrets, endless enemies, and enemy vehicles fire at you is absolutely brutal, and your allies don't really help out that much. It's the only time I failed a mission this playthrough. The final mission is the assault on Hoth, which almost seems like a victory lap. The beginning is literally a walk in the park. After Yavin 4, getting to control the AT-AT while decimating all enemy forces granted me quite the cathartic release. It does get much more challenging at the end, where you have to defend an explosive from being destroyed. I honestly have no idea how I didn't fail, since it was a mad scramble of grenade explosions everywhere I looked. It makes sense to end the campaign here, since this was the last outright victory on the Empire side. Not having to go through the rigmarole of Endor again was a huge relief. In Galactic Conquest, you wage a much more realized and grandiose war against your opponent, which can be a friend in local split screen or the computer. It's very impressive how much Pandemic expanded on this game mode from the original. There's a new map system, which is a nice way to provide some turn-based movement, making it feel like you're actually traveling your way through the galaxy. Certain scenarios have certain connections. Play in the Galactic Civil War era, and Endor is isolated in the top left of the map with no connecting path. Play in the Clone Wars era, the top left spot is Coruscant, and it connects back to the lower left area of the map. It's small, but it is different. Being able to move around the map itself honestly isn't as interesting as it could be, but it does add a little more strategy than the previous iteration. Deciding which planets to go after and which order is really as far as the game takes it, however. In the previous game, controlling a planet meant you would get a certain bonus. Once you won 4 times in total, you could also flip a planet to your side instantly or blow it up. This means that the order the player chooses to attack planets in can make an impact. If you wanted to avoid fighting on Yavin or something, blow it up or liberate it. Besides finding the most efficient path to capturing all the planets, and desperately trying to avoid space battles, there's not that many meaningful decisions to be made on where to go. Once yours and your enemy's fleet meet on the map, a space battle takes place no matter what. It happens far too often, in my opinion. The enemy AI seems to absolutely love confronting your fleet head-on in every possible scenario. Even when you've just taken them out in a space confrontation, they might choose to respawn at the planet closest to you and go for the salty runback. It's absurd. I wouldn't be opposed to the frequency if the credit payout wasn't so low and the consequences were more significant. Winning a battle on a planet nets you credits depending on which planet that was, and how many planets are under your control. Generally, the winning team gets 500 or 1,000 credits, and the losing team gets 200 or 350 credits respectively, plus a sum for how many planets are currently under their control. In space battles, the winning team gets 300, and the losing team gets 100. For how long they take, how often they tend to happen, and the minuscule difference in credit payout, the space battles are a pretty big waste of time more often than not. I'm not being 100% fair, since if you are victorious, the enemy ship blows up and they need to respawn back at one of their controlled planets. There are consequences, but if an enemy puts their head down and constantly gets in your way every chance they get, there isn't enough of a deterrent to make them think twice, and there aren't any tools at your disposal to circumvent these repeated time wasters. This is doubly true if it was their only fleet on the map, which it almost always is. If you had more than one fleet available, getting that second one back will cost you a chunk of credits. If that was all you had, you respawn your ship for free, and since the AI almost never partake in multi-fleet strategies, they never lose anything for blowing up their lone fleet over and over. The credits play a big role in the success of both teams, as there's now a shop system where you can purchase power-ups to use in battle, and add more classes to pick from in-game. You begin with the basic soldier class unlocked, while the rocket launcher, sniper, and shotgun classes all cost 1,000 credits to make available, and the specialty units both cost 1,800 each. 1,000 credits in the early game is a lot, but also not that much, so picking which class to purchase off the bat is a big decision. What's great is this affects your overall team, not just you, as your AI allies can only select whichever classes are available as well. Maybe having an army of blaster rifles and rocket launchers isn't the best strategy depending on the map selection. The power-ups range from 200 to 800 credits, you can only hold 3 at a time, and they're for one battle only. Personally, I think a few of them are priced very strangely. The back to tanks, where your health constantly regenerates in battle, seems far more useful than the combat shielding, where it grants a once per life boost to your health bar. It accounts for around 3 shots, and of course you can't heal it back up with healing pickups or back to droids. It seems like the combat shielding basically affects the very first enemy encounter, whereas the back to tanks can keep you alive the whole battle, so it's a pretty stark difference in usefulness. Both bonuses are priced at 400 credits. The command post auto turrets seem much more beneficial as well, and they're also priced at 400 credits. Energy boost being 200 is fine, since it's pretty much an afterthought, but it does seem less impactful than the extra supplies and extra reinforcement bonuses, but they're all priced the same amount. The sabotage bonus being priced at 600 feels pretty expensive. However, there are definitely specific maps and situations where it comes in handy, such as defending Hoth as the rebels. As much as I wrote it off initially, it being in your back pocket can come in handy down the line. The enhanced blasters bonus feels like it should be overpowered to all hell with the award guns and bonuses, but honestly I couldn't tell that much of a difference with it equipped, so chalk that up to being overpriced as well. The most expensive bonus is the playable hero, which costs 800. It is a nearly guaranteed victory when you use it, but I don't know. Something about it just feels out of place. I think I would have preferred the hero be non-playable like in the previous game, otherwise it feels a little too simplistic and straightforward. Playing against the AI with it activated is basically an instant victory. However, playing against a competent human opponent makes it much more interesting. 800 credits is a huge gamble if your friend can just spam their cheater pistol and take you out within seconds. It could leave you with essentially no bonus and a big L on your scorecard. You can also use your credits to purchase an extra fleet to move around the map with, which costs 1,000. Positioning your extra ship over a planet you absolutely don't want to defend, and are just tired of playing on, is a strategy that can be effective. Overall, the credits and the decisions to be made with them is the real heart of this game mode. No matter what, starting up a new galactic conquest instills such freedom in me. I have 1,000 credits. Should I buy a bonus or two for an easy first victory? Should I buy an infantry class so my team lineup is more varied? Or should I save up for a specialty unit? You could also be absolutely ridiculous and buy a new ship the moment the game starts. The only clear downside to Galactic Conquest as a whole is the lack of the Death Star, Jabba's Palace, and Tantive 4 maps. Tantive 4 I can kind of understand, since it's obviously not a planet to control. However, you could argue Polis Massa is just an asteroid. Jabba's Palace is of course on Tatooine, and this game has a one map per planet fetish this time around, unfortunately, so it wouldn't work well with this iteration of Galactic Conquest. The worst offender is the lack of the Death Star. It would make perfect sense for the Galactic Civil War era, and could have provided the Empire with 2 bases of operations, which could have made that era more unique compared to the Clone Wars. Maybe only include it when the players choose the Rebels, making them take out 2 bases, thus making it the more difficult of the 4 variations. I would have liked to see something like that, but maybe that's something Pandemic considered and scrapped since they couldn't get it to feel balanced or something. Beyond that, on the whole, it's ridiculous how much fun can be had with such a simple game mode. It is a little more complex than the previous game, but again, it's mostly just instant action battles with a few bonuses here and there, with an overarching board game layout. This is such an easy way to keep people playing for dozens and dozens of hours, which is why it's absolutely bewildering why DICE and EA won't create this game mode for the newer Battlefront games. When you think of the original Star Wars Battlefront games, you think of Galactic Conquest. It's such a clear and obvious game mode to include, but I don't know, maybe that wouldn't be an effective way to sell loot boxes or whatever. Now, if you couldn't tell by now, I've mostly been talking about the console version of the game, not even the backwards compatibility Xbox One and Series version, which comes with the extra DLC maps and heroes automatically, as I'm told. No, just my Xbox disc on my Xbox 360. The PC version is more finicky than I'd like, which is why I ultimately went with my effortless physical copy instead. However, now that it's been 3 years, I've gotten into PC gaming even more since then, shooters especially. Modding back in the maps the original release was missing is obviously a no-brainer, but dear god, the quantity of quality mods out there is staggering. People ask me to review mods now and then, but I think you all know that it's not something I'm all that interested in. But since we're here, oh what the hell. The Battlefront Conversion Pack is the mod someone recommended to me a few years ago, and being a big fan of the Old Republic games, I decided to go for it. Being able to fight on the Endar Spire is crazy enough, but the units for each side completely took me by surprise. They have vibroblade users, like this is honestly ridiculous. The Sith side feature adepts with lightsabers even, along with the assassins who can go invisible. There's even Sith warbots and T3 units running all around. I just played through Coder 1 again, and started up the sequel, so this was a real treat to see. The Sith army uniforms look slick as hell, naturally, but I did have a slight hiccup with the red variant for the Heavy Trooper. I was getting a little confused as to which units were my enemies and which were my allies at times, since both sides wear red depending on the class, and given the overall increased soldier count on PC, it sometimes became a mess in the middle of the map. This could be seen as a positive, however, the disordered chaos of a hectic war zone, so I'm not definitively calling this out as a wholesale negative. However, now that I've seen for myself what 32 v 32 looks like, 64 soldiers at a time on the map opposed to 32, I don't know, I'm not sure if it's for me. I don't view the player count, or in this case, bot count I guess, as a linear graph of more units directly correlates to more fun. I think there's a sweet spot, and it likely varies from person to person. The PSP version, for instance, has fewer units at a time than the console version, and that feels too sparse for me. 32 per team feels like it's verging on too much, but there were definitely instances where I saw the benefits. Polis Massa pushing them all the way back into this corner was great, Mos Eisley felt a lot more alive, and so on, but on the whole, I can live with 16 on each side. Now, if you've played the PC version, you might know there's another mode, one that dares to go even further beyond. XL mode. Jesus Christ! This is a blast, if only for a couple rounds as a change of pace gimmick. It's a sniper's paradise and a lightsaber hero's dream. If you thought you could cut through soldiers as Maul in the console version, take Luke or Vader for a spin on Hoth. For PC, big maps like Hoth and Geonosis had this option in the vanilla version of the game, and there's some planets in the mod I tried that basically require it. One was so goddamn big, even walking to the middle command post took minutes. Anyway, along with the coder content, the conversion mod also adds in a load of vehicles and units for the 4 factions already in the game, brings back all the maps, and adds in a ton of new ones, adds in a couple of game modes like Order 66 for instance, where it's Jedi versus clones, and the hero count is just nuts. I don't even know who some of these are. Anyway, my recommendation for mods doesn't mean a whole lot since I haven't tried many for this game, but yeah, the conversion pack is definitely worth a go. I wouldn't say it's better than official content or anything. I'd still love to see a DICE Battlefront 3 with older public content instead, but we'll likely never get that, so this is good enough, I suppose. I mean, playing Galactic Conquest in the older public setting, playing as Darth Nihilus and Bastila, how can you not love it? What a joy. Before wrapping up, how could we talk about Battlefront 2 without mentioning the memorable voice lines? I don't have too much to say about them besides that they're all quotable beyond belief. Probably much more than Pandemic Studios would have ever thought. 15 years later, when you hear, "Watch those wrist rockets," or "Just like the simulations," you instantly think of Battlefront 2. Here are some of my favorite lines of the game. Enjoy.
Just like shooting womp rats, eh, kid?
Take out that rebel scum.
Now hear this. All hands man your battle stations. Scramble reinforcements. Repeat. Scramble all reinforcements. All second stage pilots. On deck. Fire on flight deck aft.
Battle droid! I'm on them! Just like the simulation. Super battle droid! Take him down! Watch those wrist rockets!
Like I said before, Battlefront 2 is one of the better iterative sequels to exist, and flat out one of the best Star Wars games even 15 years later. The AI still isn't great, the award system is endearing but flawed, not being able to go prone is a letdown, and the removal of many all-time classic maps is also a shame. That being said, there's now an expanded Galactic Conquest, dedicated space maps that provide the fun of sabotaging enemy bases, an engaging and worthwhile campaign mode, interesting additional classes, and the ability to play as Darth Maul. It's a game that's very easy to come back to, regardless of how much time has passed, as true to their word, it's just like the simulations. Hold on to your hats though, as we aren't quite done with Battlefront 2. It received a PSP release, and it's now time to talk about it. I'll go quite in depth with the other PSP games, so I won't mention or compare this port to those titles at all. First of all, getting this game to work on a handheld at all is impressive. Sure, the PSP isn't a Game Boy Color or anything, and it's not that much of a step down from the PS2 days, but without the right control stick, and with the obvious limitations of the hardware, it's clear they had to make a lot of sacrifices. There's no story mode, much of the sound design was gutted, some of the maps are absent, with others being reduced in scope, and the visuals overall look quite a bit JPEG-ier. That's a word, right? No? Wake up, we have a lot more Battlefront to go through. The way aiming works is surprisingly effective. Square is the target button like before, which snaps you to a nearby enemy. It handles well enough, I didn't feel like I was fighting the controls as much as I was expecting to. Holding R is free aim, so you'll see me correct my vertical orientation now and then as I go. It's not bad when used as a fine-tune option, and it makes zooming in with a sniper rifle really simple. You can't manually reload, but that's par for the course for the PSP with its lack of buttons. The campaign mode was replaced with what's called challenges. These are designed, apparently, to make you better at different parts of the core game. One is basically a series of hunt matches strung together on different maps: Jawas, Ewoks, Wookiees, and Gungans. It would have been nice to see the Wampa one in here too, but oh well. Kill X number of native species, sure. At least the Wampa Hoth hunt mode still is in the game, just not in one of the challenges. One challenge sees you singling out specific enemies to kill, 3 commanders and then that's it. Feels a bit weird and underwhelming, but alright. Lastly, there's a fancier capture the flag. You play as the rebels, going behind the front lines to grab these things so you can bring them back to the glowy ring. It's just capture the flag, it's nothing special. Galactic Conquest looks to be the same, and crazy enough, in my first 10 minutes of a match, the AI bought and spawned a second fleet right next to mine. Crazy. Space battles are, sadly, very plentiful in this version too, but the differences to space combat are, on one hand, nice, and on one hand, unfortunate. You can't infiltrate enemy hangars. Well, you can dock and just chill out in there, but there's no rooms, no entryway to the engine cooling tanks, the shields, and so on. Not much of a reason to board their cruiser then, but hey, at least you can do it. The main way this impacts Galactic Conquest is the new score to shoot for, 90, which is half of what it was for the console versions. This does help things go by quicker, but it's not enough. After a few space battles in Galactic Conquest, I was ready to call it a day. The sound design is super strange. They culled so much that it barely resembles its console counterpart. It's eerie, like I had one of the sound sliders turned all the way down. There's really only two downsides when it comes to the moment-to-moment gameplay compared to the console version. Unless I'm missing something, you can't seem to change classes at a command post. You'll have to press start and then murder your character like in the first game. Rough. The other issue is the carryover of the priorities for the AI mixed with the smaller soldier count. Bots love turrets, they just can't resist hopping in one and going to town. Even Darth Vader does it. What the fuck, man? Hoth felt so empty and barren since everyone was either in a vehicle or a turret. There's a whole host of small changes that I don't really feel the need to go into, but to summarize, this is a Cliff Notes version of Battlefront 2. That's not a bad thing though. Being able to play even this while on the go must have been pretty rad. After all, you can play Darth Maul in Polis Massa and still go to town. It still has the same magic, the gameplay is mostly all there. Missing features and maps are to be expected. I'm willing to say that this is a solid port to a handheld. The thought of whipping my thing out and playing Galactic Conquest on the way to school? Man, that sounds cool.
Captain, we'll buff out those scratches.
Star Wars Battlefront Renegade Squadron is awesome? Wait, what? Releasing in 2007, 2 years after the acclaimed Battlefront sequel, Renegade Squadron was exclusive to the PlayStation Portable, Sony's first attempt at breaking into the handheld market, and sadly, the game technically still is exclusive to the PSP. I have no idea how Konami of all companies had the foresight to port their PSP game to consoles, but not LucasArts. But whatever. If you want to play this game, you better get a frickin' PlayStation Portable, I guess. Hopefully this changes soon, and Sony adds it to their PSP Classics catalog for everyone to enjoy. It's surprisingly solid, absolutely worth a few afternoons of playing through the campaign and diving into the Galactic Conquest mode. There's some new maps, a new game mode, a different take on Galactic Conquest, more weapons, a lot of customization options, and some new heroes. Heck, IG-88 is even here. How can you say no to this goofy guy? In all seriousness, I'm actually shocked this game is as good as it is. Not because the random British development team Rebellion nailed the look and feel of the classic games, but more so that it plays as well as it does considering the controller differences. Without the right thumbstick, how could one even play this third-person shooter? Well, the answer is as simple as it is surprisingly fitting. Auto-aim is pretty standard for console shooters, but here it's a mechanic. Remember the targeting function from Battlefront 2? It's basically a more advanced version of that. You hold down R, your reticle snaps onto someone, and the smaller the circle, the better your accuracy. X, or the bottom face button, is how you shoot, so you'll be holding R to lock on, and then holding X to fire. It's a bit tricky at the start, especially with weapons that you charge up, since you have to hold X to keep your gun charged while unpressing and repressing R to target the proper enemy, but you start to gel with it pretty quickly. It becomes second nature after an hour or two. Rolling undoes your lock-on, so you'll often see enemy units dodging the moment you start shooting, which causes the circle to refocus again. If there aren't any targets nearby and you hold R, you'll strafe while looking straight ahead, whereas otherwise pressing left or right turns you left or right. Tank controls. Oh, how so many people seem to hate tank controls. Even though I'm able to slide back into them without much hassle, for a game as fast-paced as this, I do think it makes things a bit tedious at times. Turning around is already quite the process, but fighting in corners and cramped areas is a nightmare, genuinely. Besides that, sometimes you'll target the wrong person or turret, and that can get annoying, but All in all, for what Renegade Squadron has to work with to exist on this handheld device in the first place, it could have been a lot worse. Really, for me, the worst part about the lack of the right stick isn't turning or tight spaces, it's having to rely on the game to move your camera when on slopes. It naturally points you forward, and until you're on the part of the floor that's descending or ascending, you'll continue to keep looking forward. If there's someone in your auto-aim range, it'll thankfully look down at them, but if they're too far away or behind a wall or something, welp, going downstairs is basically a crapshoot, might as well jump down. The gentle curves of bridges and ramps aren't quite as egregious, but it can still impede your approach enough to cause troubles. This is where first-person view can come in handy. Pressing triangle will zoom in with your weapon, sometimes twice depending on the gun, and while it is a bit sensitive to aim with, when elevation differences are a factor, it helps to get clear shots off in a pinch. Interestingly, some weapons flat out won't target certain units on the battlefield. I can kind of understand this, since it's trying to encourage a style of play for these guns. Rocket launchers can only target vehicles, not soldiers, and sniper rifles just can't target at all. The problem is, that's your main method of replacing the right control stick, so when a straggler gets a little too close for comfort, taking them out with a rocket or sniper shot, something you could manage to do just fine on the PS2 or Xbox, is a daunting task. This does go some way to encourage a balanced loadout, but I'll get to that a bit later on. Now, if you played this game before and were an expert, you're probably thinking, hey now, all of these observations are meaningless since there's an alternate control scheme available. In it, R is how you fire, and the 4 face buttons on the right control the camera, same as when you zoom in under the default controls. This places your secondary fire and first-person buttons on the D-pad and removes rolling altogether. The trade-off might be worth it though, as now you can better aim your sniper or rocket launcher in tight scenarios up close. I mean, the hitboxes are still really strict and wonky, making the sniper a gamble, but even still, it's better. Best of all, turning around is a breeze compared to the extremely cumbersome stop and turn and go of the default scheme. I'm happy these alternate controls exist, as more options are almost always a good thing, and maybe for some this is the ideal way to play, pretending that everything is a-okay, this controls like a normal shooter game. For me though, because the AI was already so simple, seemingly programmed to work with the clunkier movement and aiming, sticking with the default scheme felt more comfortable. I really don't like controlling the camera with buttons, even as far back as shooters on the N64 I wasn't a fan. The digital nature of it, where one press determines a set distance aimed left or right, feels pretty bad. Plus, throwing grenades or what have you being bound to the D-pad is a bit awkward, and you lose out on rolling entirely. Not that I ever rolled much, but still. If that wasn't enough, the alternate controls don't solve the slopes problem. It auto-corrects itself if you don't keep nursing one of the camera buttons. Yeah, I'll stick to the admittedly basic and straightforward targeting system. I really don't mean to talk down about the moment-to-moment gameplay, it's strangely satisfying to lock on to an enemy unit as if you're a starfighter or something, and then go bananas. The enemy units even stop moving at times, standing still for you to get a clearer shot. How nice of them. This doesn't feel all that different from the previous Battlefront games, and in some ways it's a little better. I didn't see my entire team get stuck in a certain spot on Naboo, for instance. I'd say, even though it's a little clunkier to move around, regardless of the control scheme you go with, you more or less feel the Battlefront magic each time you boot up a match. The visuals, at least to my untrained eye, resemble the PS2 chunkiness to a T, and the audio was almost exactly what I expected, the only exception being the pathetic lightsaber strikes. So, all in all, this felt like I was finally getting to experience a true sequel-ish to Battlefront 2. There's even a straight-up improvement over it. Remember me complaining that if you declined to play as the hero, a CPU wouldn't take over the role and your team just wouldn't have one? Well, that's not the case here. You can fight alongside your Jedi and Sith heroes once more. So cool. Even if they can sometimes cost you a win. If you were the final person on your team and you declined the hero, a CPU spawns in with them, and if they die, that's it. It's kind of a lose-lose situation, to be frank. The lightsaber users aren't as good as certain builds are, so if you choose Luke to spare yourself a computer player fucking up with him, you'll have less of a chance to win the day than if you didn't have the hero available at all. This negatively impacts Galactic Conquest the most, but I'll bring this up again once we get there. When you accept the prompt, instead of spawning in at a command post, you'll instantly become the character. The same thing happens in space battles, you'll morph into the new ship. Even though it's more convenient and free-flowing, the visual of it, and the idea itself of a random nobody soldier being taken over by a hero or villain, is a little disturbing. It reminds me of agents in the Matrix, the original person's agency being tossed aside, their soul being evaporated, all to make way for the incoming Star Wars god. Jesus fuck, I'm freaking myself out. It's just a dumb PSP game. Calm down, dork. Another improvement, as far as I'm concerned, over Battlefront 2 is the return of the command post names. In the first game, they were all personalized, but in 2, they were replaced with numbers. Better for alerting your teammates where they should go? Perhaps, but I'll always appreciate when locations and games have specialized names. The only thing missing here is the list of vehicles at each spawn point. I wonder if the text would have been too small or something? One of the biggest focuses in development for Renegade Squadron was the freedom to customize your character. Gone are the distinct classes with their own strengths and weaknesses. Gone is the score system that allowed you to select the elite units after you did well enough in battle. Instead, you're allotted 100 credits to spend, and quite a few categories to go through. Main weapon, secondary weapon, explosive, special item, power-up, health, speed, and capture rate. Everything is priced in a way to hopefully keep things balanced. For instance, you won't be able to have health, speed, and capture rate all the way up, while also using really strong guns. On the whole, this customization system, while worrying at a glance, is fucking great. There are so many fun builds to experiment with and pull out for certain situations, especially when playing the campaign mode or capture the flag. It was a joy to mix and match, discover a great setup, and keep that in your back pocket for later. For instance, speed level 3, plus the stamina buff and stealth kit, is stellar for capture the flag, as you can sneak into their base, grab the golden ticket, and then run home as fast as you can. It was also interesting to be able to swap over to something else on the fly, essentially, when near a command post. Talk about finding the right tools for the right situations. You can literally panic, have a pause break, change your entire loadout, and then heal or take out the encroaching forces. With all of the many, many options available, you'd think there would have to be some overpowered builds, right? Well, not as many as you might think. Balance was a big worry for the development team when it came to this system, but after a lot of playtesting, this is what they ended up shipping out, as they were happy with the lack of cheesy setups. I'd say, going off my time with the game, nothing stands out as being too cheap or expensive, save for one gun in particular, the chain gun. It is the most expensive option out there, 40 credits, but you can still pair it with the full speed at 30 and full health at 30 for an even 100. This setup is a wrecking ball, truly. I don't know how well it handles when facing off against real players, but for AI opposition, they don't stand a chance. Unless they have a fucking shield, in which case they get to stay alive a bit longer while I curse them out under my breath. Goddamn motherfucker. I'd also say the ammo and health replenishment packs are a bit on the cheaper side, but I can see how Rebellion tried to lessen its solo potential. You throw them out really far ahead of you, so you'll have to risk running at the enemy, or even them grabbing it instead of you when in tight situations. After a while, you'll learn to toss it against a wall to keep it close by, but hey, they tried to balance it, I guess. There's also a noticeable delay when swapping weapons or finishing a reload. Utilizing a homing rocket launcher as a secondary weapon is truly fantastic. I love using it when spotting a cluster of clueless goobers, or even to snag a tricky maneuverable enemy in the clutch at short notice, but it takes a long time to reload, isn't an automatic thing, meaning you'll have to press the fire button to start the process, and you can't do that until the rocket explodes. Accidentally prepping for a new rocket might seal the deal when trying to escape from a group of enemies, as you won't be able to swap over to a new gun, nor throw out any items, like health packs, until you're done with the animation. Curse my desire to multitask. Also, there isn't a dedicated reload button, by the way. You have to empty your entire clip and then press fire to reload. Isn't a huge deal for me, since I have played Earth Defense Force 2017, but still, it's a thing people are used to, so I'm sure it annoyed some people. The buffs and stat increases are fun, but the one that really stands out is the capture rate. Sure, running around with a chain gun or incinerator to fuck everyone up with high health and other equipment is great, and a decent method to thin the numbers in Conquest, but you could also sneak in and steal, or sprint and overtake, their command posts lightning quick. Without the capture rate increases, the transition is about as slow as you expect, but with the third tier equipped, it's like having an entire army with you. It's 4 times as fast. It's insane. The pricing for this one specifically is great, starting at 15 and going up to 35. This means even if you go the route of domination via chain gun, you can't have full speed or full health plus the full capture rate, let alone any other equipment that could offer assistance. When speaking on the weapons as a whole for Renegade Squadron, there's 1 or 2 new things, and aside from the time bomb, basically everything from Battlefront 2 made its way in. Initially, I thought the Bothan Spy's primary gun was absent, until I remembered it was called the Incinerator for some reason. In name only, that has made a return, but now it's actually fire that shoots out of it. The Carbonite gun, though, is the real shiny new toy. I can't say I found it particularly useful, but I can definitely see how it could be excellent with other players. It freezes enemy soldiers in place, the length of time being determined by how long you charged it up. I tried pairing it with certain grenades and the tri-shot, but swapping over to them ate some time already, and you can basically get one hit in before they start moving again. I feel like this would go hand in hand with a teammate sniper, but I'll never know for sure. Supposedly it's decent for freezing flag holders and capture the flag, but the shot itself is so precise, like a sniper bullet, that I found it too difficult to reliably connect with the target of my choosing. A neat idea, but I don't think it thrives against AI, especially with some of the other guns out there you'll be going without. Hold on just a second there, past Dorkaxe. This is future, Dork at Law. I'm a lawyer, or something.
We're lawyers!
I've come to find quite a few pieces of evidence you omitted in your Carbonite gun slander session. Exhibit A, the explosive blaster pistol. Yes, it still takes a while to swap over, and the gun itself fires so fast it doesn't really need much assistance, but it absolutely can be a good combo to go with. That's nothing compared to this next one. Exhibit B, the cluster grenades. This firmly cements the Carbonite gun as a viable primary weapon, and one of the better 1-2 punches in the game. Seriously, this thing wrecks the opposition. Even Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader's brother of course, didn't stand a chance. I rest my case, past Dorkaxe. You are wrong, and you should feel bad. The cluster grenade makes its first Battlefront appearance here, too. Toss it and... Wait, isn't this from that one commercial?
Is a tight one in here?
No. I mean, not the Renegade Squadron commercial anyway, but it was in some PSP advertisement. I just can't make out the game.
Drop a cluster bomb, bash the tree. No. Cluster bomb.
Ratchet and Clank, maybe? Anyway, the cluster bomb is fine. It splits into a few explosives. Another brand new addition, one exclusive to the PSP Battlefront games apparently, is the explosive blaster pistol. It's one shot per reload, has a good bit of range and speed, and deals enough damage to take out enemies in one shot depending on their max health. It also has splash damage, making it a nice selection all around. As far as returning equipment, the Arccaster is a high-priced 30 credits, but sincerely, I don't understand how to make it effective. My friend was able to make the most out of the Dark Trooper on Battlefront 2, getting it to chain and kill a group pretty well, but here I just can't find the sweet spot. Maybe it's the new targeting system throwing me off? Feels too expensive for how little I can get out of it. While the homing rocket is a secondary gun, the dumb rocket launcher is in the primary category. Its strength can really be felt against vehicles, and it being 25 is a bargain in tight spots. Bowcaster feels decent, as does the shotgun and blaster rifle, with the latter costing 25 credits. Interesting how the base gun for the starting class in the previous games is worth a quarter of your total credit allowance. Given that thermal detonators and the non-reduced speed and health tier 1 selections are all worth 10, 55 credits equals a standard soldier from the PS2 game, so it's not that bad. You can truthfully get a lot more here even when you cosplay as a previous Battlefront unit, so maybe 25 for the blaster rifle isn't so terrible. The fusion cutter is still here and can repair droids and turrets and whatnot, but even more, you can still slice into and steal a vehicle. I really didn't think this would make the transition, but you love to see it. There's a sniper rifle like Orbital Strike, which is surprisingly finicky and unsatisfying. However, I did manage to get it to work as Akbar in a building. Actually, I got it to work in another building as a regular unit. I don't know why this is happening, but hey, pretty sick. Recon droid, personal shield, auto turret helper, jetpacks, watch those wrist rockets. The default control scheme's targeting system actually has an unintended knock-on effect when it comes to the wrist rockets specifically. If your currently equipped gun isn't one that you're able to lock onto soldiers with, like a rocket launcher, your wrist rockets can't lock on either. You only get that benefit when currently equipping a weapon that has the lock-on ability. For instance, I gain it back when I swap over to the explosive blaster pistol, a secondary gun. Very strange. There's the jetpack and jump pack variants, but no special item has as much utility as the stealth kit. I've already mentioned it in relation to capture the flag, but it especially comes in handy during the campaign mode, given the many objectives you'll need to grab or destroy behind enemy lines. The passive vehicle regen buff, the one that was so tedious to unlock in Battlefront 2 due to the legendary 64 medal requirement, is available here for only 10 credits. Sick. This comes in handy with space battles naturally, but I'm a dummy and kept forgetting to use it for the majority of my playtime. Sick. The space combat is decent, albeit a bit clunky compared to the normal gameplay. R isn't target, that's the button to go faster, and L is to go slower, meaning now locking on is assigned to the D-pad. Up or down, I don't remember which, I always got them confused, and that actually got me in trouble once. D-pad up, I think, is auto-dock, taking control away from you to land your ship in the nearest hangar. This doesn't always go as planned. Yeah, I don't know what happened there, but ever since that incident, I make sure to always shove my starfighter into the hole manually. Initially, the constant barrage of homing missiles was really annoying, but once I learned dodging when it gets to 100 meters away will always save you from taking damage, it wasn't so bad. Sadly, there aren't as many options for sabotage in Renegade Squadron. Sometimes one of the doors is open, but I think that's exclusive to the home base defenses for Galactic Conquest matches. Where in Battlefront 2 you could destroy their engine cooling tanks, life support system, auto-turret defense mainframe, and shield generator from the inside, you can't do any of that this time, except the shields and that one exception I mentioned. All of the doors are closed, meaning unless you wanted to either camp out and slay soldiers or steal one of their ships, infiltration trips are pretty pointless. Kinda sad. To their credit, Rebellion did add in a few vehicles. For the Empire in space, there's the TIE Defender, the triangle-looking weirdo, and for the Rebels, there's the B-Wing, Akbar's specialty ship, so says the wiki page I looked up. A couple of ground vehicles were added, but they kinda blend into the background and aren't especially interesting. The only thing of note is the restrictive controls in relation to the AT-ST. It aims down all the time, so you can't shoot anybody that isn't directly on the ground in front of you. Besides the gameplay customization, you can also personalize your soldier's appearance. Each faction has a handful of body types, which grants you a few heads to pick from. God, that sounds so weird. You can choose the colors too, which also seems to determine the look of your teammates. I'm not sure if this was the case when online, but offline, it's kinda fun to pick your army's color. Seeing an entire droid battalion painted black is quite the sight. None of this affects gameplay, only the equipment determines your stats, so Wookiees, for instance, aren't tougher than Bothans. I do think the droids being so twiggy and tiny makes them harder to shoot, but that was the case for the previous games, so it is what it is. Many of the maps came back from Battlefront 2, but there's a handful of new ones as well. Boz Pity, a planet offhandedly mentioned in Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith,
Seleucamai has fallen, and Master Voss has moved his troops to Boz Pity,
is a battle space here, and it fucking sucks. They placed an AT-AT here, but it can only walk a certain distance or something. Because it's so beefy strong and there aren't any alternative routes, it can just sit there and block a portion of the map off, unless you stealth or ride the knockoff Wampa to the back command post. Such a weird fucking map, one of the most one-dimensional in the series. It's like they tried to do another Hoth, but missed out on the part that Hoth was a very open area with some tunnels that connected a couple command posts. Unless I'm missing something, this is a slightly curvy, linear stretch of barren nothing. Even Battlefront 2 Geonosis is better than this. Okay, let's not get ahead of myself here. Maybe it's not that bad. Ord Mantell? Ah, fuck, I'm gonna get roasted in the comments. Feels like a mix between Geonosis and Tatooine. It gives off off-brand Mos Eisley vibes, but it is one of my favorites. I like the piles of junk used to divide up the play space, and the vacant command post at the start in the lone pool of water. Even though the colors here are more on the bland side of things at a glance, it has a charm to it. There's enough gray and black specks intermixed that make it strangely comfy. Korriban? Ah, fuck. One of the planets from the Old Republic games made the cut. It's a Sith temple, so it has stone architecture and a red color to everything. There's even red carpeting, truly the sign of absolute evil. At a glance, it looks more interesting than it really is. The tactical maps the game gives you aren't really that helpful or accurate, but it sure does look like Korriban loops around on itself, providing the player a full circle, but it doesn't, it's closed off. Why that extra corner piece is there is beyond me, but it's kinda lame, and this map feels very paint by numbers because of it. Sullust, while in Battlefront 2015, is new for Renegade Squadron, and is completely different from its future self. Whereas that one is a straight line and is mostly black, with some magma now and then, this one is green and glowy. This and Seleucamai are the two that make this feel like a mod game at times. Bright colors, unfamiliar areas, without much resembling Star Wars at a glance. Seleucamai even has palm trees. It's wild. Aside from the novelty of being a new map, neither are particularly interesting, besides their hero selection. Asajj Ventress can be found on both, Seleucamai has Admiral Akbar, and Sullust has Kit Fisto and IG-88. Hell yeah. Among the handful of returning maps, most have either been tweaked or scaled back a bit. The stairs outside in Mustafar, for instance, don't lead anywhere, it's a dead end. Also, the bridge gimmick is gone, the controls don't work. Sad. Surprisingly, Hoth is still as you might expect. There's just a layer of fog all over, and only one AT-AT. You can still take it down with the snowspeeder awesomely enough, but it's a bit too simple this time around. Press square, it attaches 100% of the time, and while you're going around, you literally can't angle your ship upwards or downwards. There's no chance to mess up. Still cool, though. You can't pilot the AT-AT as the Empire, it just skirts along a set path and does its own thing. Alright, I guess. Endor feels pretty different, and this time for the better. You know I don't love forest maps, but having a command post centered around a downed AT-AT is really cool. Kashyyyk doesn't have the big back area behind the wall, the map just kinda ends after you walk in. Yavin 4 doesn't have its back area either, the bridge is collapsed, making the play space a bit more cramped. Naboo, Mos Eisley, and Geonosis are all a bit smaller too. Considering that the game has half as many units at a time, 16 versus 32, it makes sense for all of these environments to match the reduced soldier count. The only game mode that didn't make a return this time is Hero Assault, you know, the one that has all the gods of Star Wars banging on each other.
Just banging and banging and banging. When a guy's banging you...
Conquest is the default game mode and play is how you'd expect. Both variations of Capture the Flag are here, but interestingly enough, Renegade Squadron added a new game mode, Hero Capture the Flag. This is genuinely really fun. You know how much I like seeing AI heroes roam around, and this is that, but all the time, if you want anyway. Instead of the flags occupying a certain space on the battlefield, once a soldier grabs their own flag, they become the hero. There's a degree of risk versus reward here, since obviously heroes are strong and can help in battle, but being out and about, instead of hiding away taking shelter, puts you at risk of getting ganged up on, losing your flag, and costing your team a point. Honestly, even if that fun dilemma wasn't present, choosing to let your AI guy take the flag and watch the Titans duke it out? Oh god, it's such a blast. The heroes themselves, though, are a pretty mixed bag. I like the new additions, Asajj Ventress from Clone Wars, IG-88 My Liege, Admiral Akbar and his cereal, and Kit Fisto and his kicks of destruction. There's even Ben Kenobi. Hey, look at that, you fucking idiots, DICE. You see? You see? Ben Kenobi! What did I tell ya? Anyway, like I was saying, the heroes are a mixed bag. The gun-wielding boys and girls, and droids, sure, not bad, but the lightsaber swings for all of the Sith and Jedi are so pathetic, it turns them into a joke. When fighting them, you can just keep backing up and firing away. Obi-Wan stands no chance. The reach on their lightsaber swings are laughably tiny, and if the enemies didn't stop and wait now and then, normal strikes simply wouldn't ever work. The lock-on targeting doesn't help much either. When you finally get close enough, it angles downwards, showcasing just how in their ass you need to be for damage to be done. Literally, your character model needs to fuse with the enemy to make contact. Not that you'd ever know unless you're watching their health bar, the audio for the lightsaber attacks are less than limp. It's a negative sound. It sucks air from your room into the speakers. Truly terrible stuff, but hey, force powers. Just look at that goofy and stilted lightsaber throw. Oh god. Grievous is an option, but only shows up on Maigito and Tatooine, which are interesting choices, I guess. No Utapau in this game, so sure, throw him in Mos Eisley. I've been told, time and time again in the comments, that his dash attack is great in Battlefront 2, which is something I forgot to mention, so I apologize, and to make up for it, I'll showcase his phenomenal dash attack in this game. Oh right, it's dog shit. For some reason, all the dash attacks are putrid in Renegade Squadron. They don't land where you'd expect them to, they slow you down to a crawl, and their animations are goofy. A stab? Really? The only one that I liked was Kit Fisto's. Fucker has a shotgun for a foot. He destroys droids the moment he touches them. What a perfect way to end a game. Sadly, this didn't work as well on vehicles. Well, I guess I can confirm running heroes over is still a viable strategy. Actually, running over people is just plain good in and of itself. Wholesome fun for the family. Speaking of dashing, Vader's sprint is hilarious. What the fuck, he just glides at Mach 10 across the battlefield. Now, I know what you're thinking. Dork, you haven't talked about Galactic Conquest or the campaign mode yet. Well, yeah, no shit. These videos have a structure to them, and we haven't gotten there yet. Chill the fuck out. First, we have to talk about the medals. That's right, Renegade Squadron has medals to unlock, just like Battlefront 2 did. Except, well, they don't do anything here. There's no rewards and in-game bonuses. Probably for the best, and hey, it was still fun seeing these achievement lights pop up now and then. Another extra to find in the main menu is the trailer for Force Unleashed on the PSP. That does sound kind of fun.
And playing some of the cool modes that we've built just for the PSP. So we got Rule the Galaxy, you've got Force Assassins, Order 66, and we send Wave after...
Alright, see, now it's time to talk about the campaign. There's 11 missions in total, following the adventures of the secret Han Solo-led Renegade Squadron. They apparently, but not anymore due to the Disney canon, helped quite a lot during the events of the original trilogy. Starting at the glorious forest map of Yavin 4, going all the way to the masterful woodsy map of Endor, you'll be asked to blow up generators, repair turrets to take out vehicles, capture command posts, dogfight in space, rescue Admiral Akbar, heal him with back-to-tanks, retrieve important MacGuffins, steal a starship or two, and even talk to an NPC and escort them to a door. What the fuck? What stood out to me was how well all of this worked with the customization system. In the tutorial for Battlefront 2, it felt like they were encouraging class switching on the fly to meet current needs, but they didn't really stick the landing with it. Here, though, the many objectives and potential equipment choices synergize perfectly. I can't get past how fun it was to use a stealth sabotage build, sneaking into their area and taking out structures from the inside. Even though the difficulty is on the lower side, it still manages to encourage playing around with other equipment to find the proper builds to take down certain tough objectives. I was throwing my head against a wall at some point, stubbornly assuming that the game would roll over eventually, allowing me to take the command post easy peasy. Well, I almost lost all my tickets this way. I had to switch it up and get the big guns out to wreak havoc. Something I noticed during the campaign was how climactic the final stands can sometimes be. In a normal Conquest game, each team has a certain number of reinforcements up top, and if they're down to the final command post, they're likely also very low on soldiers. Either you'll wipe out their entire team, the number up top hitting 0, thus granting you the victory, or there won't be many enemies left to fight you, so the final command post will be a breeze. Well, in campaign mode, they often have infinite reinforcements. This means capturing command posts one at a time makes the next one a little bit harder, and turns the final one into the ultimate war zone. No longer will their 16 units get spread out across the map, they're all spawning in at one location, ready to gang up on you the moment they teleport in. The finale on Endor was insane for this reason. I swear, we tried everything to capture that last command post, but nothing was working. They kept spawning in as fast as we could take them out. Thankfully, Han Solo, who apparently is bulletproof as the cutscenes showed earlier, managed to distract a whole grouping of stormtroopers away from me, even keeping them alive so more wouldn't spawn directly on top of me. It's quite fitting, honestly. Although it likely wasn't intentional by the CPU, this tactic literally is something Han Solo would do since he's done it before. If he didn't divert these guys away, I might still be there, hiding in their backyard back-to-droid room, slaughtering an endless number of stormtroopers. Poor guys. The cutscenes for the story all have that old, grainy, PC FMV feel to them, which I love. The art was nice, and the voiceover was solid.
Akbar was vital to the Alliance. The best battle tactician we had. We had to get him back. Only one man had access to the kind of information we wanted. Emperor Palpatine himself. But when that bounty hunter turned up, I knew there was trouble. Solo might not shoot first when it comes to bounty hunters. Me and the rest of the squadron, though, we had our own views on that.
Nothing more to say on that front, but I liked it. Finally, there's Renegade Squadron's take on Galactic Conquest. It feels like a mix between the Battlefront 2 Galactic Conquest and the board game Risk. You get 3 phases per turn: purchase, move, and reinforce. Sound familiar? Oh, also, Phase 0 is the Treasury phase where you gain credits. I'm so sorry, I forgot to add it in. Oh shit, Dork's gonna see me! The purchase phase lets you buy more troops in increments of 10 for any planet you control, up to a certain limit, and you can buy any upgrades available to you. There's not a whole lot to pick from: 2 logistics upgrades, 2 infantry, and 2 space tech. You can also purchase any leaders that are available during this time too. In the second phase, you can move troops from one adjacent planet to another, as long as it isn't controlled by you. If it's unoccupied, you gain the planet under your control, and if it's the enemy, you launch a battle. You can choose how many units you want to send into the fight, but you have to keep at least 10 soldiers behind on the planet you're moving from, just like how in Risk you have to leave at least one piece defending a territory. Because the enemy will likely have the same upgrades you do for infantry size, the attacking force will usually be at a disadvantage, such as 40 versus 50, 70 versus 80, or 90 versus 100. The third phase is reinforcement, exactly how it works in Risk. You can't buy anything or move to a new planet, but shuffle soldiers around that you already have, moving them from planet to planet. For instance, if you just attacked with as many troops as you could, leaving 10 behind on the planet they came from, on the reinforce phase, you can move troops from a planet nearby to bolster your numbers again. I feel like I'm muddying the waters here. It's just Risk. Just picture Risk. There are 4 quadrants on the play space, and if you control every planet within the borders, you can buy a bonus. In the purchase phase, you can gain the leader associated with that sector in exchange for a certain amount of credits. This doesn't unlock them for combat, but grants you their bonus. Admiral Akbar and Thrawn both allow 2 moves per turn, as long as it's taking place within their own sector. Organa and Tarkin are rivals, and thus both have the same buff. They cut the cost for tech upgrades and leaders in half. The Emperor and Mon Mothma, equally as powerful naturally, give you more credits per planet you own in their command sector each new turn. And finally, there's Han and Darth Vader, who are similar but don't share the exact same benefit. Vader sees your troops slowly regen health, and Han has your troops dealing more damage. Both allow heroes to be used more frequently though. These commanders aren't permanent, by the way. If you lose a planet in one of their sectors, you'll lose out on that leader's bonus. If you want them back, you'll have to gain control of the sector again, and purchase them again. Kinda nuts if you ask me. No reason to buy Mon Mothma a second time, especially given how few upgrades there are in total. On that note, the upgrades are kinda neat, but there really isn't much here. The logistics path, which ups your total soldier count on a planet, is basically all anyone ever needs. You start at level 1 with a max of 50, then level 2 costs 300 credits to get 80 at a time, then 500 credits to get up to 100. I like the idea of the infantry tech, damage being reduced by 20% and unlocking heroes for ground and space battles, but it costs so goddamn much. 500 and 1,000 respectively. I'm not sure I want to even humor the space tech, unlocking a few more ships for space battles. Like, what on earth, who cares? Space battles are so infrequent anyway, only taking place over the ruins of Alderaan. Hilarious that they count that as a planet, considering it's just rubble in space.
Oh, also Kessel, too.
And right before the home base invasions. The home bases can hold up to 150 troops, 50 more than what you're able to keep on every other planet, and 60 more than anyone could send over, since the max attacking force is 90. This means the only way an attacking force won't be outmatched is when their opponent is already on the ropes, unable to afford many reinforcements each new turn. The thing is though, the troops you lose during the space battle above the planet don't affect how many soldiers you'll have in the ground section, meaning as long as you win the fight, which is hard not to do when you have even 40 reinforcements, you're going to attack with your full force on the ground, regardless of how many ships you lost in space. What I'm saying is, why would anyone bother with the space tech upgrades if you can easily manage a space battle without the extra ships, and staying alive doesn't matter all that much, since the numbers don't carry over for the ground section of the home base attacks. Removing those 2 selections, since they're just sad, that leaves only 4 purchasable upgrades, and one is almost mandatory, the increase from 50 to 80 troops. I tried a game of Galactic Conquest where I refused to buy the logistics upgrades, instead buying everything else, but it just made the game more tedious. You can choose to simulate any given battle instead of playing it, and while I do think that's a fun choice, given you can essentially turn this into an actual game of Risk, being outnumbered almost always means a defeat. I think I only saw it happen once where my outmatched team won via simulation, and that was with the other upgrades actively helping out. This means if you want to have a chance, you'll be defending every planet every time, almost always at a heavy reinforcements disadvantage. It certainly does stretch the playtime out a lot, and it's not horrible, but it's just not very interesting. It's so cheap, too, so refusing to buy the 300 credit logistics upgrade is ultimately a pointless flex over the game that just drags things out. That said, the idea of only bringing in a handful of troops to face off against the enemy's larger reinforcement count is alluring, as is intentionally leaving a low number of soldiers to defend an outer planet. There's a degree of gambling involved, almost like you're betting on yourself. How good do you think you really are? I went 10 versus 70 on Ord Mantell, and I swear I could have done it if I took into account the rocket launcher reload length, that is. This is what I was talking about earlier. This cost me an entire planet, since I bank on being able to throw my health packs whenever, and I royally messed up. Speaking of that, remember me talking about how a hero might cost you a victory? On Hoth, as the attacking forces, yes, for some reason Hoth was the home base for the Empire, I was severely outmatched, as is expected on the first home base assault. I think I could have soloed for the win, but because I bought the Heroes upgrade, Luke Skywalker became available. Remember how bad he is, with his little T-Rex arms? I knew I had a better chance with my chain gun build, but, of course, Luke was picked by an AI instead, and he ran directly towards an AT-AT. Fucker literally flushed my last 20 minutes down the toilet. Truth be told, it isn't all the CPU's fault. The timer for the hero means he's just a downright terrible selection for the end of a game. Maybe Darth Maul in Battlefront 2 could do it, but the Jedi and Sith in Renegade Squadron couldn't take down a fly, so they aren't exactly about to go 50-1 or something. Something else kind of fun about the reinforcements mechanic is the possibility of really short battles. 10 troops versus 20 takes about 3 minutes. The home base assaults, with space and ground, might take up to a half hour, a normal 70 versus 80 is about 10 minutes or so, and smaller scuffles could be over in a heartbeat. This is something I would have liked to see in the Battlefront 2 version, maybe with my idea of having 2 maps for each planet, one for small and one for large battles. As much fun as Renegade Squadron's Galactic Conquest can be for a few hours, it doesn't have the progression or depth of Battlefront 2. I mean, I don't think any of these interpretations of the game mode are especially deep or anything, but the lack of upgrade choices really hurts this version. I would have thought the many equipment options would be a perfect fit for this. You could purchase entire classes in Battlefront 2, so why not allow players to purchase guns for their armies in Renegade Squadron? Sure, there's a lot here, but I think making you and your squad mates more powerful and more versatile, little by little, would have been pretty dang satisfying. Even if you don't particularly like using the equipment yourself, seeing your squad mates wield them has to make you feel a bit proud. At least, that's how I felt with the classes I didn't care about in Battlefront 2. All in all, I appreciate Galactic Conquest's inclusion, and can respect them trying new things with it, especially considering how toned down the space battles were by comparison to the previous entry, but at the same time, it's nothing that'll keep you coming back to the game. You can't even do it with clones and droids, it's only Rebels and Empire for some reason. Just not quite enough here. Battlefront Renegade Squadron was a surprise, to be sure. The campaign is a bit short, there's not much replayability with Galactic Conquest, the Jedi and Sith lightsaber users control really strangely, and there's a general feeling of clunkiness that doesn't really ever go away. However, there's quite a lot here that balances those quibbles out. The new game mode in Hero Capture the Flag is great, the added heroes are nice to see, the new maps make the game feel distinct visually, and the new equipment choices, along with the freely customizable loadout, provides a lot of fun mix and matching experimentation. Even the base gameplay, the simple but solid loop of holding R to target the next foe, only to mow them down, it's cathartic in a way. This game feels like a Star Wars Battlefront game, and even though you might move on after a week or two, it's worth the time you'll spend with it, if you're a fan of the series anyway. Hopefully this will show up on the PlayStation Classics catalog soon, given the Battlefront resurgence we're kind of having with the 2 classic games. I imagine a lot of people will enjoy finally getting to experience some of these new heroes, weapons, and maps. Except Boz Pity, that one sucks. Battlefront Elite Squadron is fine. Look, it's not a bad game or anything, but with it having Battlefront 3's DNA, and being a sequel to Renegade Squadron, a game I was pleasantly surprised with, I was expecting more from it than a stick, a story, and an ion cannon. There are definitely new maps, but because they replace the ones found in the prior game, they don't feel like additions. You either prefer the selection from Renegade, or you prefer the selection from Elite. I'd say I fall into the former camp, but that might have to do with the extra focus on space battles and the ion cannon. One of the game's biggest selling points is that every conquest match is a mixture of ground and space. You can take a ship and fly into the sky, entering the space battlefront, and vice versa, spawn in and take a ship down to the planet's surface to help capture command posts. It's not seamless by any means. There's a cutscene for entering and leaving a capital ship, and entering and exiting, space. There's even ways the two battlefronts interact with each other, such as the ion cannon lowering the capital ship's shields, and the orbital cannon firing down onto the surface. On paper, that doesn't sound half bad, and it was probably for the best that a Battlefront game gave the dual warfronts concept a solid shot, especially considering how popular of an idea it is, but for me, it felt too repetitive. After you've done the meta 10 or so times, you'll be desperate to do literally anything else, even if it's not as effective of a strategy. The new weapons they added are minor and kind of silly, the lack of vehicle variety is glaringly obvious, Galactic Conquest feels worse than in Renegade, and the story, for how much they seem to have been proud of it, considering the lengthy and epic intro to the game start screen, eventually leading to the two brothers of the story staring each other down, isn't great. Surprisingly, the DS version of the game won in that regard. It's true, this technically isn't a PSP exclusive this time. A different developer, N-Space, was given the task to bring this game to the Nintendo DS. It's not something I'd write home about. In fact, I really didn't enjoy my time with it, but it is better than the PSP version in at least a couple ways. I'll cover both the best I can in this review, so hold on to your pokey sticks and locked off bowcasters. Let's talk about all things Battlefront Elite Squadron. Because this is so similar to Renegade, I won't be laying out how this is different from the console games again. The control scheme is largely carried over, with the auto-targeting lock-on mechanic. You can customize your equipment loadout with the point system, and you can personalize your appearance. There's medals you can earn, which are similar to Renegade, but a few of them are specific to online, so, well, that's out. And this time, they actually unlock things, such as cosmetics or equipment options. For instance, capturing flags is required, I guess, to be allowed use of the speed level 3. The Conquest game mode received a giant overhaul, where before you had the ticket system where the number at the top represented reinforcements which would tick down for each death and automatically dwindle on its own if the team held fewer command posts than the opponent. Now it's a race to a score of 1,000. Killing enemies nets your team points, having more command posts sees your number increase quicker than the opposition, and on the space frontier, destroying parts of the capital ship wins you some, such as the engines, turrets, bridge, and comm relay, and destroying the capital ship itself grants a huge point gain, 200, and prevents the enemy from using their orbital cannon and from spawning in their hangar. There's a lot of reasons why this take on Conquest feels worse. First of all, the connection between land and sky means that, at any moment, the enemy team could land a soldier-spawning ship in your backyard to capture the command post you've been ignoring. I don't hate this idea, not at all, but because it's possible on every single map, it doesn't feel like a special thing anymore, it's just what happens. You'll lose command posts constantly due to the warfront being so chaotic, with soldiers and ships sprinkled all over the place. Remember platforms on Bespin in Battlefront 1? If you played that map enough, you might remember how often your back command posts were taken over due to the abundance of ships all around. It seemed like every other minute you were losing ground due to sneaky pilots landing in your area without a fight. While you were focusing on pushing forward on foot, your reinforcement count would start to drop due to the progress lost from behind. For 1 or 2 maps, that's a fun concept. It can get a little tedious at times, but it's a flavor of platforms. You know you're in for something a bit different when it shows up. Since it's the norm now, it just feels like you're perpetually fighting against the current. You can take all of the command posts, but when you're playing with bots, and especially in Galactic Conquest with fewer troops than the enemy, it takes a lot of effort to maintain everything. Perhaps this wouldn't feel so bad if it was like the old Conquest game mode, where you could solo everything if you wanted to, but with how the scoring is, that's not as possible anymore. The new method of victory is the second reason Conquest mode doesn't feel as good. The goal of simply earning 1,000 points means battles don't have a distinct and satisfying conclusion. The total number of available troops isn't diminishing, the match simply ends whenever one team crosses the arbitrary finish line. Whereas you might have had to hunt down the last enemy if you didn't have all the command posts, or you could be the final survivor yourself, putting the entire team on your shoulders in hopes to squeak out a victory. Now, the final moments before a victory or a defeat feels identical to the middle of the conflict. Everyone's fighting like normal, but then the magic number is hit and everybody goes home, I guess? Unless you're keeping a close eye on the scoreboard, you'll rarely notice how close to the end of a match you are. I'll admit, when the teams are neck and neck, and you win by only a handful of points, that's a great feeling, but even still, the dynamics of the conflict aren't a cozy 3-act structure any longer. The opening of a match is the only distinct section of it all, rushing to capture the vacant command posts. The highest priority on the battlefield is the ion cannon, and this is the third reason Conquest Mode gets old fast. While you can rack up the scoreboard a bit by destroying some of the exterior of the ship, the real prize is going in and taking out the reactor, netting hundreds of points. While it may appear like Battlefront 2's sabotage and capital assault on the surface, the way the outer shields work in Elite Squadron makes it feel quite different. The shields don't protect the points of interest outside the ship, like the engines and the bridge. No, you can fire at and destroy those without any foreplay required. The shield only serves to stop enemy ships from entering the hangar. If they're down, you'll get the auto-docking cutscene, but if they're still up, you'll insta-die, splattering against the siding. To get the shield down, you have two options. Fire at it endlessly from space, which I wouldn't recommend trying solo, as it takes forever for that number to reach 0. I did it for half a battle once, and it just doesn't seem practical at all. The other option is to fire the ion cannon at the capital ship from the ground. 2 well-charged blasts should do the job, and that's that. Seems too easy, right? Well, it is, but that's why fighting for the command post that has the ion cannon attached is so vital. You can't interact with it if your team isn't holding it. In fact, if the enemy turned the command post neutral while you were here, it'll throw you out and say you aren't allowed to use it. It also doesn't start fully charged. Even after capturing the command post, you'll need to wait a long time for the temperature to hit the right number, I guess? I don't know, but the voiceover guy sure talks about it a lot.
Secure the ion cannon. We need to defeat the Alliance capital possession of the ion cannon. The only way to destroy the enemy capital ship shield.
Like I said, this is the meta of the Conquest game mode. You load in, hope you spawned on the ground level, but if not, hop in a ship, pilot down to the surface, hopefully land, go for the ion cannon command post, capture it, hold it, use it, nab a starfighter, invade the enemy's capital ship, take out the reactor, escape, and more often than not, you're home free. This is 1/5 of the total score needed to win the match, and if you capture the ion cannon, you've already worked towards gaining ground and points along the way. It's certainly not overpowered enough to be a guaranteed win, such as when down troops in Galactic Conquest. I defended Bespin with 10 troops to the enemy's 50, and it wasn't even close. They had every command post when I came back. But still, it's definitely the encouraged way to play, and the incessant HQ voice lines nagging you to do the strategy step by step don't help things.
We must take possession of the ion cannon. It's the only way to destroy the enemy capital ship shield. The ion cannon to deplete the enemy capital ship shield. Only then can we board it and destroy the reactor. Maximum power level has been reached by the ion cannon. Their shields are offline. Board that thing. Take control of a starfighter. We need your help in orbit. Jump in a starfighter. We need you in space. Take control of a starfighter. We need your help in orbit. Destroy the reactor core so we can bring this ship down. We have destroyed the Imperial capital ship.
Even if you wanted to ignore the meta and have fun doing something else, that doesn't matter. They'll pester you every 30 seconds or so, telling you to take the ion cannon, telling you to fire at the shields, telling you to board the ship and destroy the reactor. It's so fucking annoying and you can't turn this off. I tried, but sorry, sound effects are tied with voiceover, so either you hear all of it, or you only hear music. Oh, I'm so sorry, John Williams. This would have destroyed your fortune. I can't play you guys this audio clip like I wanted, otherwise he's gonna lose all his money. I'm so sorry. No thanks. The Rebel voiceover really has a sass to him. Not only does he tell you to pound the enemy,
full firepower on the enemy capital ship. Pound that thing to deplete their shield.
And also, sure, destroy the shields if you'd like.
Pound that thing to pound that thing to pound that thing to deplete their shield.
His tone for the word board with this particular line borders on patronizing.
Use the ion cannon to deplete the enemy capital ship's shield. Only then can we board it and destroy the reactor.
Only then can we board it.
Only then can we board it and destroy the reactor.
It's like he thinks we're learning this information for the first time. Oh, really? Is that the strat? I had no idea, you insufferable cunt. It's like he feels insulted he even has to say it in the first place. Even more, Elite Squadron did a really, really unnecessary and dumb thing with the HQ voiceover. They steal your minimap to show who's talking. You'll see a floating head in place of actual useful information. Considering how often they yell at you, and how disoriented you might get due to the melee combat and indoor areas, this is a recipe for frustration. The map is vital to know where the goddamn enemies are after you've run past them, turned the wrong way, have your camera blocked by the terrain, and so on. No reason for this detail to be in the game, and especially not without some sort of option to turn it off. While the ion cannon is self-evident in how it benefits your team, I can't say the same for the orbital cannons. In the story mode, they're fairly simple, kinda. Sure, the JPEG you have to work with looks like garbage and doesn't really resemble the surface much, but still, you fire at the turrets, or the something, and you know when you've done a good job. They'll disappear, and the game will tell you the objective is completed. In Conquest, though, even though it's visually similar, it's both incoherent and seemingly inconsequential. You might see the same highlighted points as in the story mode, but they sometimes go away and sometimes don't. I don't know if shooting them is what impacts these markers disappearing or not, but considering how often I spammed this thing in desperation, all the while it seemingly did nothing, I'd wager not. These markers seem to resemble the command posts on the surface map, but I'm still unsure if those represent the ones you own or not. Sometimes my team will hold all 5 command posts and only 4 of those markers will show up. There's no indication on where anything is down there, and even when you're trying your best, cross-referencing the JPEG with your ground map, it still doesn't make sense. I know this symbol means a spawner spaceship landed there. I know it does. I've seen it many times before. It should be right in this area, but even after firing a dozen times, I don't get points, and the ship is still there on the map. I don't know if this works better when online with other players, but playing solo against bots, I never, ever got this to work in our team's favor. It was simply a waste of time for our team's best soldier, me. The HQ voiceover guy says, many times, that the orbital cannon is firing, but I don't know if he's simply full of shit, if the cannon is barely noticeable, or if I simply never saw the results of it due to random chance. One of the supposed reasons to destroy the capital ship is to get rid of the orbital cannon, but if it's this seemingly ineffective, it's another reason why this iteration on Conquest mode falls flat. Now, all that being said, there is one benefit to the shared land and space Conquest mode. Once you ignore that cocksucker in your ear, it did feel quite nice to decide to have a normal Conquest match on the ground, to decide to have a space battle, to decide to have a race to the ion cannon contest. When you're in the less than great galactic conquest, any and all variety is welcome to keep you from simulating the results every time due to fatigue. 2 more minor nitpicks. Because it's a cutscene shooting you into and out of the cruiser, the feeling of boarding the enemy's fleet is a bit lost in translation. Your ship auto-blows up the moment your character exits, so basically, you're launching yourself at the trigger point, then the game is teleporting you into the spawn location inside, with the ship you just had for decoration, which explodes immediately. This disconnect invites a lot of confusion. My orientation on where I am, where I need to go, is clouded by the fact that I wasn't the one who landed my own ship. The cutscene taking over when you leave is another issue, since you basically have to hope it doesn't plop you down in front of a different ship. Totally out of your control. My other nitpick has to do with landing on the surface of the planet. You evidently can't choose to land anywhere you like, you'll need to fly over one of the landing pads, maybe, otherwise the contextual button prompt won't show up. At least, I think that's the case. It's hard to say, so often it wouldn't let me, but I do have examples of it working. I don't understand why these times it worked, but others it didn't. Just look at this! Let me land! Why can't I play the game? Curse you, Yavin 4! Even when you're in the supposed right spot, the depth is really hard to gauge, since it often felt like I was still above the ground when I'd collide and blow myself up. Spamming the D-pad up is usually the best play here, an awkward struggle to land safely more often than not. By far the most interesting map for this dual combat zone transition was the Death Star. The first time I rushed towards the giant space station, realizing the only possible areas even potentially viable for my ship to land in were the openings for ships to land in, was a phenomenal feeling. It makes perfect sense, and was as close as Elite Squadron got to resembling Battlefront 2's way of doing things, docking in the enemy cruiser on your own. Speaking of the space portion of the game, Elite Squadron has some weird AI and pathing for the bots. I've never, in any other Battlefront game, had multiple instances of enemy ships colliding with me in the same match. Not only that, your allies' ships tend to stick close to you too. This is definitely intentional, but I'm not sure if this was meant to give the illusion that you have your own squadron always nearby, or if the game goes out of its way to bring the battle to you. Usually, my teammates wouldn't kill me, but they definitely ran into my ship, getting in my way, being overall awkward as hell. I would sometimes shout at my monitor, "Go have your own space battle, leave me alone!" They don't help, they simply become a nuisance. Hilariously enough, in one of the video interviews for Elite Squadron, the first bit of gameplay they show is a teammate ramming into your X-Wing in space. You can't make this up, can you? The reduced number of unique vehicles is apparent across the game, and it was especially noticeable in the air. 2 ships each faction, one of them being the spawner Space Cow variety, and the other a normal fighter. Guess I'll do my bombing runs with X-Wings and TIE fighters. On the ground floor, what stuck out to me was how often normal troopers would completely block my vehicle from moving. If you get a head start and use your dash, yeah, you can run a dude or two over, but more often, you'll get boxed in from your asshole teammates moving at a snail's pace. As far as the combat and weapon differences, the addition of a melee strike when up close seemed funny enough at first, but it really drags the whole game down. It's not a dedicated button. If you press or hold fire while being supposedly close enough to an enemy, your character will whack them with their gun. This being an automatic process is already lame, but it also means the invisibility cloak is less effective. Oh great, since he was shooting and I walked too close, he auto-meleeed and killed me. Neat. In close quarters, not only can the camera simply not keep the action on screen, but with everyone eager to ignore their blasters and pound the opposition with their own skin,
Pound that thing! Pound that thing! Pound that thing!
It becomes a numbers game with a side order of RNG. Either you'll group up and clean house with a teammate, or you'll perform a rock-paper-scissors match with your opponent. Whoever wins the arbitrary melee thumb war stuns the other, making it easy to continue the harassment until they're dead. Elite Squadron has melee weapons, 2 of them, a baton and a better baton. Somehow, even when you're wielding those, you don't get the advantage. Even with the lightsaber, they might win the coin flip. I've been smacked and stunned all the same if they got me first somehow, and the damage it deals is a bit much. That goes for the whole game, actually. I wanted to try out more of the items, but the healing packs were simply too important to not have on me with nearly every build I tried. I can't tell if I'm just worse at this game, if the lack of an unlocked chain gun meant I didn't have my tried and true, or if the targeting changes meant I couldn't keep up with the enemies as well, but surviving for long stretches without the healing items just didn't seem feasible. In Renegade, the lock-on was a lot more concrete. It'd usually always go for the enemy nearest to you, and if the enemy rolled, it would zero back in on them once it could. Now, the targeting may choose someone or something you weren't expecting, like a far-off ship or an enemy miles away for some reason. It breaks easily. Whenever they're even slightly off-screen, it'll disengage, and once they roll, holding the button doesn't work any longer. You'll need to repress it, which could introduce the other issue I've mentioned already. You'll have to hope it chooses the correct foe. It feels like Elite Squadron is a clunkier game without any real gains to show for it. The only new weapons are the batons, mostly everything else is the same, and the few that were modified, if anything, feel worse. The explosive blaster pistol now has 3 rounds before reloading, but it's not even close to as strong. A bad trade-off full stop, but it also means the carbon freeze gun has 1 less good pairing, making that less of a genuine option too. Cluster grenades and turbo laser strikes it is then. Speaking of going into first person with the turbo laser strike, a slight change to how zooming in works makes a couple of other weapons less enjoyable to use. Now going into first person with the rocket launcher or sniper means after it pulls you back into third person for a reload, like Renegade did, you'll now get shoved back into first person view without any say. You can't change weapons when reloading, so that's not the way to avoid this, and pressing triangle will zoom you back into first person, sure, but if you tried to get ahead of it, to quickly go into first person and exit back into third, trying to avoid the struggle, it doesn't matter. The game demands you be in first person view after your character is finished reloading. This is the sort of thing where I don't even understand how the designers could think this would make the game better. Going back to Renegade Squadron, yeah, it feels perfectly natural to press the zoom button again each and every time after a reload. You're in control, it's simply a part of the process. Now, especially when using the rocket to blow up the reactor, you'll have to anticipate when the first-person view will get forced onto you, and press triangle at the right time, hopefully not dying in the act. The melee weapons come with their own mechanics, namely holding X to do a heavy attack, holding triangle to block, and pressing triangle to parry? This goes for lightsabers as Jedi and Sith too. It doesn't feel good, doesn't sound good, doesn't look good. None of it is good, and I'm torn on whether this could ever work for a Battlefront game, or if this could ever work for a PSP game. Could this slot into Battlefront 2 and have some semblance of coherence, or even a genuine responsiveness that rivals fighting or action games? I'm just not buying it. Even in EA's Battlefront 2, the parry maneuver isn't a real mechanic, it's an exploit that seasoned players use for fun in duels. I don't think it would work even without the PSP limitations, but the PSP certainly isn't helping matters either. Regardless, I can't imagine how clunky this must have felt when playing online, given how unsatisfying it feels locally. Along with the customization for your unit's equipment, there are defined classes again. This is no different than choosing these loadouts yourself, so boiling it down, they're a quick select favorites list and nothing else. Who cares, it doesn't impact anything. What does impact things are the unlockable weapons. Sorry, but I don't really feel like going through the story mode on the hardest difficulty so I can have the bowcaster and chain gun. What a joke, unreal. Cosmetics, sure, I don't give a flip Saunders about them, but having those be rewards makes some sense. But gating off genuinely good weapons to use in local play? Ridiculous. I had a few go-to builds this time around, one for capturing the ion cannon, and one for boarding the ship to destroy the reactor. The combination of the wacky fuckboy stick and the rage buff was pretty powerful, good for killing enemies and rushing to a point of interest. Then, when invading their cruiser, either max speed with health packs or the personal shield. Either way, I always took the rocket launcher with me, which made quick work of the reactor. The fun of experimenting with loadouts wasn't quite as strong this time, since I had already seen most of these choices already, and my old favorite was locked from me arbitrarily. The hero selection is basically the same, but now there's some story people here, such as Fallon Gray, Master Feroda, X1 and X2, and even Cole Sarah, the main protagonist from Renegade, who shows up in the PSP version story. Oh yeah, there's this guy named Master Coda, too. I guess he's technically from the story, but he's not even on screen, I'm pretty sure. And X2, by the way, has two different selections, one with his blaster and one with his lightsaber. This game's so stupid. At the very least, it does feel like the hero saw some work, where in Renegade there was no sound associated with the connected swing. Now there's a slight psh psh noise. In Renegade, you had to practically merge with the enemy unit to make contact with the lightsaber, which angled your camera downwards. Now it feels fairly natural. Sure, the camera and targeting are still problems, but it's no different than it is in other parts of the game. Good work, Rebellion. This probably went some way in me liking the third act of campaign mode the most. Even more, Heroes vs. Villains was brought back. Is it odd that there's so many new light side heroes added with the story inclusions, but only a single new villain? Yeah, but listen, we'll take what we can get. Oh yeah, lightsaber melee combat sometimes has arm wrestling matches, and they're awkward and take forever. I had one in the story that was comically long, and not only do I have no idea what wins these, I mashed buttons as best I could but didn't see much result from it, but this is supposed to be a climactic moment in the narrative, and it's utterly goofy. Well, I guess that does sort of stack up with Star Wars though, right? The map selection is what it is. Bye-bye Korriban, Boz-Pity, Salokami, Maigito, Naboo, Sullust, and Ord Mantell. Hello, Dantooine, Bespin, Death Star, Coruscant, Cato Nemoidia, and Vune? Again, like I said, it's a horse apiece. Either you like the old maps, or you prefer the new ones. Vune and Dantooine at least offer a nice change of pace in the visual department. Deep blue and stormtrooper signage of Vune, and the wind turbines and grassy plains of Dantooine. Cato Nemoidia's premise is fascinating, and it makes for an interesting visual when approaching from space. I know it was in the movie for half a second, but still, it's cool to see. It's like the structures are built on giant architectural hammocks. More than just the swaps, they altered some of the returning planets too. Kashyyyk is now on upper walkways above the ground floor, Mustafar is on the planet's surface, so you can see the molten ground and lava up close, and Coruscant is nothing like what we saw in Battlefront 2. Hoth, Endor, Tatooine, and Yavin 4 can go to hell. I'm so fucking sick of those planets, you have no idea. Glad those are mostly the same. Can't have a Star Wars game without Yavin 4, can we? I'm being dramatic, of course. I'm happy you can do the snowspeeder strat against the AT-ATs like before, and the smaller map, this time planted with some downed vehicles like, say, another AT-AT, is a nice touch. However, a Tauntaun murder granting 5 points in Conquest mode is absolutely dastardly. And I thought they smelled bad. On the outside, Galactic Conquest is worse. from the map layouts being less open to the UI itself looking needlessly different and far more boring. Just look at this commander purchase screen. Wow, that sucks. And look at it for Renegade. Goddamn, that's slick. I'm on board with changing up the paint job to sell the fact that this is indeed a sequel, but when it's a strict downgrade, the change doesn't feel like a new snazzy wrapper, but a constant reminder that you're playing something worse. Because the maps all have one or two connections between the two sides of the galaxy, you'll be playing the same planets over and over again. Thank goodness there's a simulate option. This version of Galactic Conquest plays similarly to Renegade, with its risk-style turn order of acquire credits, buy troops and upgrades, move your units to a free planet or attack, then reinforce your troops when you're done. The upgrades are a little different. Now there's an increase to the customization points in battle, starting from the usual 100 and going up by 10 each upgrade. There's one to reduce the amount of damage the infantry takes, and of course the planetary troop limit increase, going from 50 to 80 to 100. Commanders are back. You can purchase their bonus if you own a section of the galaxy, and now there's what's called one-shot bonus purchases. One distracts the opponent, skipping their turn, one flips an enemy planet neutral, as long as it isn't their base, and one lets you play as a hero in the next fight. That's the only one shot you can buy more than once. The other two can only be acquired once per Galactic Conquest match. On one hand, the one-shot bonuses essentially replacing the space tech from Renegade is a positive, but it still falls into a similar bucket of this is too expensive, might as well ignore it and go for the win like the previous game's infantry tech had. The only time it's reasonable to go for Insurgency, and especially Distraction, is if you're nearing the end of the Galactic Conquest match already and have plenty of planets to draw credits from, or you bought Leia and everything is half off. 750 credits down to 375, much more manageable. That said, I can't deny how helpful the Distraction and Insurgency one-shots are. Distraction giving you another chance to take a planet, or to take two if you won both, is obviously very helpful, but Insurgency, where you can turn an opposing planet neutral, is the real heavy hitter. If they had 80 troops on a planet, you're deleting all of those soldiers from existence. You can only buy 30 troops per planet each turn, and you can only reinforce, moving them around, once per turn as well. 80 units lost in an instant for nothing is a gigantic setback. One fewer buffer planet, one fewer producer of credits each turn, and at least 2 turns, if not 3, of troops deleted from said planet. Yeah, I can get why it's so expensive, but less mega and credit sapping upgrades and more cheap and incremental ones would have felt better. The slight change to how infantry upgrades work strikes me as odd too. Before it was 20% damage reduction, then the hero becomes available to play as, or a bot can take over if you refused, and now it's 15% damage reduction, then 30%. I know I complained, if you want to call it that, about Luke costing me a victory when I could have soloed on Hoth potentially, but that wouldn't have been a problem or a thought with this new style of conquest. You'll never be in the situation where you're the last person on your team, so having the hero benefit be a one-shot, meaning you'll have to buy it each time, and it being restricted to the player, I don't know, it's just not as fun of an idea. It should go without saying, but I've never seen the AI buy any of these one-shots either, meaning I rarely ever got to see heroes or any of these mega bonuses used against me. The weaponry tech is close to what I was asking for, but still off the mark. Maybe if I had my chain gun I would have felt this increase in loadout points, but I didn't, and an extra 10 or 20 just didn't seem worth it over supplying my planets with more soldiers each turn. All of this is extra disheartening since this is the sequel. This should have been an improvement over Renegade's version, but it's not. It's not even equivalent. I'd say it's just outright worse. It takes too long to buy the one-shot bonuses, they barely come into play at all. The normal upgrades are either exactly the same as before at best, or divested into something else, such as the hero upgrade not being a permanent thing and instead being a purchasable player-only reward. And the commanders don't really have much of an impact since it's usually smarter to keep buying troops when you can. Sure, attacking from a different sector is neat, as is attacking twice per turn, but unless you bought Leia to lower the other prices, or are just sticking around playing with your food, these don't see a lot of use. Maybe for the victory lap when you're nearing completion, but that's about it. Now that we've seen 4 takes on Galactic Conquest, let's do some ranking and overall analysis. Battlefront 2's take on it is the best. The overabundance of space battles might get a little tedious, but credits being used for many one-time buffs, along with unlocking more classes to pick from, is just fantastic. Having a simulate option would have been great, as would having the Death Star and Tantive 4 as available maps. We should give Elite Squadron some credit, right? Death Star is included in its Galactic Conquest. Second place goes to Renegade Squadron, but it's close. The risk style of reinforcing and moving troops around isn't bad, simulating battles is nice, the commanders and upgrades are all decent, besides the space-focused ones, of course, and the UI itself, the visuals, simply look outstanding. It helps that I prefer the map selection in Renegade, of course, so I have fond memories of battling in Ord Mantell and Selikamai. Third place goes to the original Battlefront. 2 maps each planet, plus getting a buff of some kind when you own a planet is excellent. I really, really wish both of those ideas carried over into the sequel, but on their own, they can't really compete with the board game aesthetic or unlocking of upgrades. Finally, last place goes to Elite Squadron. Distraction and Insurgency are definitely better than the space upgrade tree in Renegade, absolutely, but besides that, the visuals look worse, the maps themselves, in my opinion, are worse. There aren't enough connections between planets on the galactic map itself, and the conquest mode being drastically modified means it's harder to understand how your total troop number is influencing things. In Renegade, it was very clear, 40 versus 80, yeah. Now though, it's a race to 1,000, and both teams start at 0. I tried looking at how many players, bots of course, each team received for how many troops were brought in, and I couldn't spot a pattern. Maybe it's a ratio, I'm not sure, but even still, no way on Earth should there be 6 to 8 soldiers chilling out in the enemy hangar. It's confusing, and it doesn't translate well to this Risk-style galactic conquest. There you have it, folks, the one true galactic conquest rankings. I hope you agree, but if not, tell me why. I'd love to hear your opinions and memories with this game mode. The story is pretty rough. There's only so many times I can play a fucking Star Wars campaign and do the Hoth thing, do the Yavin 4 thing, do the Endor thing, do the Tatooine thing. It's routine at this point. I'm beyond sick of it. I can't tell you how hard my eyes rolled when hearing it was under the twin suns of Tatooine where our story truly began.
It was under the twin suns of Tatooine this story truly began.
Oh yeah? Really? Crazy, the clones picked Tatooine of all places, this worthless junk desert planet, one that allows slavery, mind you, as an outpost to train clones. It was an early victory for the Republic? What the fuck are we talking about? Let's go through the key points of the story, The Kaminoans secretly made twin clones from the DNA of a Jedi, known only as X1 and X2. The brothers fight with the clones until Order 66, where they betray their Jedi dude, Master Feroda, who they apparently care about or something. Jump cut, basically, to X2, the one you control, being on the side of the rebels, discovering his true father, Fallon Gray, randomly, and having a fight with his twin brother, X1. X1 does the most feminine Yas Queen pose before shooting his brother, and after losing to Fallon Gray but being spared, he ends up killing his estranged father for funsies. X1 wants more power, is on the side of Vader and Palpatine, hunting down the rebels and Jedi, but even still, leaves his brother alive and fucks off for some reason. Neat. Oh, sorry, the bad cutscene afterward says X1 left X2 for dead, then just moves on. Neat. If you're worried about confusing the brothers, X1 and X2, don't worry, the developers were clearly terrified the player would forget which one they were, as 80% of all voice lines in the story involve a character addressing the protagonist by name.
We are poised to strike at the heart of the settlements, X2. Hold the line, X2. Take out those droids. Clear those turrets, X2. Time to commence the ground attack. Get to an Off 170, X2. This is where the fun begins. Hurry, X2. Quickly, X2. Keep going, X2. Focus on your objective. This staircase is damaged, but the Force is with you, X2. Jump it.
This isn't how people talk, Rebellion. On that note, holy fuck do they want to hammer home the brother dynamic in the first mission.
What kept you, little brother? Nice shooting, brother. Way to go, brother. Take this, little brother, and swing away. Nice work, brother.
Great job, little brother. Damn, I can't join you up there, little brother.
What are you waiting for, little brother? That trooper could use our help, little brother. Not bad, little brother.
Good to be back at the controls of a starfighter, huh, little brother? What I call a victory, little brother. There will be medal in this for both of us.
This isn't selling their brotherly connection, this is just stating familial relations over and over. Since we've speedran the prequel films, let's do the same for the original trilogy. Neat. Oh, X2 was actually really important. Helping the people evacuate Yavin 4, then helping the people evacuate Hoth? Super cool lore, dude. Let me go add it to Wikipedia. In the Hoth mission, there's a brotherly confrontation.
such a mistake easily.
Yeah, this about sums up Elite Squadron's campaign mode. That's the only line he says in this battle, by the way. I spammed the blaster rifle at him to win the fight. Super climactic. Afterwards, like directly after, the ship explodes and the mission is over. At least there's a small bit of fun in the next level. Sure, it's Endor, but you start in space near the half-constructed Death Star No. 2, and eventually Cole Serra, leader of Renegade Squadron, contacts you to ask for help. Yes, Cole also says the player character's name every other sentence. How did you know?
Welcome to Endor, X2. Help free them, X2. Liberate those Ewoks, X2. Nice work freeing those Ewoks, X2. Head to the communications bunker, X2. Hustle it up, X2. I'm making my approach.
Good to see you, X2. Are you ready for X2? Get up, X2. I need you focused. Ground cannons this way, X2. Time for some target practice, X2. Those Star Destroyers, X2. Great work, X2. Take out that second AT-AT, X2. Great job, X2.
Want to hear how this robot of a character sums up the end of the fucking Empire?
Vader and Palpatine were slain.
Vader and Palpatine were slain. Gosh, this is so bad. Thankfully, it genuinely improves from here. No, not the story or the voice acting, but the gameplay. Going through the motions with all of the movie tie-in missions was pretty boring, but afterwards we finally see something original. Is it kinda ridiculous that Luke Skywalker trains our character? Yeah, but this was long before Disney erased all of this and did their own thing. I couldn't tell you if this makes sense with the Legends novels or anything, but it did feel pretty needless. Either way, the idea of a Jedi clone is conceptually solid. Now that X2 is a Super Saiyan, every mission sees you walking around and crushing everyone down with the lightsaber. It's pretty sick, and there's even some special enemy units, the Ultra Instinct Dark Troopers. You have to admit, these guys look undeniably cool. If you think they're lame, I don't think you have the capacity to like Star Wars, sorry. The first mission on Bespin is pretty fun, since Lando is in your ear the whole time, and you have to rescue... headphones guy. Largo? Lugo? Lucas? Hang on, what the fuck's this guy's name? Lando... headphones... friend... Lobot. And you have to go rescue Lobot. Everyone loves Lobot and Lando, and if you don't, I don't think you have the capacity to like Star Wars, sorry. The Vader's castle location has some interesting visuals, the helmets in Vader's trophy room, and also the glorious T-pose shown off by one of the enemy troopers. What a sport. The droid bodyguard enemies are new at least, even if they aren't especially fun to fight, but...
Looks like Vader's personal droid bodyguard is still online. I have a bad feeling about this.
I mean, really, did Luke need to say the Star Wars line? Oh god, I'm gonna be sick. Oh, Luke was captured by X1. X1 is gonna make an army of Jedi clones. Huh, a bit abrupt, but alright. He actually makes clones of a lot of things, even Wookiees, which you'll have to fight off. This is a rad idea, all things considered, they just don't do a whole lot with it in this rough-around-the-edges PSP game. There's a few final duels with your brother here on Mustafar. As we all know, this is the epic lightsaber dueling planet, naturally. If you don't want to do a real 1v1 with your brother, no big deal, spam lightsaber throw and it'll all be over in a few seconds. The victory cutscene at least has something going for it. X1 does a fancy thing, and X2 does a flippy thing, and then the saber thing gets jammed into X1's stomach thing. And then the game is done. The final cutscene is just the Millennium Falcon gang plus one random lady who showed up one mission, patting you on the back. Whoa, pretty cool. I actually totally forgot who this chick was. I think she shows up in the DS version too. Anyway, the story mode sucks, both the gameplay and the narrative. Using a lightsaber at the end was a breath of fresh air compared to everything else, and I do love Lando, but even still, it couldn't save this turd. The mission structure, the objectives themselves, are so wonky and lack a real sense of progression. As an example, let me go through the entirety of the Dantooine level. We've just jumped from defeating Master Feroda, our Jedi guy on Coruscant, to watching a small movie visual cutscene that says nothing specific, and then we spawn on Dantooine for some reason. First objective, protect the villagers, which means holding off waves of stormtroopers. Are they all gone? Is it done? I'm waiting here and... oh, there's a guy. Oh, there's another. Oh, sorry, there's one guy way over here that I have to kill. Sure thing. Next up, lay mines on the bridge.
Lay mines on that bridge. That will slow them down.
Oh, sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it?
Imperial reinforcements are en route. Set those lines.
Okay, cool. What's that?
cloners must have taken my genetic information without my consent. With it, they made you and your brother, X1.
You're my dad? Neat, thanks Dad. Awesome to know right at this moment in time. Very neat.
I'm coming for you, X2. First Fallon Gray will die, then it will be your turn.
Oh, X1 can talk to us for some reason. He's coming for us, and he knows Fallon Gray by name. Neat.
I am proud to have you as my son, and it is not too late to turn your brother from the dark side. There is good in him still.
Dad says he's proud of me. Cool, thanks, Pop of 3 minutes. Turret section, escort troop section. Fallon Gray gives us a mere 1 second before reprimanding us for not doing the objective like he wants.
We need to get the troops to safety. Escort them to the ruins of the old Jedi enclave. You're letting our men die, X2. Do something.
Bad parenting, and I should know. You gotta encourage your child, not punish them for letting your soldiers die. Whack, whack, whack. Empire ship shoots and creates a pile of rocks. Blow up the pile of rocks. Got it. Go through a cave, end up in a hangar. Open up the door, but I can't. It's blocked. Dad says to clear the debris. He does this fucking pose. Meanwhile, his cape gloriously sways in the breeze. And the objective marker points me to the door. Wait, it really wants me to go around the entire map? Okay, here we go. Blow up more rocks. Use ion cannon to destroy shield, my favorite. Now Dad says to return to the hangar. And he doesn't open the door for me? Okay, let me walk all the way back. What now, Pops? Put the rocks back? Got it, rocks are there again. And now we have to open the hangar door. What the fuck, man? Daddy Gray couldn't open up the goddamn hangar door for me? Why did I even have to use the ion cannon to destroy the shield? It didn't matter in the slightest. Placing the mines on the bridge was arguably even more pointless. Just an exercise in switching classes for the sake of propping up the customization system. With the dialogue, it's some of the worst I've ever heard. I've played games where the delivery is either bad or flat. I've played games where they give you hints and hold your hand too much. But both of those, and every character won't stop addressing you by name? It was a coin flip if they'd say X2 or not, and the anticipation was too much to bear.
Why the delay, X2? Master Windu needs your assistance. Nice shooting, X2. That will turn the tide against the invaders. We need you on the ground right away. Get to an escape pod and help out our ground forces. Hurry, X2. We need your assistance on the ground.
I rolled my eyes so hard my entire head moved. I think I have some neck pain, actually, from the repeated motions. They don't give you a moment to breathe. They get on your ass within seconds to tell you you're doing a poor job. It's like they didn't want to put this recorded dialogue to waste, so they jammed it in, assuring that everyone would hear it regardless of how good they were playing. Excellent work, Rebellion. Some characters were ridiculously quiet for no reason, like Mace Windu.
It's time to take the fight to the end. Here, this retrospective help with
Many missions end abruptly, such as the droids disappearing after we defeated Grievous. The main character refusing to wear a helmet is absurd. This is a fucking PSP game. The graphics are putrid anyway. His face looks like a JPEG, so who gives a shit? And the names of the brothers are so pointlessly clinical. Call them something else, please. Why are we so obsessed with the letter X? X was the parasite in Metroid Fusion, Chemical X was needed to create the Powerpuff Girls, and... well, I don't really want to say the last example I thought of. Why not call X2 Xander after a while, or... I don't know, Chauncey. It's bad enough he sounds like a robot, but to have a robotic name too cruel. The cutscenes all being footage from the movies is underwhelming at best, and borderline lazy at worst. Oh, X1 is becoming a Sith Lord? Show all of the movie Sith Lords, sure, why not? Furthermore, the dry voiceover from X2 provides practically nothing to the experience. It handwaves a ton of information, yet still can't explain why we're on fucking Dantooine. I don't feel the bond between these two brothers at all, and none of their character interactions were interesting or meaningful. For this story to work, you need to buy into it, and it was impossible to, since they barely talked after Order 66, and even when they did, it was one sentence or two. Why on earth would they allude to X1 and X2 being present in battles during the cutscenes?
Our X1 and I was just another chance to prove ourselves in battle.
Only for X1 not to talk or show up during the actual game? He's only in your ear on the first mission. What a waste. And this, funny enough, is where the DS version comes into play. I don't have a way to record my gameplay on the DS, so I'll use some long play footage, which I'll credit down below. Rest assured, I played through this fucking pile of garbage. Don't you worry, I did, just for you. Before we get into why I hated my time with this version, I'll give it credit. They actually told the story. There's no voice acting, it's all text on screen to read. Is it always easy, looking down at the bottom screen to absorb the dialogue while I'm trying to stay alive on the top? No, but at least that meant the poor line delivery didn't get in the way. Plus, this isn't really where the character interactions are, they mostly take place before and after levels, where you can digest the words and see a nice visual image to accompany it. In the DS version, you have a lot more discussions with your brother, and they properly show the differences between the two twins early on. They talk about the Jedi and hint that X1 will gladly turn against them. The Order 66 sequence actually has some weight to it. X2 is confused as to what's going on. He sees Master Furoda strike down his brother, strike down a whole platoon of clones, and this is what triggers the fight. They talk as they exchange blows, and at the end, even in this shitty N64 equivalent graphical style, they show more personality in-engine than the PSP's version ever tried. X2 drops his gun after the victory and shakes his head. Want to see what happens in the PSP's take on this? The Order 66 line is voice acted, then we run up to Furoda, he says he senses the good in X2 to not do it, and we proceed to have a very lukewarm battle with him. Furoda mentions X2 has become corrupted, much like his brother, but this isn't really alluding to anything. We haven't even seen X1 this entire mission. In fact, we haven't seen X1 since the beginning Tatooine mission. Obi-Wan was in our comlink during the Coruscant level, then Furoda in the Kaito Nemoidia one. We get one mission with X1 in the PSP version, whereas on the DS, they have a whole visual novel section before each level, letting them talk. The Dantooine level makes 1,000 times more sense. X2 hadn't left the Empire yet. It's only him hearing about the Empire's ambitions to murder everyone in the village, innocent civilians and Jedi alike, that he defects and rushes to go assist the people on the planet. The introduction to Fallon Gray feels a lot more fitting. Now it's actually, you know, a thing. They meet, Fallon Gray can tell who X2 is by looking at him. See, good thing he had his helmet off, right? And the father-son relationship, plus the fact that X2 is a Jedi, are revealed organically through the visual novel portion. The Fallon Gray X1 encounter makes more sense, since X1 lies about giving up and wanting to spare everyone, and then he kills him. X1 in this version leaves X2 on Dantooine on purpose, in shame and inequity, as he says. They show Luke talking with X2 about being a Jedi. They put some screen time dedicated to it. You want to see the lengths the PSP version is willing to go?
So you're a Jedi now, X2. Luke must think pretty highly of you.
So you're a Jedi now, huh?
Somehow Palpatine returned.
Sure, there is a line a long time ago from Furoda saying he wants to show X2 to the Council or whatever, but a few loose story foreshadowing lines tossed into the melting pot alongside
X2.
Little brother,
Little brother, little brother.
little brother, little brother.
doesn't really work for me. The DS version teases the X1 cloning plan much earlier on, and listen, you get the point, N-Space actually tried to feature a narrative. It's a shame then that the gameplay of the DS version makes me want to vomit. The long play says it's roughly 4 hours, but dear God, if you told me it was 10, I wouldn't bat an eye. It's so mindless and basic. Sure, it's less clunky than the PSP version, given it's top-down and your camera won't get blocked by tight corridors, but I'm not sure it was worth the trade-off. Fighting off waves of fodder enemies, just so many of them. Oh, the door is locked. Gotta find the terminal to open it. A dozen more troopers. Oh no, it's an ambush. 100 more troopers. Oh no, it's my mom. 1,000 more troopers. Oh, hi, Mark. 1,000,000 more troopers. It's a very boring time. They try to spice things up with some other types of gameplay. Turrets, speeder bike, and dogfighting. I didn't mind the speeder bike parts, even if the ATSTs look ridiculously tiny and weird on the Hoth level. Also, shout out to Ash21, who crashed into the invisible wall under the AT-AT just like I did. Yeah, I'm not sure why they didn't think the players would want to go underneath the AT-ATs, it's almost like they're encouraging it. And the turret sections were welcome enough deviations, but the dogfighting, oh my god, please, please, no more, I can't take it. At one point, X2 said, "No, I'm not running from the Empire anymore, we're taking the cruiser down." and I nearly curled up in a ball and cried my eyes out. Make it stop, please! You only have the X-axis to work with, so you play merry-go-round and shoot the faraway pixels until you've won the day. Oh, what's that? More TIE fighters? Please, stop. At least the Death Star run was a worthwhile inclusion. There's also a few choices you get to make along the way, either send troops here or send them there, and I don't really know what it changes. If I had to guess, it alters what the very next section of gameplay looks like, since if you chose the demolition option, you had to destroy the shield generators in a flyby turret segment. For all the flack I've been giving the gameplay of the DS version, their boss fights are quite a step up from the PSP's version. I mean, in a vacuum they're not good at all, but when looking at both games side by side, it may as well be Sekiro by comparison. Instead of jacking Grievous off with your stick while Mace Windu silently watches on, you have to blast him into traffic with explosives. What the... That line is so ridiculous. Ugh. Feroda deflects gunshots back at you if you attack... okay. Feroda deflects gunshots back at you if you attack head-on, so you have to figure out how to get behind him, knocking him down with explosives and such. You get to have an actual duel with your brother X1 in the Hoth level, where he's already making use of the lightsaber he stole from Fallon Gray, and he even force pushes shit at you. There's a Rancor fight where you'll need to use your force powers to throw rubble at him, and a Night Sister battle afterwards with a similar gimmick. Yeah, in the DS version, you visit Dathomir. Crazy, right? The final boss fight with X2 is a lot more climactic and drawn out, and hilariously enough, the same backflip lightsaber dodge choreography takes place, but in DS form. It's funny how much more N-Space nailed the narrative aspect over Rebellion when they clearly had the same outline and story beats, even down to the way X2 dies. Since we're already here, the DS version has instant action mode alongside its single-player story. It's kind of like Conquest with command posts and the like, but it caps out at 4 total players per game, including bots. It's a 4-way match, and it doesn't feel the best. I didn't give it a whole lot of time, admittedly, but it's nowhere on the levels of Metroid Prime Hunters or anything. At the end of the day, Elite Squadron is a disappointment. I've heard the stories of how this was taken from the framework of the cancelled Battlefront 3, and that got me excited to see what was all here. And it's basically Renegade, but worse, with some new maps, a stick or two, a mediocre original story, and their attempt at a seamless land and space battle all in one. I don't know what I was expecting. Maybe more weapons? Even ignoring all the quibbles I mentioned that one could overlook if the game was great, I really didn't love my time with this entry. The campaign didn't utilize the customization as well as the previous games, the Galactic Conquest was worse, the Conquest mode itself was heavily tweaked, and it's up to you on if it's better or not. This didn't feel like the jump from Battlefront 1 to Battlefront 2, but it also didn't feel like the shift from Battlefront 2 to Renegade Squadron. It's a slightly different squadron, one that I'm not sure I'll ever return to in the future.
Pound that thing!
Star Wars Battlefront 2015 is incredibly unappealing at first glance. EA acquires exclusive rights to the Star Wars license for video games, gets one of their most experienced shooty developers, DICE, to make a generic online shooter with a Star Wars skin, and call it Battlefront. Not Battlefront 3, or Battlefront followed by a subtitle, no, just Star Wars Battlefront. So now, a YouTube reviewer who discusses the Battlefront games has to attach the year it came out at the end of it, just to be as clear as possible. The reason why this naming decision is so frustrating, besides being needlessly confusing, is this new Battlefront doesn't feel like the next iteration of that game series, nor does it feel like a remake. This is a reboot, one that doesn't even acknowledge that the Clone Wars existed at all. I still can't believe they had the nerve to call this Battlefront and only include the original trilogy. This would have earned much more goodwill with something as small as the subtitle Galactic Civil War, or better yet, don't even call it Battlefront. Who's to say this couldn't have been its own franchise, completely separate from the original games? EA and DICE are, of course, and they were counting on the nostalgia factor to lure that fanbase into making the purchase. It also seemed like they were using the nostalgia to appeal to the people who didn't like the prequel trilogy. There may be some people out there who don't remember, but the prequels were not well received back in the 2000s. In fact, I may be underselling it here, they were hated by a large portion of the Star Wars fanbase. All that being said, that apparently isn't the reason this game only featured the original trilogy. No, the supposed reason is much stupider.
I don't like sand.
I found a Polygon article that referenced a quarterly earnings call from EA back in 2016. Quote, "You can't make a game in Star Wars that violates the canon of Star Wars," end quote. They go on to mention that since this game was explicitly set during the era of the original trilogy, adding events from films set earlier or later than episodes 4 through 7 would be unfaithful to the franchise. I don't even know what to make of that horseshit, to be honest. If Disney made the call and told them to not include the prequels, so be it, but if not, this seems disgustingly disconnected from reality. You're not preserving the sanctity of the new Star Wars canon by not including the Clone Wars. This is demonstrated by the existence of the sequel to this game, where they included all 3 eras. The fact that Leia can kill Darth Vader in a heroes versus villains match makes it pretty non-canon as well, right? I understand that they weren't given a lot of time to get this game out the door. 2 years of development time for a game this polished and pretty isn't a lot, and the lack of content speaks for that fact, but still, hearing this as the supposed reason is just insulting. The Clone Wars era isn't the only thing that was absent in this reboot. They didn't include the quintessential Conquest game mode. From my point of view, this is the most baffling decision. The first shooter to have that game mode only came out 2 years prior to the original Battlefront, Battlefield 1942. Wouldn't you know it, that game has the same development studio as Battlefront 2015. The game mode they themselves have popularized, the main method of playing the original Battlefront games, and they didn't include it. There are some game modes that feel reminiscent, such as Droid Run and Drop Zone, but they frankly don't compare to how well-rounded Conquest is. The other obviously missing staple of the Battlefront series is Galactic Conquest. This is pretty annoying, as I've said in the past, one of the reasons I like that game mode is partly due to its simplicity. It's fancy window dressing, hardly affecting the moment-to-moment gameplay after a planet has been selected. While it is true there are less planets in the base game, there are plenty of different maps on those selected planets, meaning they could have definitely slapped something together. Maybe it would be more akin to the original Battlefront, 4 planets instead of 8, and you have to win 2 or 3 times to control said planet. There are so many equipment loadouts and guns available, which isn't something I particularly love in other parts of the game, but could fit right in if you had to buy them in Galactic Conquest. You could argue that without the Conquest game mode, Galactic Conquest wouldn't make any sense. However, even if it was just a deathmatch or something along those lines, I think it would have worked well enough. If they really wanted to get fancy with it, they could have capitalized on the many multiplayer modes Battlefront offers. Maybe when the planet is neutral, the game mode is Supremacy, when it's controlled by the Rebels, it's Walker Assault, or when it's controlled by the Empire, it's Sabotage. However, that last game mode, of course, isn't available in the base game, and Supremacy is online only, but I'll discuss all that later on. Battlefront 2015 also lacks a single-player campaign. At first blush, this may seem like an inherent negative. If you're a fan of the series, this is another thing you'd expect to be in the game that isn't. However, I personally don't think developers need to use resources on a single-player campaign just for the sake of it. If there were other ways to play the game offline to pick up some of the slack, such as Galactic Conquest and Instant Action, I think that would have been fine. That being said, the reason it isn't in the game does irritate me. In their efforts to make as much money as possible, Battlefront 2015 had to release before the new Star Wars film that came out that year. EA Studios' Patrick Sutherland said in an investors meeting in 2016 that, quote, they made the choice of not including a single-player campaign due to time and being able to launch the game side by side with the movie that came out to get the strongest possible impact, end quote. I, as a consumer, don't care how well their profit margins are looking, but even still, the game would have sold hand over fist regardless of if it was released in 2015 or 2016. It was the first Star Wars game in a long time, it looks gorgeous, and it was called Battlefront, a new entry in a series beloved by many. I'm sure there would have been some gamers out there calling EA dumb for not capitalizing on the Star Wars fever pitch, but they really aren't worth listening to if they think a game the budget and size of Battlefront can easily be made in 2 years. Again, even if I don't think a campaign mode is essential for the Battlefront experience, this is blatantly putting money over a finished product. This mentality has been carried over to the DLC as well. After everything I just went through, even though the game clearly wasn't finished, they released a season pass for $20, which included maps and heroes that should have been in the game at launch. A game centered around the original trilogy, and they released it without the Death Star or Bespin maps to play on. They only gave players 6 total heroes to play as, meaning they have to buy the DLC to play as Chewbacca. Shameful. I don't usually discuss business practices in my reviews, but I don't think it's possible when discussing Battlefront 2015. There was a Rogue One expansion added to the game 1 year after release, around the time that film was in the theaters. It featured a map from the film and 2 of the characters as playable heroes. If you ask me, that's a perfectly fine thing to charge for. That movie didn't even exist when they were making the game, and it not really fitting with the prequel or sequel trilogy makes sense to be in this game, kind of. EA and their infinite wisdom couldn't separate from what is actual DLC quality content and what should have been in the game at launch, or at the very least free to everybody. Most likely they probably could, but again, greed. This is to say nothing about how detrimental splintering your online player base with paid DLC packs is. All of that being said, if you were hoping I would talk about anything from the DLC, I'm sorry to burst your bubble. I'm not spending $20 on a 5-year-old season pass. At least I wasn't going to, but something about doing a review on the game without it seemed disingenuous. Even though it felt like I was throwing my money away, it actually ended up being a really good decision, so I don't regret it one bit, surprisingly. I'll talk more on that later though, we're still just getting started. Now that we've established there's no single-player campaign, no conquest game mode, and no galactic conquest, we can talk about the little they did decide to include for offline players. There are 5 tutorial missions that claim to teach the core mechanics of the game. One of them you fly around Beggar's Canyon and shoot down TIE fighters. One of them you chase rebels on Endor in a speeder bike. One of them you control an AT-ST on Sullust. One of them you play as either Darth Vader or the Emperor and take out rebel forces. And the final one has you using a snowspeeder to take out walkers. All of them are good enough, but there's one I'd like to discuss in more detail. The Endor speeder bike chase. This mission is fucking awesome. Zooming around trees, under AT-ATs, and through rebel forces as fast as you can reminds me of Wipeout, which is one of my favorite racing games. As good as it is, it's over within 4 minutes, and it's the only thing like it in the entire game. If this was a taste of what the campaign mode would have offered, which is certainly what it plays like, then maybe that missing campaign could have been really good. The other offline game modes are an outrageously boring deathmatch token drop nonsense, and a Horde-esque survival mode. These are genuinely so bare bones, it more resembles a demo or a proof of concept playable teaser to get fans excited for the real thing. The token drop deathmatch in particular is so boring. You just run around the empty map like a headless chicken until you find the cluster of enemies, you shoot them, and continue on your way. I have no clue how anyone could think the token drop gimmick would be fun, but that's how you score points. You can play this token drop deathmatch as a hero as well, which I guess counts as its own game mode. I'll talk about the heroes more later on, but the one thing I'll say here is how absurd it is that you can't change which hero you're playing as. You make your selection, then the game begins, and until it's over, you're locked using that hero. A game that came out a decade earlier had a hero versus villains mode, and you could change which one you wanted to play as anytime you died. Absolutely nonsense, they wouldn't allow that for this offline game mode. Survival mode is kind of fun, but the sheer lack of innovation or worthwhile gameplay scenarios turn it into something kind of worthless. There are 15 waves of enemies, harder variants get added in after a while, and sometimes you'll see a TIE fighter or an AT-ST. One of the problems I have with this mode is how uneventful it can feel. Enemies get increasingly harder as you go, however, even though there's only 15 waves, a lot of them feel like filler. The opening wave is supposed to be easy, just a handful of regular soldiers, but there's plenty in the middle that feel just as mundane. Moving past the fact that the game can't seem to count accurately above 5 for some reason, seeing only 5+ enemies in later waves just feels pointless, as if the game is acknowledging this is a side mode that wasn't given much thought or effort, like it too wants it to be over so you can go have fun with the online instead. Nothing about survival mode gives the impression that this was something DICE actually cared about. For example, the drop pods may look like something unique, but of course, there is a drop pod game type for online multiplayer, and they give you 3 items there as well, so they probably just copy and pasted it. The drop pods aren't just annoying when viewing from the reused content lens, they have other, far more substantial problems. When they first drop down, it's at the beginning of a new wave, so you'll have to race the enemy forces there to capture it. So far so good, that's not terrible. They take a very long time to capture. The idea is you're supposed to defend the pod while the circle is filling up. If you can't defend it and need to retreat, the enemy can claim the pod and you lose out on the rewards. When you successfully capture it, you'll receive items like proximity mines, orbital strikes, rocket launchers, and so on. One of the problems I have with this is the rewards you get from the pod would have been very useful for defending the pod itself. Besides being used on an ATST, I almost felt like I was wasting these items, whereas if I had them while defending something else, I could have used them to help in a goal other than simply staying alive. The biggest flaw, one that I'd have to assume was carried over from the multiplayer without thought or care of how it would affect this mode, is this. Not only do you not know which item you'll be getting until you grab it, if you pick up a different item, the current one you're holding is gone forever. Besides being annoying for the sake of it, this removes what small amount of strategy that could have been found in survival mode. If I could plan around the 3 items I've received from the drop pod, either by knowing what they are before grabbing them, or by being able to swap and drop without it being wasted, I could save a rocket launcher for a vehicle wave, I could save an orbital strike for multiple heavy soldiers, I could use the turrets accordingly, and what have you. Speaking of the turrets, they're the subject of another obvious oversight. Placing a second one down causes the first one to explode. If there was a perfect demonstration to show how fundamentally off-base and uncaring DICE were about its offline content, I'd have to say it's this right here. These types of game modes where waves of enemies funnel at the player could be viewed as a mixture between shooter and tower defense. Building up your defenses is part of the fun. As far as I can tell, Gears of War 2 started this trend, which makes sense why it's fairly bare bones, but Gears of War 3 showed that its developers understood the appeal to an extent and allowed the building of traps and turrets. Even Call of Duty World at War, with its Nazi zombie mode, had windows to barricade, a money system, more weapons to purchase, other areas to open, and a whole host of other shenanigans after a while in later games. This next one might sound ridiculous, but if anything just bolsters my point. In Resident Evil 4, the village area has a few set-piece events that allow the player to utilize bookshelves and dressers to block certain pathways. A game that isn't even trying to include the kind of content that Battlefront 2015 offers does it better without even making an express effort to. No, in survival mode, there's none of that. You take the special items that were clearly only designed around the online multiplayer and use them or don't. It doesn't matter what they are, what wave you're on, or if they even make any sense to use in this map. Grab them and use them, you fucking idiot. What's that? You received 2 turrets and 1 drop pod? That sucks, doesn't it? Fuck you, player. We don't care. Why aren't you playing online right now? Have you bought the season pass yet? Because the drop pod is one of the only things that happens in survival besides the regular enemy waves, that being a big missed opportunity squandered the excitement I had for this game mode. The only other occurrences are star card recharges you can grab, and an extra life heart you can chase down when it arrives. Oh right, there are also 5 collectibles on every map. These collectibles show up on the token death matches as well. DICE or EA or whoever the fuck clearly have no idea what makes collectible hunting fun. These look like placeholders for the real thing that they just forgot to swap out before releasing the game. White rotating diamonds, some of them placed in such boring and close-by locations that it almost seems insulting. They didn't even bother to create a custom text blurb for when you collected all 5, it still tells you to collect them all. The effort levels were through the floor on this one. I did somewhat enjoy my time with survival mode, but it obviously lacks depth, and there's no attempt to vary things up, so there's no incentive to play it any more than once or twice. The collectibles certainly aren't a compelling reason, and neither are the diorama figures. All of that is what you could do offline when the game launched. About 8 months later, the developers listened to the fans' negative response to the lack of offline content, and graciously added in Skirmish Mode, which features a whopping 2 of the 12 online multiplayer modes available at the time. This is embarrassing, but also goes to show that DICE really weren't interested in anything that wasn't online multiplayer. Lazy collectibles, dumb game modes that involve tokens, an uninspired survival mode that doesn't offer anything new or unique, and the credits you obtain are mostly rewards for the online portion of the game anyway. What's baffling to me is how easy it would have been to just put in the Blast game mode, which is a regular deathmatch. I can maybe understand not programming their AI to handle heroes, I guess. So remove heroes versus villains and hero hunt, but if they got Walker Assault to work, why not Supremacy as well? If they're going to cave into what the fans were supposedly clamoring for, only providing 2 game modes to play offline definitely didn't meet them even close to halfway. Focusing exclusively on multiplayer isn't inherently a negative, but it definitely weakens the series given the Battlefront name. Just imagine if this wasn't called Battlefront. In case there are people out there that don't like how often I'm comparing this game to the previous Battlefronts, EA and DICE brought this on themselves. There are cases where I think it's appropriate to separate the name from the game itself. For example, Prey 2017 is a phenomenal game that should have been called something very different. However, the only reason this was called Battlefront was to reel in a player base that had been hoping for another mainline game in that series since Battlefront 3 was cancelled. You don't get to reap the sales benefits without being held to the standards of the series name. Since the online component was the main focus, that's what I'll be spending most of this video talking about. Obviously, I'm very familiar with single-player games, 2D, 3D, action-adventure, third-person shooter, and etc. I have no problem making objective and subjective critiques and appraisals when discussing those types of games, and my channel's catalog reflects that. That being said, I feel like I should explain where I'm coming from in terms of online shooters. When I was in my high school years, I owned an Xbox 360 and lived for Xbox Live. I'd say I've probably put at least 100 hours into each Gears of War game up to the 3rd entry, and probably the same for Call of Duty World at War and Modern Warfare 2. I've also spent a good amount of time with Modern Warfare 1 and Halo 3's online multiplayer. All that being said, I've mostly moved on from enjoying these types of multiplayer shooter games. I say mostly here as, unbelievably, I actually ended up having a great time with the online in Battlefront 2015. Well, that isn't 100% true. It only really started to become fun once I downloaded the Season Pass, but for the most part I had fun. If you're as shocked as I think you might be, don't worry, there's a lot that I didn't like here as well. What's important to note here, though, is that I think the reason I had such a good time with the online is because of how easily my brain slipped back into what I liked a decade ago. If I didn't have that familiarity with these types of Call of Duty shooters, and only had the previous Battlefront games to compare them to in my head, I probably would have had a much worse time. Before I really dig into the specifics, I'll lay down a few comparisons, positive and negative, right now. After going back and playing the first Battlefront game online for reference, a few things stood out to me. 1. Battlefront 2015's pace is so much quicker. Not only can you spawn in and get going immediately, you can also sprint like you could in Battlefront 2. There were loads of times where I would spawn and die moments later, but I think that mostly comes down to how much faster the game is as a whole. However, that being said, not being able to control where you spawn in is pretty annoying. This was one of the biggest benefits of command posts, as they functioned as a spawn location as well as the main objective to victory. Getting shot at or dying immediately doesn't feel as fair when you're relying on the game to place you on the battlefield. 2. The class system from the original games is better for encouraging team-based gameplay. I'll talk about the individuality of the RPG ranking systems and all that in a moment, but one thing is for sure, the older Battlefront games were created with team cooperation in mind, something I talked about in that first video. Each class had something to offer that the others didn't, which not only made them feel unique to play as, but aided the overall team with their strengths. Engineer was the definite support class that could repair droids and give out ammo and health. Sniper was the definite long-range unit that would stay back and lend covering fire. The Assault class was the definite vehicle slayer that could also lay down mines to protect command posts. Regular soldiers had the most well-rounded blaster rifle, which could reliably fire medium to close range, making them perfect for capturing command posts and leading the charge. The specialty units were a bit different depending on the faction, but it all added up to a pretty well-balanced team, regardless of if certain players had spent 100 hours in the game or just 10. Battlefront 2015 reminds me of those Call of Duty games I played in the past, where it encourages individualistic player progression above all else, with only a few ways to aid your team with unselfish play. You can equip healing star cards to be a healer, or anti-vehicle cards, or long-range rifle cards, and etc. It's all there, but without the defined classes, there's really no way of knowing what your teammates will pick. Much more often than not, they'll probably have a shield, a jet booster, impact grenade, a Dorkaxe grenade, and other random things like that. Your teammates might not have even unlocked some of the star cards necessary to cosplay these roles. None of this is detrimental in a vacuum, but when the original games were created around team-based play, Battlefront 2015 obviously feels very different. 3. Being able to melee attack is good, and unlike a few other online shooters I've played, it doesn't feel overpowered. 4. Being able to go prone isn't a thing in this game either, so it is a shame that only the original Battlefront had that option. Finally, the reloading mechanic isn't something I particularly like in the new Battlefront. Don't get me wrong, when you time it correctly, it is more interactive than waiting for a reloading animation to play out. However, the risk of failing wasn't worth the chance of success. It plays out much like the Gears of War active reload, except there isn't a damage boost if you time it at the perfect spot. If you fail, which is very easy to do after successive correct button presses as the window gets smaller and smaller, the overheating cooldown will take much longer than normal. Simply put, I think it's too harsh of a punishment and should have been removed as a consequence. I like the idea of making the reloading process more interactive, but far more often than not, I simply wouldn't even bother with the minigame, meaning it's just as monotonous as it would be without it. If you would only be given one chance every cooldown to time your button press, but a mistimed attempt would mean the full cooldown played out like normal, I think that would have been the best of both worlds. The main thing that dominates the player's brain in this game will be numbers. The diorama set is of course the most egregious example. Most of the goals there are reaching a certain threshold of points, kills, and sometimes literally hours played. I'm not fucking spending 10 hours in vehicles, fuck off. Seeing a number go higher makes our caveman brains happy for some reason. This has long since been figured out by game developers, and most AAA games these days have some sort of leveling system or incremental increases in stats for your powers and weapons. Sometimes achievements or objectives have arbitrary kill counts as well. Slapping numbers onto things gets people playing longer than they would otherwise. This isn't as exploitative as a gambling simulator or NBA 2K microtransaction bullshit, but I would recommend everyone out there to just be aware of what's going on when you see this kind of stuff. Are you playing because you're having a good time, because the game is engaging on a moment-to-moment level, or do you just want that super rare achievement or your rank to be as high as your friends? Speaking of that, just like those old Call of Duty games I played, Battlefront has a ranking system. You unlock more weapon loadout options as you increase your rank, and the amount of points you receive for your rank is also converted to credits. You can spend your credits purchasing these new loadout options, and etc, etc. Like I said, these ranking systems are a cheap and easy way to get people playing the game longer than they would otherwise. That being said, I don't think Battlefront's ranking system is as bad as the Call of Duty games I played in the past. There's no prestiging system that encourages players to level up to essentially 1,000, and other than equipping an alien head, no one else can see your rank, so that isn't something you're likely to be especially proud of, which is good, because it's usually meaningless. In Battlefront, it mostly seems connected to which guns, cosmetics, emotes, and star cards you're able to buy. I would say this is one of those things you either love or hate, but I can see both sides to this. On its face, Battlefront 2015 isn't trying to be a competitive game, like, at all. So it being properly balanced or not doesn't have as much of an impact as it would otherwise. That being said, there are clearly better guns and star cards that you can unlock the more hours you put into the game, and dying repeatedly to people who have them can be very annoying. The whole concept of locking guns and star cards behind a couple dozen hours of play for an online multiplayer game is kind of absurd. If you've purchased the game and want to use a specific star card, like, say, a rifle that actually feels like a sniper, having to jump through hoops and gain a high enough level feels so dirty. The players who simply have more time at their disposal not only get to pick from a wider selection of guns, but also get to clown on newbies with their objectively superior firepower. One might hear this and conclude that the only time everyone is at a level playing field is right at launch, since everyone begins at level 1. However, if you pre-ordered the game, you received the DL-44, a powerful pistol that barely anyone else would have, which would give you an advantage. Eventually, DLC packs were available to purchase that included advanced star cards and weapons that wouldn't unlock until the player was at a pretty high level. It was 5 months after launch that these came out, but that doesn't really matter. This is an admission that some of the weapons and star cards are better than others, and they make the game easier for players with far more time on their hands. So instead of addressing that issue, EA gets to keep the addictive drip feed while also making money by giving you access to things already in the game, but earlier? Looking at the ratings these packs have received from PS4 users is honestly disheartening. Yes, EA, take my $5. I would love to use the guns that you have locked from me. 5 stars. Now, to play devil's advocate yet again, I'm sure unlocking things slowly with the credits they've earned can make players feel good about their customized loadout. Maybe they'll feel more attached to a certain gun because they unlocked it via HUD contract. I personally can't stand it, yet I can't deny that it does pull me in. Even when I didn't want to use the gun it would eventually unlock, I loved seeing those HUD contract objectives slowly but surely get completed. However, it's also undeniable that these tasks, rankings, and credits push players to become more self-centered. Sure, there are some HUD contracts that encourage playing the objective, but if you want to get that spicy new sniper rifle, better ignore the objective and take advantage of this big open map to finally get some kill streaks going. I can also acknowledge to some degree how these contracts could be beneficial. It could push players to use guns and equipment that often get overlooked and undervalued, and who knows, they may end up liking that thing they would have otherwise ignored. I will admit that it worked on me with the targeting rifle and scout pistol. Initially, I never thought I would be able to get 15 scout pistol kills, or obtain a single targeting rifle kill streak, but I learned how to use them both, I started enjoying them, and I felt kind of sad when I was done with them. It was time to move on to a new set of tasks, another few boxes to check, one more set of arbitrary goals that might make me ignore what the game mode is and try to get kills with a certain gun. All that being said, I think progression systems are generally bad for online games, but with how addicting they are and how much of a mainstay they've become, I doubt they'll be going away anytime soon. As far as the HUD contracts as a whole go, I do like them, but there are some nuances that kind of got on my nerves. Perhaps when the game was popping off in 2016 it was no big deal, but locking a few of them behind playing the objective in a DLC game mode kind of sucks. For example, the EE4 requires 10 generator defense events to unlock. This can only occur in the Sabotage game mode, which is only playable in the Bespin DLC. The Bespin DLC is segregated off into its own section, it has its own isolated player base separated from everything else. At this point, seeing enough people in that DLC is rare, and if I didn't have a few lucky nights of getting more than 1 or 2 people in that playlist, I'm not sure if I could have ever earned the EE4. The same goes for the Death Star playlist. It's hard to win a battle station game when I can never find anyone in that DLC. As a contrast, there's a HUD contract where you have to kill a certain number of enemies with a pistol in the Blast game mode. That's a game type that appears in all of the DLC as well as the base game playlists, so that felt completely fair. Another annoyance of the HUD contracts is the fact that you have to pay to activate them. It can be frustrating seeing that, even though you got 3 targeting rifle streaks for a HUD contract already, this new one you bought demands that of you once more. You can have as many activated at a time as you'd like, so it really comes down to prioritizing your credits on these contracts, trying to avoid the scenario where you'll have to redo the tasks you just did, but for a different contract. You also can't see what the gun does before acquiring it, which is annoying and dumb, since of course people can just look it up online if they really wanted to, so you may as well save everyone the hassle and put it in for reference. The text blurb doesn't provide anything tangible, instead it hints at something that's far more interesting than what's currently in the game. It says if you fail, you'll never be safe in the Outer Rim, but you can't fail them. Like, not at all. It could have been interesting if the HUD contracts worked closer to how the text talks about, where if you don't accomplish your mission in a given time frame, you'll be hunted down by other players for a bounty or something. Maybe if you give up on a HUD contract, or don't achieve it in a 3-day window, the next 10 games you'll have a red outline around your character that can be seen through walls, making it easier for opponents to take you out. That might sound ridiculous, and it is to an extent, but at least it would be something more akin to the risk of working for Jabba the Hutt than just paying for all of his contracts and never seeing any negative effects even if you don't do them. Finally, my last general grievance with the HUD contracts, and all of the objectives that require a certain number of kills with a specific gun, is how the game recognizes who got the kill. I remember back in my younger years, kill stealing was a serious thing to get pissy over. It's extremely dumb, but if you cared about your kill to death ratio, doing most of the damage and having someone else take the kill was akin to them teabagging your still warm dead body. Shooter games have since given partial points to players who did damage to the enemy before the final blow, which is what happens in Battlefront. You'll get 100 points from the assist, but the thing is, I don't give a fuck about points. If I'm desperately trying to get targeting rifle streaks, or heavy blaster kills, or generator defense events, or what have you, a kill is the only thing that matters to that HUD contract objective. It doesn't matter that I did 99 damage to the enemy, the player that dealt the last 1 tick of damage is what matters. There's only 2 ways I could see this issue being fixed. 1, remove every objective and HUD contract so getting kills with particular guns is never something you'll need to do. I doubt people would like that, and I'm not so sure if I would either. 2, change how the assists work and count them alongside regular kills in the objectives and HUD contracts. Maybe only count an assist if the player did more than 50 points of damage, then as long as you did the brunt of the work, the person who finished them off doesn't essentially take away your in-game reward. With that in mind, perhaps increase the number required so it still results in the same amount of effort, only now you'll be properly rewarded more consistently as you play. Just to recap, assists wouldn't count as kills on the scoreboard, they would count for the HUT contracts and other objectives, and assists would then require 50 or more ticks of damage to count in the first place. I feel like that would effectively solve the issue, but I'm not necessarily sure everyone else would agree. The star cards in the game essentially represent your equipment loadout minus your main blaster. The L1 and R1 cards are the more basic secondaries that have a cooldown timer after each use. The star cards that occupy the middle selection also have a cooldown after each use. However, they also have an ammo count. Bafflingly, the ammo recharges aren't granted to you every time you spawn in. No, they are item pickups on the map, and here's the really silly part, that number carries over from game to game. Each individual type of middle star card has its own set of ammo independent from the rest. One could be at 30 uses because you barely use it, and one may be at 0. If you're at 0 at the end of one game, you'll be at 0 at the beginning of the next. If you do nothing but run around and collect star card recharges the entire game, you could consider your time not being completely wasted, as you'll have an abundance of them for the future. For the players like me who didn't want to use their precious credits on recharges instead of HUT contracts or better equipment, this is a very frustrating system. If anything, it heavily rewards players that have an abundance of credits, which obviously are the players who have spent more time with the game. Since we're on the topic of star cards, I'll talk about a few of them right now. There are a lot, and going through all of them just for the sake of the video feels like a waste of time. The Bacta grenade is great simply because it brings you closer to a few of your allies. It overhealing you to 130 is nice, and throwing it when in tight situations can get you out of a jam, but I found myself enjoying it more when I could throw it into a group of allies and feel like I genuinely helped my fellow soldiers. The Bacta droid is similar, although its nostalgic and frankly gorgeous appearance doesn't win out against the Bacta bomb's efficiency. The jump pack provides some versatility and speed, which means you can use it as a quick boost to get to a location faster, or more interestingly, get to high up vantage points. I initially really didn't like the jump pack because all it did early on was remind me of how much I missed the Dark Trooper and Clone Trooper jetpacks from the old games. I still think those are much more interesting, and I do miss them, but I've accepted at this point that this is a different game. My favorite thing to do with them was equip a bowcaster, begin charging it in mid-air, then land and take out any suspecting players. It barely ever worked, but when it did, I was a superhero. In addition to missing the real jetpack troopers, I at first also missed the real sniper class from the previous games. I didn't like that you had to basically construct a quasi-sniper star card hand and equip a targeting rifle to feel like a sniper. However, when I actually did make a custom star card hand that included the cycler rifle and pulse cannon, I had a really great time. Those two both recharge pretty quickly, so I could usually swap between them without problems. If not, the targeting rifle honestly wasn't so bad once I got the hang of it. It's just incredibly dumb that they locked the cycler rifle away, which in turn locks the HUT contract for the more powerful one-shot targeting rifle away as well until level 30. If a player who mainly played as a sniper in the previous games could turn on Battlefront for the first time and use the pulse cannon and cycler rifle, I bet they would have felt more at home. Both guns are very interesting in their own way. The pulse cannon is much stronger if you charge it up, but once you start charging the shot, there's no going back. It will shoot no matter what. Unless you melee attack to interrupt the process, that is. If you aren't standing still, the pulse cannon is wildly inaccurate, which was pretty funny to get used to. I also like how you can spot when someone is aiming it at you, as the green laser is pretty distinct. The cycler rifle is noted to be a crude, non-laser variant of a sniper rifle. That being the case, it can effectively shoot through blast shields. Both star card snipers being so different actually made my time with my quasi-sniper build more fun than any I can remember with the sniper class in the previous games, besides maybe using the recon droid. The personal shields themselves are something I don't like very much. It just seems really cheap that someone can turn on their shield and that's that, they get to escape. It is good that there are counters to the shield, such as the cycler rifle that I talked about, melee attacks in general, the bow rifle staff insta-kill melee attack, and the Dorkaxe grenade. Speaking of the Dorkaxe grenade, that's the card I have the most problems with, even though it's one I personally like quite a lot. More than the scatter shot or the secondary fire, the Dorkaxe grenade is the cheapest thing in the game. Let me be clear here, I think it's really neat. The poison gas slowly taking away enemies' health and going through shields is really cool. However, it's way too strong and can go through walls and floors. It's so overpowered that you can effectively remove a point of entry the enemy could have used for 5 to 10 seconds. No one will dare run through it since it's so damaging, so it's essentially an extremely easy to use and quickly recharging choke point simulator. I have had moments where I got crafty and used it effectively, like in a dead-end hallway in the Death Star to trap someone, so that is fun, but it lasts too long and results in so many easy kills with little effort. It's remarkable how many points you can rack up just by throwing it into a crowded area. In terms of balancing, the worst is when you get someone on a higher floor, spamming them down on you and your allies, since it can go through the ceiling. I'll talk about this particular death pit again later, but on one of the Bespin maps, you can spawn kill the opposing team into oblivion. It's obviously a cheesy strategy, and you can tell just by seeing how the enemy equipped their cards. 2 Dorkaxe grenades in one hand. That's beyond OP, especially considering how often you need to defend a specific spot on the map for some game modes. Ignoring the balancing issue, they aren't visually clear without seeing the grenade itself. Even though the symbol near the ground may be blue or red, no matter what, the gas is green. There were many times I couldn't see the grenade, so I just waited for it to go away, even though it could have been my teammate's Dorkaxe gas. I just think it could have been more clear if the gas was a different color depending on if it will damage you or not. Like I said, I do like the Dorkaxe grenade, but it causes confusion and is way too powerful. Besides the 2 sets of hands you brought in, you'll also have access to whichever hand your partner is using. This is one of the few ways the game encourages teamwork, and for me, it was a monumental success. You will more often than not be randomly assigned a partner in each match, and their color will be yellow instead of blue, so you can always spot them. You can use their currently equipped star cards even if you aren't even close to unlocking them yourself yet. You can spawn in right next to your partner if they aren't taking damage. Sometimes that leads to instantly dying because the game couldn't judge the situation properly, but that isn't a big problem. If they were crouching when you spawned in, you will be crouching as well, which is a great touch. If an enemy takes out your squad mate, killing the player who did it even gets you some extra points. That's nice. This partnership, I think, goes a long way in bringing you closer to your team as a whole. You certainly don't have to stick by their side, but if you do, the camaraderie of having someone's back, going in as a unit, it feels like an attempt at letting you cosplay the role of a team player without using voice chat. It's perfect for people who generally play these online team-based games solo, and who knows, maybe somewhere out there, in the millions of people playing, 2 people actually became friends through this system. I just like it a lot, and I really hope it's in the sequel. As far as the guns are concerned, I don't like how many there are in the first place. I prefer games that only have a few weapons, but they all feel sufficiently different from one another. In the old Battlefront games, the pistol felt different from the blaster rifle, same with the sniper, rocket launcher, and shotgun. Obviously, this is an online shooter, one where the focus is on slow player progression to unlock slightly different guns. That being said, even though plenty of guns were locked behind higher levels, there were also examples of 2 guns that were similar, but good for specific uses. You need to get kills with the EE3 to eventually unlock the EE4, and I figured it would be the case of the EE4 just being outright better, but it's thankfully not so cut and dry. The EE3 shoots out a burst of 3 shots at a long range, while the EE4 shoots a burst of 2 shots that do more damage, but the gun has less range overall. This means both have their advantages, and depending on the map and game type, could be beneficial to someone's playstyle. Again, going back to the HUT contracts and all that, I did like that I was being encouraged to try out lots of different ways to play. Maybe I would have stuck to regular blaster rifles instead of trying out some of the pistols, targeting rifles, and heavy blasters out there. There are also some very unique ones, like the night vision blaster pistol that Lando uses, the awesome targeting rifle that Bosk uses, Krennic's revolver-like gun, Jyn Erso's configuration pistol, and the insta-kill melee bow rifle as well. Lots of cool stuff in here, but like I said, I still prefer the older games when it comes to weapon loadouts. The other items in the game, the ones you acquire on the map as a token, I've already touched on slightly in the offline section with survival mode. It makes more sense why you wouldn't be able to see them before you grab them in online multiplayer, as there are some that are far better than others, and if they were in set locations, people would camp out and wait until they spawn. The thermal imploder, infantry turret, and smart rocket were my favorites. Even though it can be annoying when used against you, the fact that you can put the turret in strange locations is pretty cool. However, whenever I tried to put it in cool locations, the game was very picky. On Scarif, on top of this building is a no-go, but I eventually got it to stick angled downward at the trees. perfect. The thermal imploder creates a big explosion, but the best part is the extremely satisfying sound it gives off. There's also a strange phenomenon with the thermal imploder where you may think you've survived a close call, but you'll drop dead after a short delay. I don't know what to make of it, and it happened quite often. The card refresh pickup was one I absolutely hated, using it as quickly as possible whenever I grabbed it. However, after a while I could see its usefulness when paired with the bowcaster, certain grenades, or even double snipers. At first I didn't like the blaster cannon, but certain game modes showed me how valuable it could be. Being able to use the shield, turrets, blaster cannons, and proximity bombs to defend a location not only feels like you're using these items to their full potential, but the free form and unrestricted nature of how these items function normally make it a far more organic gameplay decision than it would otherwise. This is how survival mode should have felt, like you're building up your defenses in your own way. The blaster cannon is also pretty decent for controlling choke points and being a complete nuisance from far away, such as the time when an enemy planted one high up in one of the Outer Rim maps. We had quite the long-range battle, going back and forth, trading a few lives. It was a lot of fun. The vehicles aren't on the map for you to hop into like before, they're also an item token that has to be picked up and activated. If the developers weren't going to at least randomize the chance to control a vehicle for all players, I don't understand why the vehicles themselves couldn't have existed on the map already. Instead of running to a token, the player could run to the vehicle and hop in. The only thing I can think of is perhaps with how frequently you'll come across vehicles that act as a decorative piece, some being usable while others just acting as an oversized paperweight could cause some confusion. If that is the case, that certainly wasn't on their mind when it came to which doors would and wouldn't open. You could argue that they shouldn't have prioritized the map over the accessibility of the vehicles. However, you could also argue that vehicles not being available to the player would make sense. Who's to say every speeder has gas, every X-Wing is functional, every Millennium Falcon has its keys in it? If they weren't going to make it believable, the vehicles may as well have been given out randomly instead of acquired on the map in token form. Speaking on that topic, the heroes are handled in the most brain-dead way imaginable. I like them a lot when playing heroes versus villains, but in Walker Assault, Sabotage, Supremacy, and other explicitly normal modes, it's a fucking travesty. Not only is the act of acquiring them very silly, with the pickups just appearing in areas of the map, they're beyond overpowered. If you see Luke coming at you, you have a less than 0 chance of survival. He's going to one-hit kill you because of course he is. At times the game consisted of spawning in and dying to Luke repeatedly over and over, because that's what the game is for some reason. It's a power fantasy for the people who happen to have grabbed the hero pickup when they showed up on the map. If we compare heroes strictly to how they played in the original Battlefront 2, at least in that game, it awarded the opportunity to a player who was either playing well, playing poorly, or sometimes randomly if that's what the settings were. That's genuinely what they should have done here, award the opportunity to players at random. I remember when the game first released, and there would be people doing nothing but waiting for a hero pickup to spawn. I don't see it as often now, so I'm assuming the hero tokens appear in a few set randomized locations, opposed to the same one all the time. Either way, with 40-player games, the chance you'll be able to find it before someone else who is intentionally dicking around to get it is extremely slim. In the big game modes, I honestly don't even understand the point of heroes at all. It's as if the entire Battlefront community agrees to sacrifice their lives over and over just so one lucky player can mow down dozens of soldiers without a problem. Yay, you can kill a bunch of regular players! I bet that's really fun for them. I'm having fun. Can't you see my kill count go up? Is this pod racing? With the ability to play in overpowered vehicles like the AT-AT, and the absolute cheese that is the hero tokens, your kill-to-death ratio has never mattered less. Discussing the heroes in more detail, every time I pick up a hero token, the first thing I think about is how annoying it is to see a cutscene of them entering the battlefield. I don't know if this is masking some load screen or what, but it's irritating that it always plays. Luke is overpowered beyond belief. He's so quick, and of course his kill streak trait increases his sprinting speed, so he at times flies all around the map. It's pretty telling that in Hero Hunt mode, he's always the one chosen if he's available. His force push just instantly killing you is just fucking dumb, straight up. Anyway, I like that Han has a shoulder charge attack, if only because I think it's funny to see it deal damage to other heroes somehow. Leia plays more like a support class, which is very interesting. You could maybe argue that's what she was in Battlefront 2, But if that's the case, Battlefront 2015 definitely took that idea and ran with it. She has a force shield and can drop supplies down for other players, like smart rockets or droids. She also allows friendly players to spawn in as an Alderaan Honor Guard, which is a set class that is stronger than regular soldiers that carry smart rockets and homing shots. This same mechanic is carried over to the Emperor as well, with the Imperial Royal Guards, and Director Krennic with 2 Death Troopers. It's a really cool feature, one that I enjoyed, but couldn't help but see it as yet another thing the HUD contract objective stood in the way of. I've already talked about how absolutely nonsensical and greedy it was for DICE to not include Chewbacca as one of the playable heroes at launch, so I won't divulge into that again. Apparently the development team ran into some issues when they were creating him, so that's why he showed up so late in the Season Pass. He's a pretty fun character, albeit pretty fucking powerful to play against. His bowcaster shooting more and more shots as your trait level increases is pretty neat. He has a slam attack, which is great as that was something I even talked about in my original Battlefront video, how the Wookiees didn't have any visceral melee attacks. Nien Nunb is my least favorite hero out of them all, and that's simply because he looks exactly the same as a normal rebel with that alien head. There were so many times I thought I was looking at a hero but wasn't, and vice versa. Was this intentional? Am I the only one who consistently got confused by this? It's ridiculously silly, and I hope I'm not being racist or something by not being able to tell a regular Celestian from Nien Nunb. His turret thing is cool. It works differently than regular turrets as it gets more powerful as Nien Nunb deals damage to enemy villains. He has proximity mines, but he apparently gets an orbital strike on larger game modes, which I never saw because the few times I actually got into a large game mode lobby, and the even fewer times I grabbed a hero token, and the 50-50 chance I was playing as the rebels, I probably picked Lando or Han Solo instead, because, you guessed it, there's a HUD contract for getting kills with Lando and Han Solo. Are you seeing a pattern here? It's funny how so many issues in Battlefront can culminate into a single thing, like never seeing his orbital strike myself in online multiplayer. Lando is pretty great, as he comes equipped with the X8 Night Sniper blaster pistol, which is so fucking cool. His shocking trap ability is also pretty clever. It's a decoy item pickup that shocks you when you grab it. If you're smart and see that Lando is on the battlefield, and if you know the locations of the pickups normally, you'll know to avoid them, so it's not as unfair as it looks on the surface. Even though it has the same properties as the Star Card Shock Grenade, it seems like you need to mash the square button a lot more to break yourself free, so it ends up killing regular soldiers more often than not. Jyn Erso, someone I doubt anyone actually cares about as a character, was included for the Rogue One DLC. That being said, I'm sure a lot of people care about her as a playable hero because she's rad as hell. Her blaster pistol and rifle attachment are powerful, but what I cared about was her trait. When leveled up, it gives her more strikes for her truncheon surge. Basically, exactly what I complained about in my Dead Rising 3 video. However, unlike how I felt about it in Dead Rising 3, I love that the move assist snaps to a new enemy in this game. As one of the tools in her arsenal unique to her, it's powerful in a way that separates her from the rest, allowing her to take down a big group of soldiers. For the villains, the counterpart to Luke's extreme cheesy quickness is surprisingly the Emperor. Even if I hadn't used them firsthand, when you see everyone pick one particular hero every chance they get, it's easy to see which ones are better than others. He has a twirly dive, which can dramatically speed his movement up. He can also produce a hero token that either heals him or an allied villain. This just feels ridiculously overpowered. In Hero Hunt, it felt like he could stay alive forever. I also think his lightning attacks are too powerful. Against regular soldiers, it's meant to be strong, but if you're a hero and bump into him in a dark alley, there's no running away, he's going to kill you. I kind of like that he doesn't have a lightsaber. However, since this game only features original trilogy heroes and villains, there only being 2 in the whole game that wield a lightsaber feels so wrong. Maybe instead of fucking Nien Nunb, Ben Kenobi could have been a hero. The only other lightsaber user besides Luke Skywalker is, of course, his brother, Darth Vader. He comes equipped with his classic saber throw and force choke abilities. His trait is more suited towards tanking damage, as his defenses go up as it increases in level. Even though I'm not very good with him, there's something about playing as Vader that just feels really good. When playing Boba Fett, it made me miss the Jet and Dark Troopers all over again, since flying around instead of getting a boost is so much more fun. Greedo is the counterpart to Nien Nunb from the Outer Rim DLC. His trait is his confidence, which affects which grenades he can use. It starts off with a Dioxis, then works all the way up to a thermal imploder. It's kind of neat, I guess. However, the fact that the Death Troopers that spawn in with Krennic have a thermal imploder right away makes me feel that Greedo is severely underpowered. He has a better scan pulse ability and an auto-fire thing when there's multiple targets out in the open, even though I never got to use them. Greedo, to me, is a perfect example of how pointlessly obscure the abilities for the heroes and villains are. There's a small description on the select screen which might tell you something useful, or it might not. Then you just get symbols in the corner. For the longest time, I had no fucking idea what Greedo's triangle or R1 abilities were, since I tested them out in safe areas and nothing happened. You could make the argument a player should be testing them out in the offline hero modes, and that's fair enough, but with how online focused this game is, it's abnormal to think you should be anywhere else besides in the multiplayer screen. Dengar is the counterpart to Lando for the Bespin DLC. I actually had no idea who this idiot was until I looked him up. He was apparently one of the random other bounty hunters from Empire Strikes Back. However, I've only been able to find him in pictures of that scene. At the end of the day, far more of his screen time was actually in the Clone Wars TV show. Ironic. At this point in the season pass, the villains are really being stretched thin. Greedo was already pushing it, since he has one scene in the original trilogy, and most of his screen time is with the Clone Wars TV show as well. Besides him, I get the impression that DICE got a hold of these pictures and randomly selected 2 of the bounty hunters. That's fine, but picking this dingus over this cool-looking killer droid is a travesty. IG-88 deserves better. His Hurricane Strike is kind of cool, where he rushes forward and smacks people with his blaster. Apparently this could instantly kill Luke before a patch fixed it, which is hilarious. His Grenade Spam Charge is a thing that's kind of unique too. I don't know, maybe he is good and I just can't get over how lame of an inclusion he is to utilize him properly. Bosk is far more interesting thanks to his predatory instincts, which gives him thermal vision. I'm a sucker for this kind of thing, and with this activated, all of his other abilities apparently improve as well. Just look at how fast he gets. His Relby is a very powerful rifle. You can shoot grenades out of it, which is pretty cool, and he has a useful escape tactic where he throws down a stronger Dioxis grenade and hops away. His trait is tied to getting health back with every kill. Overall, a really fun villain to play as, but not fun at all to play against. Finally, there's Director Krennic, a name I have literally never had to think about prior to making this video. He's more like Leia than the Emperor is, funny enough. He deploys a droid which has a shield, and that droid releases Dioxis gas if enemies get too close. He can throw out a symbol on the ground which buffs everyone around him, and his blaster pistol can be changed to a single-shot armor breaker, which is basically an insta-kill on regular soldiers. I can't help but mention that every now and then, some glitch will happen with heroes where it changes their appearance. One time the Emperor had the appearance of Nien-Nub for some reason, and one time Chewbacca looked like this. I'd like to believe everyone else could see this monstrosity as well, but I can't be sure. As far as the game modes go, I think there are too many in general, and a lot of them are too similar to one another. Droid Run and Drop Zone both have you capturing a certain location on the map. In one of them there are always 3 points and they move around slightly. In the other, once one is captured, more drop pods spawn on the map in different locations. Both of these are analogous to Conquest mode, just not as good. I don't mind them as a side thing for a more relaxing time though. I do like that Droid Run uses droids as the point of interest. I think that makes a lot of sense and is visually interesting. Cargo is just capture the flag, Blast is a deathmatch, Fighter Squadron is a deathmatch except you're in flying vehicles. The ship combat isn't something I'll talk about too much, but I think it was smart to give the lock-on and gunfire an overheat and cooldown, so you have to be watchful of both as you go. That being said, I'm just not very fond of vehicles in the first place, so this type of game is more of a tertiary change of pace for me. It's unfortunate then that the Fighter Squadron game mode takes so fucking long to finish. Since you're just flying around shooting at ships, the fun wears off long before someone finally wins. For the hero modes, there's Hero Hunt and Heroes vs. Villains. Hero Hunt is a god-awful game mode. Truly, truly terrible. It can hold up to 12 players, so there will be 1 hero and 11 regular soldiers chasing and firing at them. The soldier that dealt the most damage will become the hero next. The damage they recorded zeroes out, but carries over for everybody else, to make sure people are playing the objective and not goofing off. There's 2 completely separate reasons why this game mode is terrible. Firstly, in my opinion, it's not fun to play at all. You'll mostly be going up against Luke or the Emperor. They run around the map, you chase them all over, maybe get a few shots in or you die, repeat for 10 minutes. Because Luke and the Emperor are the most overpowered and most often selected, the fact that you can't choose a hero that was just chosen by someone else feels pretty cheap. If anything, it gives an advantage to every other person, the one who can pick the overpowered character. When playing as a soldier, it becomes monotonous chasing the hero, but when playing as the hero, it's almost just as dull. Running around the map to me is extremely boring, so either I adhere to the meta in hopes of winning, or I try to have fun and get ganged up on. That's one reason why I don't like the game mode. It's not very fun for me. The other reason is more concrete and objective. There's a timer at the top of the screen, but there's also a threshold of kills as a hero which will give you the win instantly. If a player gets 50 kills, they win without anyone else getting their few minutes of fun. If it comes down to who had the highest amount of points at the end of the timer, if the player who is in the lead is playing as the hero, the game is done. If it's a different player, the game doesn't end. Instead, it waits until that player dies or they score more than the current leading player and win the game. If you aren't seeing how broken this system is, let me lay it out for you. The timer elapses, the player with the most points is desperately trying to kill the current hero so they can keep their victory. The player who is the hero is desperately trying to survive and get more points so they can steal the victory. The 10 other players are, I'm assuming, supposed to feel it's their duty to roleplay someone who gives a shit, joining in on the fight against the current hero. It essentially comes down to which of the 2 players will get the victory, which isn't something the other 10 people care about, so for them, it actually comes down to which person winning will end the game the quickest. Either that, or run around farming star cards. Fuck this game mode, it's terrible, and the fact that you need to win 10 matches to get a certain diorama piece tells me that a lot of people suffered through this trash, playing something they hate, so they can feel like they've completed the game. Out of all of the numbers garbage in this game, this one irritates me the most because I know people spent hours of their life trying to get this worthless airspeeder figure. It's just such a bad game mode, and why would you make people play it? Jesus Christ, it's just so stupid. The Heroes vs. Villains mode is a lot better, however in the base game I don't think it's quite as good as it is in the DLC variants. The base game has to limit the heroes and villains to 3 each side, since they were only 3 when the game launched. Now there's 7, and the DLC modes allow 4 on each side. 8 players in total, 4 as the overpowered monstrosity, 4 as a regular soldier. My main complaint of this game mode is how the rounds are timed. There's 3 minutes to wipe out the opposing team's heroes and protect your own, but if the timer runs out, whichever team has the most heroes alive wins the round. However, if there's an even number on both sides, like 1 to 1, it's a draw. I understand if you're at low health and the opponent isn't, maybe it would be smart to run away and hope for a draw, but that's such a dumb waste of time and should have never been a thing in the first place. Much more often than not, the round is likely 10 seconds from being over naturally when the draw happens. Speaking of that draw issue, the same thing happens in Cargo when it's 5 to 5. Even though you just spent the last 10 minutes in this mode, the game doesn't care, it doesn't have an overtime, it's just done, it's a draw. Boy, that feels great. Supremacy, Walker Assault, and Turning Point are all 40-player game modes, and all of which feature some sort of defend the point of interest gameplay. With how many ways DICE created the variation of defend this specific part of the map, I think they just liked fucking with their fans who wanted Conquest mode. I do think Walker Assault is kind of neat, how everyone's attention turns to the AT-ATs during a few points. It feels like a climactic moment in a bigger battle. There are a few more game modes, but they all take place in the Season Pass. So, without further ado, let's finally talk about it. The Season Pass, something I almost didn't buy, got me to finally enjoy the game to its fullest. The added variety of maps, game modes, and extra star cards and guns really rounds out the whole experience. Without the Season Pass, I'd say this game is pretty mediocre. With the Season Pass, I'd say it's still not as good as the previous Battlefront games, but now the vision for this new iteration starts to make a little more sense. The Outer Rim DLC includes Extraction, essentially an escort mission where the rebels try to make it out with supplies while the Empire tries to stop them. The maps added are a Celestian refinery, pipelines, Jabba's palace, and Palace Garage. All of them are gorgeous and have interesting layouts. I especially like this trend of subverting our expectations with these familiar maps. Jabba isn't there, the Rancor is dead, Han has been freed, and the palace seems to have been abandoned. The Bespin DLC also doesn't feature a frozen Han, unlike the first game. Admittedly, Han being frozen still wouldn't make any sense if you could play as him on that map, but then again, you could play as any hero and have any interaction on any map, so this just points to this not following canon in any way, much to DICE and EA's dismay. This DLC features the game mode Sabotage, which doesn't feel that different from a few of the others in the base game, but it's not bad. The rebels set the charges and attempt to blow all three up. If they do, defend the extraction point. The Empire, of course, tries to defuse the charges, and so on. There are 3 maps in this DLC, and the color palettes are outstanding for all of them. I'll talk about the visuals in a bit, but I have to quickly point out how great the variety is for these Bespin maps. One is an extremely spacious battlefield set in the day with sleek interiors. One is a high-up palace, baked in the orange soft glow of sunset with bright white interiors. The last one is completely indoors. It has cramped solid red hallways, slightly more open battle zones with a mix of dark colors and shadows, tight tunnels with light brights all around, and finally the carbon freezing rooms themselves, which are even more spacious, sometimes completely dark, sometimes glowing orange. I love all 3 of the maps for different reasons, but I hate one aspect of the carbon freezing chamber more than anything else. Most maps don't have definite spawn areas, as the other team could camp out and kill enemy players unfairly. For the maps that kind of have it, they try to prevent spawn kills by not allowing the opposing team to enter into that area of the map, either killing players who go too far, or keeping certain doors closed so the opposing team can't enter them. However, since the Dorkaxe grenade doesn't play by anyone's rules, and Luke can sneak into an area that's off limits for him, this death pit was the end result. This seems to only happen to the Empire side, and only in the Sabotage game mode. What this means is the rebels can trap all the enemy forces in this room, killing them with Luke or by simply spamming grenades from above, all while the rebels destroy the 3 gas generators without any issues. You can even see that once the objective has been completed for them, the Empire finally gets to spawn somewhere else so the game can continue. Lastly, for the Bespin DLC, you can also play Fighter Squadron around Cloud City. I like how you can go between the structures. The hitboxes are pretty tight, the only exception being these small cables that you can fly right through. The Death Star DLC was one that was very elusive. This is a 6-year-old game, so the player base is very thin these days. Sometimes I would be staring at this loading screen for a half an hour, hoping one of the DLCs had enough players. Outer Rim was the only exception. I could find a full lobby almost every time I looked for one. I'm assuming that's because all of the game modes in that playlist cap out at 8 players per team. Bespin, Death Star, and Scarif need more players per team to begin, and thus were almost always barren. There was a magical night where I finally got to play the Death Star, and when I loaded in and saw that there were enough players, I literally screamed in excitement. The anticipation and hype didn't lead to a disappointing play session either. The Death Star maps themselves are incredible to look at, and the new game mode, Battle Station, was something that completely caught me off guard with its structure and how it plays out as a whole. It begins as a space battle, defend the Star Destroyer as the Empire, take it out as the Rebels. It reminds me of the Assault game mode from Battlefront 2, where you take out certain areas of the big frigate. It then shifts to inside the Death Star, where the Rebels have to escort R2-D2 and escape. Finally, if they accomplish that, it transitions to the Trench Run. I've only played this section as the Rebels twice, and it's truly baffling. I imagine you're supposed to fly through the nooks and crannies of the Death Star to find the thermal exhaust port, but it's pretty unclear on where you should be going. Weaving through the cramped trenches and managing the tight turns is very fun. I just wish there was some demonstration or tutorial on where the thermal exhaust port is for when you get selected for the trench run besides just a yellow checkpoint. Battle Station is a big step in the right direction. It tells a digestible, contained story in a 3-part structure and successfully combines space and land combat in a single match, something I can't say for any other game mode. That is, until the Scarif DLC. Infiltration also features a 3-part structure, starting in space, either defending, controlling, or attacking the U-Wings. Once one of the U-Wings reaches the destination, a ground battle begins where the rebels try to blow up one of the 2 transport ships to cause a distraction. If that's accomplished, then the rebels try to get a data file to the extraction point. This final phase can be over very quickly, as there are 3 potential carriers, and if the defending team only focuses on 2 of the 3, that third one can sprint to victory in under a minute. I think the ratio of 1 space to 2 land battles is the way to go. I do like the Death Star Battle Station. but if you play it a few times in a row, it's a lot of space combat. However, I will say that the pacing is better for Battle Station if you play it once. Having a land map sandwiched between two space ones feels better than one space followed by two land. That being said, since Battle Station usually plays back to back, one as Rebels and one as the Empire, it will essentially be space, land, space, space, land, space. It's just too much space combat for my liking. Even though I do like a few of these game modes, many of them don't offer interesting objectives for both teams. One side gets to have a dynamic goal, something to work towards, and the other just hopes they can last long enough for the timer to hit 0. Seeing the game tell you that if the timer runs out, you win doesn't inspire a lot of confidence and is generally kind of boring. Not only that, sometimes even getting the timer down to 0 isn't enough. During the trench run section of Battle Station, if the rebels are close enough to the thermal exhaust port, the game keeps going to allow this last attempt. Getting the timer down to 0 is the only goal the Empire has, so it not even being a concrete victory state feels incredibly cheap. It is good that each additional phase of both game modes adds a fixed amount of time onto the timer. This means there's always a benefit for the rebels to move faster, and the same can be said for the Empire when they successfully slow the rebels down. For example, the rebels could have 18 minutes to retrieve the data file, or only 6 minutes to blow up the Death Star. Before wrapping up, there's one last thing to talk about. The visuals. Yeah, all of this looks fantastic. I initially viewed these DICE Battlefront games as a stilted take on Star Wars, preferring the PS2 era chunkiness. I believe I've now properly expressed my thoughts on why I think the older game's visuals hold up so well, but it would be a lie to pretend that this all doesn't look great. I still love how the Death Star looks, both the space sections with the space dust and asteroids, and the interiors with the light brights all over, costing the taxpayers trillions. The Bespin maps have fantastic lighting and color design, and Scarif, well, isn't a typical forest map, so it gets a W just for being on a beach. That said, on the other hand, is this worth the trade-off? Are these graphics worth the load times being as bad as they were on the PS4? I won't show off all of the examples I had in the original video, since it did feel like a bit much, but 2 combined minutes of loading for 4 minutes of single-player mission gameplay? What on earth, man? Over a minute to get to the diorama screen? A simple rewards page? Maybe this isn't a visuals problem, but a horribly unoptimized game problem. Either way, the main takeaway is, yeah, I like how the game looks, but I don't need it to look this way, or any better for that matter, if it's going to impede the load times or the development of the actual game part of the game, like modes, characters, classes, and so on. While I obviously critiqued this game to hell and back, with how unenthusiastic I was to cover this game initially, it's shocking even to me that I had so many nice things to say. Once I actually gave Battlefront 2015 a decent shake, and with the help of the Season Pass, I think I was able to find a few bits of fun that could be had with this game. I still don't think it stacks up to the original Battlefront games at all, and the marketing and business decisions behind the scenes are in my opinion irredeemable, but all that being said, the game does manage to be a competent online shooter with a gorgeous Star Wars skin. There really ought to have been more offline content, more effort should have gone into survival mode overall, the progression system deepens the gulf between new and veteran players, which can cause frustration, it takes too long to unlock many of the more interesting weaponry, Conquest mode should have been in the game, the many different game modes all feel similar, and only a few of them from the DLC manage to do anything worthwhile, the heroes are ridiculously cheesy in ways where it can feel unfair, and the load times are absolute shit. That being said, the visuals look great, the Star Wars sounds are there like you'd expect, Walker Assault, Battle Station, and Infiltration are at least somewhat refreshing game modes, the hut contracts can be kind of fun to complete, and a few of the star card combinations, item pickups, and hero abilities can provide some depth depending on the game mode. In many ways, this reboot was a slap in the face. You could say their overconfidence was their weakness. In some ways, I found their lack of faith disturbing. They basically said, I'm altering the deal, pray I don't alter it any further. I thought they smelled bad on the outside. These aren't the droids you're looking for. It's not impossible. I used to bullseye womp rats in my T-16 back home, and they're not much bigger than 2 meters.
Pound that thing!
Star Wars Battlefront 2 released in 2017, and at launch, it was basically a loot box-infested empty mess of a game. EA and DICE backpedaled a bit on their initial greedy vision and tried to earn back the goodwill of fans by offering a hefty dose of free content. This was the least they could do, especially when you consider the Season Pass scam from the first game. As it stands now, Battlefront 2 is in a much better place, but this finished product is still far from perfect. While I can readily admit that this isn't the terrible garbage fire I once thought it was, there's plenty about it that is either frustrating, ridiculous, or pointlessly tedious. It feels like no matter where you look, for every point in the game's favor, there's a point against it and a missed opportunity to balance it out. The inclusion of a story mode is nice for the player base that was asking for one. However, it's fairly paint by numbers, and the non-story offline content is, once again, pretty lacking. The co-op and supremacy modes are great, however there's still no galactic conquest, which stings even more this time around specifically because of how well those two game modes function. Ewok Hunt is fantastic, however that's really the only creative game mode this time around, and many of the more interesting match types from the first game didn't make a comeback. The return of the class system is a welcome sight, and a few of the special units feel downright exceptional to play as. However, the progression system has been radically modified, meaning what was a constant linear grind to better your singular character has now been spread out between 7 different classes and a dozen heroes and ships. Due to how prevalent it is, this iteration likely got people addicted to it for far longer than 2015's system, and at times it makes Battlefront 2 even less balanced than its predecessor. The Clone Wars era is here, which is what we wanted, but it's not as fleshed out as it should have been. As cool as the many clone skins are, notable fan favorites such as Ahsoka Tano, Qui-Gon Jinn, and even Mace Windu, you know, the guy from the original game, aren't present. Seemingly to rub salt in the wound, it feels like the sequel era was given the same level of priority as the prequels, which, when you consider at the time of release the sequels only had one film to work off of, is either naively optimistic or short-sighted, depending on your point of view. Even after the red dust had settled on Episode 8, they still tried to keep things as balanced as possible, meaning certain hero selections were chosen for the sole purpose of making sure the eras were represented equally. Imagine BB-9 getting the hero spot over Mace Windu. Everyone knows how bad the monetization in the game was at launch, but personally, I'm astounded that the game still readily directs you to buying crystals and the Deluxe Complete Edition without hesitation even to this day. The continued existence of the crates is so utterly pointless and even makes the game more obnoxious in a few specific situations. Oh man, this is gonna be a long one. Much like with the first EA Battlefront, I did end up having a mostly good time despite my reservations, but obviously there are many issues and dumbfounding decisions thrown in which I feel the need to talk about. I'll be comparing many areas of Battlefront 2 2017 to Battlefront 1 2015, so if you haven't watched my video on that game, I'd recommend doing so first. Alright, let's get this thing started. Sorry for the wait, but it is now officially the future. Before I go on about what I did and didn't like about how Battlefront 2 plays in 2022, I feel the need to talk about the content drip feed that took place over the years, slowly filling in the gigantic holes the game had at release. Even though it too had a bad launch, by the end of 2016, Battlefront 1 had a lot of content if you bought the overpriced Season Pass. It was all original trilogy, and the offline support was still pathetic, but nonetheless, it felt like a complete game at that point. Even still, a lot of people were turned off by the idea that the full Battlefront experience wasn't even close to available on release, and locking the remaining heroes, maps, and game modes behind a grotesque paywall was incredibly greedy. What was the lesson EA and DICE took from this experience? Well, to do the same thing again, of course, except this time don't charge players money for the expansions. Sell people a clearly unfinished game, keep them coming back for the free updates, then hope that all the while they spend money on loot boxes. That was the plan, right? I can't believe how much of what I liked about this game wasn't here in 2017. There was no supremacy, no co-op, no Ewok Hunt. The Ewok Hunter unit, along with the other infiltrator types, weren't here either. The Clone Wars era as a whole was barely present. They only had Yoda and Darth Maul as heroes, and at that point didn't have ARC Troopers, Clone Commandos, Droidicas, or even Geonosis as a map. Pretty embarrassing, since that's literally the prequel equivalent to Hoth. At the time of release, there were just as many prequel-era planets and heroes as there were for the sequel era. This isn't just me bashing on the sequels, either. As I said earlier, only Episode 7, The Force Awakens, was out at that point. The 3 prequel films and 6-season Clone Wars TV show got 3 maps in total, whereas 1 movie got 3 maps on its own. An argument could be raised that even now, the lack of Mustafar, Utapau, and Coruscant is pretty ridiculous when Kessel and Ajan Kloss made their way in, as if we really needed more fucking forest maps. Playing this in 2022, it's obviously a good thing that we have Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, General Grievous, and Count Dooku to play as. It's obviously a good thing that the Clone Wars stuff that was absent is now mostly here, but I can't imagine how betrayed the prequel fans who bought this on release must have felt. You could easily make the case that they shouldn't have bought it day one in the first place, but we'll ignore that for now. The precedent had been set that DICE and EA feed in content slowly over time. Those fans had to sit there and watch as The Last Jedi movie and the Solo movie received dedicated updates while the prequels were still left with 2 heroes and 3 maps. Let me put this in perspective. DICE made character models for Donald Glover as Lando and Alden Ehrenreich as Han before putting in Anakin and Obi-Wan. Best case scenario, this was the post-launch plan the entire time, and they were methodically chipping away on the Clone Wars content so that when it finally was ready, it would be a big deal. Worst case scenario, once the loot box-based progression system failed, EA's stock price took a hit, so they had to decide to listen to their fans a bit more than they're used to. They had The Last Jedi and Solo content mostly done and ready to go, so they still released that on schedule, then began work on something fans will actually give a shit about. Honestly, even the best case scenario is awful. It's disgusting how EA manipulated an entire fan base to purchase the one and only Star Wars game on the market. They dangled the prequels like a carrot over people's wallets, and they couldn't even put in Droidekas or Geonosis on release. I know I'm spending a lot of time on this, but it needs to be said, really. This release unfinished game, then update it later shit has got to stop. I get that companies are worried that players won't stick around to play their games a month after it comes out, but guess what? Who gives a shit? Did the player base enjoy it for that amount of time? Did they pay for it? Sweet, that's a success. This incessant desire for players to continuously come back to a game for months or years is extremely tiring, and quite demonstrably results in progression systems that most people hated when Battlefront 2 tried it. The obsession that the worst of our community has with the idea of a dead game only feeds into this mentality. If we can all agree that the launch version of Battlefront 2 was at the very least less than ideal, what was the cause? As far as I can see, there are 3 possibilities. 1. DICE are incompetent. I don't think that's what it is, since we can plainly see the game isn't awful as it stands today. This leads me to number 2, greed. Isn't it quite the coincidence that Battlefront 1 had to be released before The Force Awakens came out, and Battlefront 2 released right before The Last Jedi came out? Wow, is that good timing or what? I think this is mostly what it is. Imagine if this gigantic game was given proper development time and released in 2019 instead. 2019 specifically, as only then did the game genuinely come close to being what it should have been all along. Maybe, in that stretch of time between the 2 Battlefronts, EA could have released any other Star Wars game to hold people over. Instead, they sat on the license and put all their eggs in one basket, the one with microtransactions of course, which meant that they needed to get this game launched in the middle of a hype cycle. I don't put any blame on the designers, artists, programmers, or anyone who actually had a hand in creating this game. I'm sure they would have loved to ship out a product that had all the heroes, maps, modes, and classes we eventually got. In fact, maybe you could change the name of this one to EA is incompetent. They definitely were, but it's because they're greedy shits. However, perhaps even that isn't the whole story, which takes us to possibility number 3. Graphics. Does this game look incredible? Yup. Do hyper-detailed, photorealistic graphics exponentially increase budget and development time? Yup. Pandemic Studios aren't some magical edge case. They were able to pump out Battlefront 2 1 year after the first game because the assets weren't ludicrously time-consuming to make and implement. They certainly weren't focused on the pores of their character models' faces. There's always a trade-off. If something looks as good as many players want it to, it needs a lot more time to make, and if that isn't on the table, then either certain other areas of the game will be left unfinished or broken, or the workers of that studio will be forced to work overtime for months on end until the game is finished. All that being said, Battlefront 2's launch seems like a combination of 2 and 3. If the graphics weren't stupidly impressive, I'm sure they could have spent more time on the fun parts of the game, like putting in more classes and heroes to play as, making more maps and game modes, figuring out how to put Galactic Conquest in, and so on. Likewise, if EA weren't so desperate to appease their shareholders and get that loot box seller out, they could have let their team have the time they needed to make this the best Star Wars game possible. From here on out, I'll mostly be avoiding what the game was before DICE proclaimed it to be finished in 2020. What it is currently is what I'll be discussing. This might make it kind of annoying during some bits, since I'll be talking about something that is different between the two games, and it might sound like I'm insinuating that it was a deliberate artistic change, opposed to what they reverted it to after their initial attempt failed horribly. For example, the way you unlock star cards apparently was through randomized loot boxes, but now it's based on your level with said hero or class. Likewise, the credits being used to buy skins and whatnot, when, from what I can tell, was either a purchase or a loot box thing as well. The most infamous example is likely the heroes requiring a certain amount of credits to unlock, opposed to all being available and playable if you had enough points in-game. This is what makes this game so frustrating to write about, since I either have to go through every little fucking change down the line, or I have to ignore it for the most part and focus on what we have here. I guess I chose a mixture, since I got all my bitching about the game's empty launch out of the way early. The biggest change, at least in my opinion, was going from the constant linear progression, where you could unlock weapons, star cards, and skins for your personalized character, to spreading it out to every individual class and hero. The classes themselves are something I'll talk about in a moment, but essentially you have to play in that role to unlock more equipment and upgrades for it. Maybe this doesn't apply to how most players approached the game, but for me, this strict either-or meant I was always thinking about the 6 other units I wasn't using. In the first game, you just play and use your credits to unlock stuff. Maybe there was a hint of FOMO when using certain guns over others, or trying out certain builds at the cost of pushing others to the back burner, but I knew I would eventually get to everything without much hassle. Now, there's 4 classes to pick from, a hefty amount of star cards at your disposal for each one, a variety of weapon selections to choose from eventually, and finally the mods for those unlocked weapons. Once you have enough battle points in-game, your options basically double, as the special units, vehicles, and every specific hero all have their own sets of star cards to earn and upgrade as well. There's so much to level up and unlock in this game, and you can basically only work on one thing at a time. Even ignoring the hundreds and hundreds of milestones to sift through, the first time playing the game could be a very daunting experience for people like me. There were so many times I second-guessed my commitment to making this video, simply because the idea of playing the game enough to see everything, and unlock mostly everything, genuinely gave me a bit of existential dread. Yes, existential dread is what I mean, by the way. I was honestly questioning the purpose of making review videos for YouTube, which spiraled into other areas of life. I'm still not totally convinced, but hey, I'm here. Even after spending more time with Battlefront 2 than I have with literally any other game on my channel, I still hadn't earned all of the weapon mods yet, or the final 2 guns for the officer. I knew going in this was going to take more effort and time than the first Battlefront, but I legitimately wasn't expecting the grind to be as stretched out as it was. It's kind of ironic, since I'd imagine the intention for spreading out the leveling to everything, along with the milestones, which I'll talk about more in depth later on, was so that players didn't think this way. No matter what, you're working towards something, right? So just relax and have fun while the game presents you with milestone after level up after unlock. I was very much in the opposite camp. It wasn't relaxing at all, instead anxiety-inducing. Star cards were never something I particularly liked even as a concept, and if anything, Battlefront 2 doubled, even tripled down on the idea. You gain levels for each individual class, which grants you points to spend for that class's star cards. You can purchase new ones if you're the appropriate level, and even upgrade them as well with a maximum rank of 4. If you're a newcomer to the game, every time you die, it will likely be to someone with 3 purple cards. I'm not going to go in detail with all of them, but one thing I noticed is how many of the boost cards were repeated for every unit, yet the order in which they unlock is slightly different. Most people would likely agree the Bounty Hunter card is good to have equipped, as it allows you to earn battle points faster, meaning you can play as the special units, vehicles, and even heroes earlier than you might otherwise. All 4 classes have it, but not at the same level requirement. To go one step further, I even put all of the boost cards in a table in the order that they unlock. I've assigned a color for each duplicate card, and as you can see, it's just a haphazard assortment. I honestly wouldn't doubt that they just used a random number generator or flipped some coins to decide these. The only unique boost card for each class is the very first one you can unlock, then it's the same stuff you've seen. If we extend this to the 3 special units, a similar trend is visible here as well, And now, the only boost card exclusive to the Assault class isn't so exclusive anymore. The Infiltrator type has the most unique set of star cards, which I suppose makes them the most special unit of them all. They were added in much later on, which is likely why they're so unique. On the whole, though, every class eventually getting nearly every boost card is kind of lame. The ability cards are all different, and of course the guns they can wield are exclusive to them as well, so the decision to pick a specific class is made to feel appropriately deliberate, but the boost cards seem a bit phoned in. Personally, I would prefer less of them overall if it meant less overlap between them. At the very least, I am thankful they didn't try to vary the names up too much to make them all look distinct when they really aren't. As pedantic as it is, I'd like to point out that even though the cards may have the same effect and name, they do have a different picture on them. Perhaps there's someone out there who enjoyed the aesthetic of the cards themselves, but in my opinion, I don't think it was worth the effort. Maybe if you could put them in a cool digital binder or something, or have like a little mini-game built around them, like some sort of Pazak or other card battler? Holy shit, that actually sounds awesome. I'm kind of annoyed now that they didn't include something like that. Maybe something to do in between battles, or while you wait for a game to get enough players? As much as I'm all for the class system making a comeback, especially when factoring in the 3 special units which I'll talk about in a bit, nothing about the current system ever felt as rewarding as when I created that sniper loadout in the first game. Having essentially 3 guns at your disposal felt so cool, but more importantly, I picked those cards based on a hunch that they'd work well together, and it paid off. I'm sure many people had a similar experience, and the way the star cards work in Battlefront 2 just don't seem to provide the same level of creativity or freedom. Don't get me wrong, I understand some customization potential had to be sacrificed to make all of the different classes and types feel distinct. The jetpack needs to be on the aerial unit, the bowcaster needs to be with the Wookiees, and so on. I understand, but when you consider that you may be locked from using a few pieces of equipment depending on the era you're playing in, it gets a little more irritating. Every faction has a jetpack user, but not every faction has access to a bowcaster. I doubt there are many people out there lamenting the lack of a bowcaster, but still, it's worth taking into consideration. This basically all comes down to which of the two you prefer, Battlefront 1's customization potential, or the addition of the classes and unique special units. I'd say the classes and special units went out for me in the end, but I imagine there are some people out there who may feel differently. That in mind, however, I'm not sure if I love the placement restrictions for the star cards. Certain abilities only fit in the left or right card slot, so you can only have one of that type at a time. The one that got on my nerves the most was with the officer. The squad shield and infantry turret both take up the right card slot, so you can't use both at once. The 3-card restriction in and of itself means you can't really utilize all of the fun support abilities the officer has, which I think is kind of silly. I get that being able to use all of them could potentially be overpowered, supposedly, but in co-op mode there's really no excuse. Even in multiplayer matches, however, I'd almost rather trade my primary gun if it meant I could provide better support. That might sound crazy to some people, but it just feels like a waste to have all this cool shit and the game doesn't really let you use all of it. Even though some were given to other classes, a few of my favorite equipment options from the first game don't seem to be present, or at least not in the same capacity. Dioxis grenades earned an entire rant dedicated to them in the first video, but I also mentioned that I did like them. The closest thing is the acid launcher, which doesn't feel nearly as good to use. Bosk does have them as one of his abilities, but, well, I suppose I'll get to him and the rest of the heroes later on. It's good that the officer, the support class, has the squad shield and battle command buff, but no one has the back to grenade or back to droid. I understand there are a few boost abilities that already have the potential to heal the player, but I don't think those are worth the removal of the back to equipment. In fact, there are so many star cards when it comes to healing that even without the hypothetical return of the back to bomb and droid, a few of them should have definitely been removed. The officer's presence is likely the one that many would point to specifically to justify the back to equipment getting axed, since it does provide support to your allies when it comes to healing. This all comes down to preference, I suppose, but I'd argue simply standing next to your friends so that their normal health regen kicks in quicker is a lot less interesting than making the deliberate choice of actively healing your squad. Many special units and heroes have healing buffs of some kind as well, which is likely another reason they didn't come back. As far as the other power-ups that used to linger on the battlefield as pickups, the thermal imploder only being given to the Wookiee variation of the Enforcer class is kind of unfortunate, and it both feels and sounds a lot weaker than it did in the first game. The infantry turret being with the officer class makes sense, along with the squad shield like I've already said. However, it definitely feels like the places you can put a turret have been greatly scaled back. No longer will you spy one shooting at you from an odd angle, which I think is kind of a shame. The vehicle turret was given to the Heavy and the Smart Rocket to the Aerial class. The Rocket feels like it was nerfed hard when making the transition from the first game, but the Rocket Trooper is one I'll talk about soon. The Orbital Strike was given to the Infiltration class, specifically the one on the Resistance faction, oddly enough, in addition to being an AT-AT ability. The Disruptor Rifle isn't something you can readily use besides during specific Galactic Assault sections, which is fine, I didn't like that one much anyway. Bossk now has the Proximity Bombs, meaning he's now the sole holder to 2 of the equipment options from the first game. The Blaster Cannon was essentially replaced with the less damaging and always in position variant on a few maps. Kind of lame, but at the same time, the Heavy has a Sentry Chain Gun anyway, and the other types of turrets here and there on certain maps add some variety, so it's not a bad trade-off. The deployable droids aren't in the game at all from what I can tell, which is also understandable since they mostly function as annoying mobile turrets anyway. The only thing that's kind of similar is Phasma's Droid Helper. I can appreciate the result of these changes, as no longer would anyone be waiting around just to nab an orbital strike, and you won't be in the scenario where you have to rely on random chance to provide you with the proper equipment to take down a vehicle. Is there a part of me that misses the idea that anyone could potentially obtain one of these cool items? Sure, but this does feel more balanced and helps differentiate the many classes of each era pretty well. When talking about some of the newer equipment, I like the thermal binoculars a lot for the Specialist. It functions like the Scout ones did in the previous game, but now you can also see enemies through walls and across the map. Something about spying on the enemy without being able to directly deal damage to them is very appealing to me. The Scan Dart from the Assault class feels similar, however there are times where it just doesn't work. I've seen at least one thread complaining about it, so I know it can't solely be due to my incompetence. Very silly, it's almost not worth using with that bug still active. The Sentry Gun that the Heavy wields feels fucking amazing. This is more satisfying than the Blaster Cannon, or even the Chain Gun in the original Battlefront 2 with the Clone Commander class, and that's saying something. The miniature combat shield the Heavies have is also kind of endearing. It absolutely is helpful and worth using, but the size of it, oh man, I love it, it's adorable. I also thoroughly enjoyed the detonate charges, even though it was frustrating that I couldn't activate them while they were in the air, or while I took my last gasping breath. The Specialist Repulsor Cannon was also fun to use, as it simply knocks enemies down. I love utility weapons like this that make you think about your environment in some way. Every class begins with a specific starting weapon, and to unlock the others, you need to get so many kills with that unit in online sessions. Considering that you aren't allowed to earn skill points, unlock milestones, or work on your total kills for each class in the offline content, I'm surprised they allowed it for the co-op mode. My conspiracy theory suspicion is that because it's an online-only game mode, the 4 players joining in a co-op session would be counted with everyone else, making the total online player count look better than if someone was playing offline to earn this stuff. The less cynical side of me says, hey, they just wanted to encourage jolly cooperation. Either way, I totally get it, but in terms of difficulty, it's so much easier to unlock these weapons and level up your units by fighting endless amounts of AI bots. I'm not complaining, of course, since this was the game mode where I had the most fun with the progression system, just kind of odd how advantageous it is compared to slogging your way through the real online game modes. In fact, because a few of the guns only unlock once you kill a certain amount of enemies in co-op, it almost makes no sense to play online without unlocking all of the weapons through co-op at this point. Perhaps that was the intention though. Co-op is where you learn the ropes, Supremacy is where you put it together, and Galactic Assault is where you test your skills. Either way, the more you play the game, the better weapons you get. But going even further, the more kills you get with those better weapons, the more mods you unlock for them, which in turn make them even better. I may be generalizing a bit, but I'd imagine most people would agree that the 4th or 5th gun is the best choice for each class, except arguably Assault. This snowball effect makes the online feel even less balanced than it did in the first game, which is something I thought I'd never say. It's not terribly time-consuming to purchase and upgrade the star cards, but the kill requirements for the different guns means you'll be cursing the name of whichever teammate stole your kill again! I can't believe they included this with the kill-stealing problem still in effect. Yes, for many game modes, assists will count as eliminations, but once again, the challenges that require kills feature the exact same issue as I talked about in the first game. As far as I'm concerned, the unlockable weapons and mods for them are the most important part of the equation when it comes to having a good loadout, so this ludicrous grind to get the better guns and attachments just feels awful when in online matches. Not every mod is objectively an improvement, such as the always funny assault rifle flashlight attachment, but most are related to cooling rate and recoil reduction and other obvious enhancements which benefit the people who play the longest. A criticism I've seen online that I don't agree with is that there aren't that many weapons to pick from for each unit. Considering that the classes in the original 2004 game only had one primary gun, I think 5 is plenty, and if anything, is a bit too much. I can't even imagine the choice paralysis that would set in if there were 7 or 8 guns per unit, dear fucking god. Imagining 500, 600, and 700 kills to earn them also makes me shudder at the thought. That being said, I was kinda bummed to see that one of my favorites from the last game, the EE3 and 4, weren't available to pick. Instead, it was assigned to the Specialist, and they can only use it when they activate their infiltration ability. Boba seems to have a version of it as well. The Cycler Rifle is no longer a star card, it's a primary gun for the Specialist. I was initially okay with this decision, however, once I saw how much they nerfed it, I questioned the purpose of even including it. Not only is it far weaker than the star card iteration in the previous game, but it can no longer shoot through shields. I don't care that it never made sense in the first place, it was a fun gimmick that gave more functionality to that gun. Without the shoot-through-shield effect, it's essentially a garbage selection until you get the cooling mod for it. With that mod, you can fire pretty comfortably without having to reload every 3 shots. Very tedious, though, that you need to grind out 100 kills with a weakened version of it to earn the attachment to make it remotely passable in online matches. The fandom page tells me it has the highest DPS out of any sniper, but I don't think it translates well when in real combat. Since everyone is so tanky and has healing abilities left and right, nobody can be taken out with a single shot, and getting 2, 3, or 4 in a row on a quick-moving faraway enemy isn't a picnic. With that in mind, it certainly feels like the NT-242, with the dual zoom and improved cooling, is the best rifle in the game, which also, naturally, requires the longest grind to earn. 400 specialist kills, and to get the mods, 25 and 75 kills with the rifle itself. This, to me, is the perfect example of how much these individualized leveling and unlocking systems make the game less balanced. When using a lower rifle, winning a sniper duel against a player with the modded NT-242 is almost impossible.
It's not impossible. I used to bullseye womp rats in 1916.
Shut up, Luke. It's insane, as not only does the player wielding it have the objectively stronger weapon, they've also spent more time with the game as a whole, and that class specifically to unlock it, meaning at that point they're likely already far more skilled than the person who doesn't have it. It's the classic case of awarding a player something they've now demonstrated they don't need anymore. It tilts the scales in favor of the veteran players, which is clearly an advantage they don't need. Like, I'm not a good sniper, yet, on Crate, with an unmodded version of the NT-242, holy shit was being a marksman easy. Headshot after headshot, 1-hit kill, 2 hits at most. It's so broken. It can even take down the speeders on the map pretty handedly, which, oh man, can really make that phase feel like a meat grinder if you're on the receiving end. Before going in depth with all of the classes, there are a few UI annoyances that relate to guns, mods, and star cards. The way the game tells you how to earn guns, mods, skins, emotes, and victory pose shit is incredibly obtuse for literally no reason. All of them will simply say, earn through milestones. You can't view your milestones when anywhere near a multiplayer lobby, the only way to check them is in the milestone screen at the main menu. You see how many categories are here? You see how many there are in total? Oh, Grievous unlocks a victory pose through milestones, huh? Let me go hunting to find which one that is. Oh wait, sorry. All the unlockable stuff milestones are near the top. Wait, no, that's not right. Oh, silly me, all of them with that symbol have unlockable stuff. Wait, no, that's not right either. I would say all of the heroes and villains are in the same place on the list, but of course they aren't. Why on earth wouldn't they let you sort this generically titled dumpster fire of a list? Why wouldn't they tell you which milestone unlocks what on the multiplayer or collection screens? Why wouldn't they go one step further and show you the progress on that screen itself? The guns and mods do show a progress bar, but only when in the collection screen, because of course, right? That's a useful place to see that information. You may catch a glimpse of a few milestones at the end of a match, but it's only ones you made progress with, only shows you 6 at a time. It prioritizes the timed challenges of the day, meaning 4 of the 6 will always be dumb shit at the start of your sessions, and you only get like 15 seconds to look at them, and even then, you're still ignoring the scoreboard, level up, and XP screens. It's fucking insane. The first game's HUD contracts, with all of their own problems, were at least more convenient to interact with and check on. Even worse, when you do finally unlock a mod for a gun, or even a new gun itself, you can't equip it right then and there. It says you still need to earn the milestone to unlock it, even though you just did. You can't even go to your collections menu to equip it after the battle. You're forced to back out and click the crate icon on the bottom left of the screen. You then have to sit there and wait for the pointless animation to play and finish before being allowed to back out and continue like normal. The monetized loot boxes aren't a thing anymore. They don't provide the randomized bullshit progression that they used to, so why does the game still make you interact with them? It's the same thing with emotes and skins as well. You did unlock a thing, but you can't equip it until you grab it from the loot crate. Even funnier is that oftentimes the loot crates wouldn't even work. Sometimes they wouldn't show the correct hologram. I mean, does that look like the right victory pose to you? Sometimes they wouldn't show any hologram, or even better, the crate itself didn't contain anything to give you, yet, no matter what, you're forced into this song and dance each time you unlock anything new. What a tedious chore DICE have decided to leave in the game. Thanks for that, friends. You also can't unlock or level up star cards when an online session has begun. You don't always get match made into a lobby that's in the pre-game phase, even if you thought you stuck around with the same group after the match. It could be right after the start of the game, directly in the middle, or even near the end. There's simply no reason to prohibit players from freely interacting with their loadouts. It isn't like upgrading a card mid-match is going to make that current game less fair or anything. It's almost like they want players to constantly back out between each match, not only to get items from crates or check milestones, but to even have the time to upgrade and level up half this bullshit in the first place. Maybe this was intentional, however. Visiting the main menu more often just means you're that much closer to buying a loot crate or premium currency. If that is the case, which it easily could be, fuck off, EA. If that's not the case, then I'm not sure what else I can say. It's so plainly unsatisfactory that anyone playing for any amount of time would have been able to see it, so I'm sure DICE were aware of it and just didn't want to fix it. I don't know. Anyway, moving on from the milestones and menu shit for now, as far as how the 4 starter classes feel compared to what their archetype title implies, I'd say they did a mostly decent job at filling in those roles. The Assault class feels like the default regular soldier, one who's able to lead the charge and handle what's around the corner. Scan Dart providing the enemy layout before launching into a Vanguard ambush seems to be a decent combo. The Heavy feels like the tank of the squad, soaking up damage with their increased health pool and combat shield, laying down suppressing fire, or just obliterating a hallway of enemies with their sentry gun, and potentially coming equipped with ways to take down an encroaching vehicle. The Officer, like I've already mentioned, has the support abilities at their disposal, and the Specialist feels like a sniper unit, with their primary gun being a long-range rifle, the trip mines they can lay out to watch their back, and the thermal binoculars to see where the enemy is. Infiltration can be a good way to break free from a potential ambush, and the shock grenade can slow enemies down to make them easier to snipe. The personal shield I'm less convinced should be with the Specialist, since I don't really see the connection outside of running away to a new vantage point. The Heavy already has the combat shield, which I think is more interesting, so I mean, I guess here is fine, who cares? Where the game gets really interesting is when discussing the different variations of the 3 special units. The original Battlefront had 1 unique special unit for all 4 factions, which was awesome, and the sequel managed to increase it to 2, but honestly, I can't believe they got 3 for all 6 factions. That being said, even though many of them are unique and carry exclusive weaponry, there still wasn't room for a Bothan spy, which is a huge shame. Ewoks and Wookiees make sense for the Rebels. Well, then again, why would Ewoks be on Hoth? Even still, both are interesting and kind of make sense anyway, but the Rebel rocket jumper, I don't know. They wanted to make sure everyone had a rocket trooper, I guess, but considering that the droids and clones got to keep their original Enforcer unit when DICE added the new variants, it would have been really nice for them to add in another Infiltrator unit to the Rebels in the form of a Bothan spy. Maybe to keep the sides balanced, they could have added in a real Dark Trooper for the Empire? The Jet Rocket Trooper for each faction is mostly similar the whole way down in regards to the abilities, except when we get to the sequel era. The First Order's Jetpack Soldier is far better than its Resistance counterpart. Not only can their gun be switched to fire explosive rounds at a quicker pace than the normal rocket launcher, but they have a Jet Bash ability as well. They can also stay hovered in the air and travel crazy distances, whereas the rest can just go up and down. It's super weird how buffed they feel compared to the others. As a whole, the rocket unit feels both overpowered and underpowered at the same time. Their increased health pool, decent primary gun, and ridiculous dodging potential can make them hard to kill. However, their rocket launcher itself is kinda pathetic. I'd say either make it a 2-shot launcher, or at the very least give it some more damage. Of course, the recharge timer would need to increase to account for this, but I think that's a worthy trade-off. As it is now, it almost feels like a shotgun with how weak it is. Good for a blast to the face, not so much when clearing a hallway. The Enforcer class has a lot of really interesting variations. I think it was a great idea to keep the B2 Super Battle Droids as a playable option, even though the Droideka technically fills that position already. I would say it helps the Clone Wars era feel a little more lively. However, the aerial unit for the droids is essentially just a super with a jetpack anyway, so visually, them having the 2 Enforcers doesn't do as much as it could have. It's also worth noting that even though the aerials are supposedly the ones with the rocket launcher gimmick, the regular Super Battle Droid's wrist rocket does 250 damage, whereas the rocket droid's wrist rocket does 200. At least the aerial variant has a bigger blast radius, I guess. The Droideka feels very similar to how it plays in the original games, except now you have the option to roll faster, which is a welcome change. You take less damage in wheel form, which is smart, but of course it takes a while to stand back up, so making sure you find a safe place to do so is usually the way to go. I also really liked how slow you could move. There's just something so funny about strategically rolling at a snail's pace to sneak into an enemy base. The overload ability is what you'd expect, your guns don't overheat for a while. A very, very fun unit to use. Not only do they deal a lot of damage when used correctly in combat, but because they're so mobile in wheel form, you can kind of distract the enemy forces a little by rolling around in their entrenched position. Because they're so quick, you often find them breaking through bottlenecks that were at a standstill to distract or take down enemies from behind. It took too long for them to make it into the game, but it is what it is. I'm glad they're here. The clones also get 2 Enforcer units. They kept the Wookiee Warrior when they added in the Clone Commando. The Clone Commando unit is truly exceptional. Considering they're barely canon, only showing up briefly in a clip of the Clone Wars TV show, the fact that DICE added these guys as an extra Enforcer is such a nice bit of fan service. They, of course, are based directly off the Delta Squad from Republic Commando, which is a great game that I just did a review on. Hey, look at that timing. Their regulation blaster rifle feels and sounds the same. Their anti-armor attachment is their right shoulder ability, which fires 3 grenades. They have a battle focus command that reduces damage taken for them and any nearby allies, and their melee attack was replaced with the Gauntlet Vibro Blade, which even deals 10 more damage than all other baseline standard melee attacks. The only one that's kind of confusing is the Repulsor Blast. Maybe I'm just being thick, but I don't remember Republic Commando having something like this. As much as I love how they look and how they function in battle as a whole, my favorite part about the Commando unit is how they reload. Since I haven't taken a dedicated time to talk about it, I'll throw it in right here. Reloading in this game is a bit different than it was in Battlefront 1. They've essentially kept the active reloading system present, but now, hitting it in the right spot will actually give you a big boost, since you'll have a long window where your weapon won't overheat at all. The yellow is usually further back than the blue is, and since the blue is just the default cooling reload, going for the better color will take more time, meaning it's more of a commitment. Guns will naturally have their heat dissipate after a while if you don't shoot, so that is another option, but it certainly takes a lot longer if you don't have a mod equipped to shorten that time. You can also press the reload button early, which dissipates the heat without the minigame. I think this is mostly fine, but the reason I bring this up when talking about the Clone Commando is that they're the only unit that doesn't have an overheating system, they just have ammo. This might sound ridiculous, but this kind of opened my eyes to how similar every weapon in the game reloads, and it made me wish there was some more variety thrown in. The active reload overheat minigame is okay, but the only thing that seems to change is how quickly heat builds up with certain guns, and how quick the cooling reload bar moves. It's an incredibly small thing to grumble about, and I can definitely see how some would just view it as change for the sake of change, but I don't know, it's something the Commando made me think about. The Wookiee Warrior is the other Enforcer for the clones, but they're also the only Enforcer for the Rebels. Maybe some Bothan spy or something would have worked here as well? That was a really bad cough impression. Anyway, their bowcaster feels pretty beefy, and I like that it can change from horizontal to vertical spread. The thermal imploder feels pretty meh this time around, like I said, but their slam ability is pretty great. I know Chewie had it in the previous game, and I know I said it in the last video, but still, Wookiees having some visceral melee attack feels right. I'd prefer them ripping their opponent's arm off or something, but whatever, this is fine, I guess. The knockdown is extremely helpful in certain situations, like when close to a death pit or when heroes are nearby. Their middle ability is essentially the Droidekas one, Overload, just prevents heat buildup for a while. That's a pretty standard power, it seems. DICE must like throwing it in there when they don't know what else to come up with. The Death Trooper is the enforcer for the Empire side. Considering these goobers only showed up in Rogue One, I'm not necessarily sure I like their inclusion. Regardless, they now have a sonic imploder instead of the thermal imploder they had in the first game when they were Krennic's bodyguards. Their Fortify ability just grants them a big health boost, which is pretty boring. Apparently this is what the Wookiees had as well in place of the Slam before one of the last updates to the game, which is crazy to me that they thought putting in a Wookiee without a visceral melee attack would make sense. Like, I just commended them for it, but for 2 years the Wookiee just had a boring health buff? Oh man. Either way, the last ability for the Death Trooper is, you guessed it, Overload, which is the same thing we've seen a few times now. Overall, a pretty boring unit all things considered. Their gun feels good to use, but I don't know. The combination of the Rogue One origin and their lack of anything that piques my interest leads me to avoid these guys for the most part. The Ovisian Gunner is the enforcer for the Resistance. Their primary gun is a sentry, much like the sentry from the Heavy. They can turn theirs into anti-armor mode, however, which can shoot 4 big splash damage dealing blasts. Not too shabby. They can do a charge attack, which knocks enemies down, which isn't as good as it could be considering the enemy gets back up before your animation is done with. And their final ability is, guess what? Well, they don't explicitly have Overload, but it does prevent overheating, and even cancels out your current heat buildup, which is actually totally rad as hell. It's called Defensive Stance, and its main gimmick is it heals you and your nearby allies for every kill, and even a small amount for every hit. Lastly, for the First Order, there's the Flame Trooper, and surprise surprise, they're beefy as all hell. Not only do they have more base health than any other unit I've talked about so far, but they also have Fortify, so they can buff their health to essentially 575, which is absolutely insane! Since their main weapon is a flamethrower and not some type of blaster, Jedi heroes can't block their primary gun with their lightsaber, which, I mean, wowee, is a big plus for them. Their grenade is the Incendiary Imploder, which deals a bunch of fire damage and causes flames to linger on the battlefield for a while. Naturally, because of course they do, they have the Overload ability as well. I know I'm being a little cheeky with my constant jokes about the Overload ability, but truly, the fact that so many of these units have their own personalized stuff is great. That being said, it is still fun to goof at the continued reuse of a few of them. I think a good way to explain why they're so underwhelming is by looking at the Infiltrator types. All of them have some sort of tracking ability where they can see enemies highlighted through walls and such. Even though it's functionally similar, all of them work a slightly different way and even look distinct. It's a really nice touch. Maybe the fact that they were added in a year and a half after release just goes to show how much fun DICE can have with creating things for this game when they're given a little more time. The ARC Trooper feels so good to play. His dual DC-17s feel almost overpowered, and his shock trap is incredibly useful, even against villains. He can search for nearby enemies with his helmet scanner, and can charge up his pistol shots into a power blast. His right ability simply changing from 1 pistol to 2 felt underwhelming at first, but the versatility on offer, plus his other equipment, make him one of my favorite selections. The Commando Droid is another powerful selection. Their gun has no drop-off in damage when firing from long range, or so I'm told by the fandom page, and their abilities all work really well together. Throwing down a smoke screen and activating your thermal vision to shoot faraway enemies is a pretty natural combo. The thermal vision itself is so freaking cool looking, and it apparently scrambles nearby enemy radars as well, which I suppose is a nice bonus. The Vibro Sword feels a bit weak, but it does deal more damage from behind and on the third strike of a combo as well, so I guess it balances out. It homes onto enemies far better than a certain spy unit, but we're not there quite yet. The ISB agent for the Empire is my least favorite of the bunch. Her dual pistols don't feel nearly as good as the ARC Trooper's does. The Assault Training ability, which increases her sprint speed and grants a damage reduction while sprinting, seems pretty dumb. There's a milestone to melee kill however many enemies while it's active, which doesn't make any sense to me since her melee strikes aren't buffed. If that were the case, then yeah, sure, but nope, she just runs fast. More often than not, I would simply use it to get back to the action quicker when loading in from the way too far away default spawning position. Her scanner doesn't have a range, which is pretty cool. it highlights the closest 4 enemies wherever they are on the map. It can supposedly increase to 10 enemies if you get enough kills in 1 life, which is neat, but something I never saw, since I hated using her. Her last ability is Double Your Effort, which is an interesting take on the officer's battle command. It regenerates nearby allies' health, and her health as well, but only when a teammate receives the buff. It basically prevents an ISB agent from using it only on themselves. Very, very strange to give that specific buff to the same unit that has the sprinting ability. Even more, that buff doesn't just bring back health, it regens base health. This means heroes can get their true maximum health bar back by simply having one of these gals around. I'm overall just very confused when it comes to the ISB agent. Maybe they were meant to tag along with villains to heal them, and that's why she has the sprint to keep up with them? I don't know. Plus her spawn screen taunt where she cracks her knuckles is very annoying. Not much of a worthwhile critique, it just irritates me enough to point it out. Moving on from my least favorite, we have my favorite, the Ewok Hunter. Guys, gals, and NBs, let me tell you a little story. I hate Ewoks. The end. Well, that all changed with Battlefront 2, as these absolute units are fucking rad as all hell. Their version of an enemy scanner is called Hunter's Instincts, which not only allows them to see enemy units, you can also see their footsteps, and you can sniff out which ones are closer to death. Yellow soldiers are at full health, and red means they're wounded. Oh my god, so fucking cool. Their Whistie's pouch takes a while to throw, leaving them vulnerable, but it essentially seeks out nearby units and both damages and slows them down. Their horn is a great buff all around. It grants 50% damage reduction to the Ewok, increases their bow hipfire damage, and their melee damage with the spear. The Ewok does appear on enemy scanners when blown though, which is a nice consideration. Crouching speeds up their ability cooldowns by 50%, which is such a cool passive effect. Their melee attack is a spear, which does more damage from behind, and their primary gun is a bow, which can fire from the hip and auto-aim onto targets, or it can be zoomed in, launching arrows manually to deal a lot more damage. The range on the bow is as long as the specialist sniper when aiming manually, so they can deal a huge amount of damage at a distance, just so long as your allies don't walk right in your way. I love hiding behind cover as these dudes and just being a complete and utter nuisance. The only thing I wish for these guys is that the surrounding environments were given a bit more care to assure that they could walk and sneak under or behind things. Certainly not a huge deal, but being able to hide under objects or run under a few low clearings would be a lot of fun. I can't believe these guys weren't added in as special units until 2020, especially since Ewok Hunt was already a thing and stuck around since 2018. Again, just like the Droideka, I'm very glad they made it, even if they were a tad late to the party. Even though there isn't a Bothan spy, there is a Cafek spy, which is the infiltrator for the Resistance. I'll be frank, I didn't know what this thing was, and I still didn't even after however many hours of playing. I only know now that they're from the Rise of Skywalker because I have the fandom page open while I write this. I was initially pretty down on the spy, but after giving them some more time, they've kind of grown on me. Their gun is very strong against regular soldiers, and even has a rapid-fire option. It takes a while to switch to, though, which isn't really conveyed well with their animations, it just looks like their gun doesn't work for a second. They're oddly tanky, even though they appear, I don't know, pretty normal? Kind of silly, actually, that this dork has more base health than a Wookiee does. Their scanner is a beacon which they can throw out, and if you're in an outdoor area of a map, can call down an orbital strike. Except the orbital strike team, the guys in charge of aiming and firing from above, are incredibly accurate, almost to a fault. The radius on this thing feels really tiny, but considering how quickly it recharges and the splash damage, it balances out well enough. Definitely a neutered version of the pickup from the first game, but not irredeemable or anything. I wish I could say the same for their Truncheon attack, which they outright stole from Jyn Erso's moveset in Battlefront 1. It feels terrible, doesn't deal much damage, recharges way too quickly, and barely homes onto enemies nearby like it did in the first game. It's a bit shit. The First Order counterpart is the Sith Trooper, the red guy, whose helmet is so cool and epic that it deserved the front and center position. Oh yeah! oh yeah! I don't love the Sith Trooper, and that's mostly because they feel pretty overpowered. They're a tank, have a really good weapon which also has a crazy strong secondary fire, And their Oppression Grenade, which is a shitty edgelord name for it, deals a decent amount of damage while also preventing enemies from healing for a short amount of time. They can scan for the nearest 4 enemies, and because they're already so fast, their combat rush ability makes them one of the faster units in the game. I don't know, it feels like they dominate when indoor compared to the Cafex Spy. When it comes to the vehicles you can select, I don't feel the need to go through them meticulously, but I do have a bit to say about them overall. Instead of grabbing pickups on the map to play as a vehicle like before, when you die, you can spend your battle points to spawn in with them. They're only in select game modes and are locked to certain phases of the battle as well. I think I speak for most people when I say, fucking hell man, why can't they just be on the map and we can choose to pilot them ourselves? You can hop out of the land vehicles and keep playing as the class you played as prior to this, but when you do, it blows up. Surely this isn't a creative decision, right? This has to be some kind of limitation, maybe due to the engine? I've heard this is how it goes in Battlefield games as well, so my money is on that. I do think this is a big negative though, as it rewards the players who die in the vehicles with another go-around immediately if they have enough points. This is a problem with the heroes as well, which I'll get to in a moment. Because vehicles are so cheap, usually 200 to 400 battle points, and the battle points you earn while in a vehicle aren't reduced drastically like they are for the special classes and heroes, you can easily find yourself in a loop of picking a vehicle, playing until you die, picking the same vehicle, and repeat. You could argue a similar thing might happen if you let vehicles return to the map after they explode, since the newly spawning player would be nearby, but at least that way, players who are still alive don't get punished for deciding not to respawn every 10 seconds. It's just a stupidly broken system, all things considered. Especially odd since the Tauntauns are a mount that you can choose to ride while on the battlefield. I couldn't believe it when I saw it, but yeah, if you aren't a special unit, hop on and go have fun. I do mean that too, since Tauntauns seemed surprisingly strong. Maybe players just weren't used to a dude charging in with one, I don't know. I don't think they have a defined vehicle type, but if I had to choose, I'd likely say they're in the speeder category, which makes them the best speeder in the game as far as I'm concerned. Seriously, besides the times where you see a speeder bike dingus causing chaos in your area, most vehicles of that type are pretty ass. You could say that it shouldn't matter much, since they're visibly meant for speed, meant to carry you from one side of the map to the other. Well, that gets harder to believe when you get one of these gigantic dump truck things. Honestly, every time I use it, I maybe get 1 kill with it before I blow up. Every time I see an enemy trying it, they flounder around and we destroy it easily. They're so bad, and because you can't fit more than 1 person in at a time, they're even less functional than the skiffs in the first game, the ones I made fun of so long ago. The other types are armor and artillery, which are the slightly bigger vehicles we all know and love, and the giganto-hulking big boys respectively. The artillery is special in the sense that you only get a certain amount of time to play with them. Their main problem is that you can't see how much longer the current player has with it. Maybe this was deliberate, so as to prevent players from just staring at the timer while hanging out on the spawn screen, but if that's the case, this worked backwards from how they intended. If I saw that a player had 80 seconds still, or whatever, I'd likely pick a different class and keep going. Because I don't know how much time is left for them, I may sit there and wait, all the while my commitment to that decision grows with every passing second due to the sunk cost fallacy. I don't understand how someone in my position can so easily see how this would be a problem, whereas the people in charge of deciding whether or not to patch certain things or update the game can't. Do the higher-ups play the game, like, at all? My other problem with them is that it seems pretty clear that the new person playing as the artillery got left with the cooldowns from the last person's usage. I can understand the argument that the vehicle itself needs to have consistent cooldowns, otherwise when a player switch happens, the AT-AT could use 2 orbital strikes in a row or what have you. That being said, it feels pretty cheap to only get a certain amount of time with this big monster of a vehicle, and part of your time is stolen from the previous player. I also yearn back to the good old days with the original Battlefront, where you and your friends could have designated jobs while in a vehicle. Instead, you use one of your abilities to pilot a different turret or gun on it. As tiny of an issue as that may appear on the surface, it honestly hit me harder than I thought. It made me feel more lonely and isolated every time I picked a vehicle. Something else worth mentioning about the vehicles on the whole, the maps don't always feel like they were designed with them in mind. So much of the flora and debris lying around, or just the buildings and structures themselves get in your way, so you'll have to go back and find the patented vehicle route to keep playing. All 3 of the categories, except the Tauntaun I guess, have unlockable star cards as well, which I think is a pretty needless inclusion. You so rarely interact with them, so really all it does is add to your checklist of things to level up. It's finally time to talk about the heroes and villains. At launch, both the heroes and villains had 7 characters each. 5 of the 7 heroes were present in the first game, those being Han, Luke, Leia, Chewie, and Lando. Yoda and Rey somehow being enough to represent the prequels and sequels for the light side all on their own. 4 of the 7 villains were present in the first game as well, those being Vader, Emperor, Bossk, and Boba Fett. Darth Maul and Kylo Ren holding the fort down for their respective eras, and Iden Versio, the main character from the story mode of this game, replaces Dengar, I guess. On release, the ratio of original trilogy content to prequels and sequels was pretty out of whack. However, I don't blame the studio for bringing all the more important characters over. If this is all 3 eras, then they kind of need to be here, and since DICE already had those character models and animations made, yeah, I get it. Although the idea of Iden Versio getting the nod in place of others is a little ridiculous, it is what it is. I've already mentioned that a few of the later selections were a bit of a stretch as well, mostly BB-8 and 9. Now, I can understand the idea of wanting to put in wacky selections to make things a bit more varied, don't get me wrong. I've played fighting games enough to at least understand the desire of picking an unorthodox choice to make the cast of characters more diverse. I get it, but again, this is the only big Star Wars game out there. There's no Battlefront 3 for some reason, so this is it. This is the game people are playing long after release. Why not include Mace and Qui-Gon? Why not put in Ahsoka and Asajj Ventress? Too many lightsaber heroes? If that is the argument, I don't understand how anyone could make that claim with a straight face. There's currently 5 lightsaber characters on both sides, so in heroes versus villains, it's already enough to make a full 4-person team, so it's not as if adding in a couple more would drastically change anything there. Most game modes cap out at 2 or 4 heroes active at a time as well, so again, it's not going to increase the maximum number of lightsaber users at any given moment. This is also why I don't buy the idea that the number of heroes and villains needs to be balanced on both sides. 4 at most is what you're going to be seeing, the only thing it will do is give more choice to one side, but at that point, the villains already have 11 to pick from anyway. This is a franchise that has more heroes than villains. I'm sorry, but that's just kind of how it goes when you have a scrappy group of do-gooders going against the only 2 Sith alive. Plus, I mean, this is Star Wars, right? Lightsabers are kind of a big thing in this fandom, much more so than Fire Emblem sword wielders are to Smash Brothers. It also makes no sense to me why Jango Fett isn't in the game. If the Millennium Falcon can get 3 different iterations with their own star cards and level ups, I have absolutely no clue why that couldn't happen with Boba and Jango. If nothing else, why not make it a skin for Boba? It's Temuera Morrison either way, why not make a blue armored character model? On that note, why on earth is Ben Kenobi not a skin for Obi-Wan? It was baffling that he didn't make the cut the first time, and it's even more baffling that he didn't make the cut the second time. You have all these different skins, I mean, what is the point if you're going to limit them to like 3 per character? And you can't even give Anakin his Padawan look either? Where's IG-88? I know it's easy to play the role of the entitled gamer who wants more, but if they were so committed to making this the Star Wars game, I feel like some of the currently missing heroes and maps should have been included. I'm not out here campaigning for Kit Fisto, Wedge Antilles, or Admiral Akbar. I feel like the ones I mentioned, besides IG-88, are legitimate Star Wars characters. The way the heroes and villains are distributed is so terribly implemented, it's hard to comprehend. I can't believe how many issues prop up with this current system in place, and none of them relate to the point system. First of all, it has the same problem as the vehicles do, where if you die as a hero, you're sent back to the selection screen, and if you had enough points, you might just be able to play as a hero straight away. There are 20 people on a team, and only 2 heroes can be selected at a time in both of the big game modes. Only in the final phase of Galactic Assault can 4 be chosen at one time. There are potentially 5 to 15 people at any given moment waiting for their turn to play as a villain or hero. How does it make any sense to only provide them the opportunity after they die? You're again left with the dilemma I mentioned earlier, except this time it'll actually happen. Most players, from what I can tell, don't care too much about the vehicles, but everyone wants to play as the heroes. Again, it is less likely, as playing as a hero will net you very few battle points, but if you've saved 8,000 up already, which is very much possible, you could easily swoop in after a quick death to pick the hero again before anyone gets a chance to. What ends up happening is a few people stick around and wait on the selection screen until a hero is available, then they snatch them up as fast as they possibly can. I've done this rodeo quite a few times, since I needed to get footage and experience with them, but considering the fact that there are a ton of milestones for each individual hero, and they're just the most powerful units overall, of course you're going to have a handful of players doing this. Even though it was frustrating when I missed my chance because someone made their selection faster than I could, I don't blame them. Literally, DICE, what on earth is the intention with this system? You want players to hope that they die around the time a villain or hero is available? Like, even when you don't abuse the selection screen cheese, you can audibly hear it happening while you're in a battle. Oh look, we killed Rey, awesome. Oh.
Rey has been seen. Exercise caution around her.
Looks like Rey is back in the battle. It's actually quite comical, since it happens so frequently you can basically predict it at this point. What's even worse is that when you're forced into this dirty tactic of waiting on the select screen, you have no idea what's happening in the battle itself. I was trying to get BB-8 and 9 on the cruiser phase in Supremacy, and seriously, I was here for like 2 or 3 minutes, all the while having no clue how my team is faring. Why not provide the camera of the player who's currently using the hero you're hovering over? Oh, well, one reason may be that they needlessly keep that information hidden from you. Yes, you can see which players have the hero icon on the scoreboard, but that's it. Again, 2 heroes at a time, but all of them are grayed out, and it just says max number of this unit. The same shit happens as well with the special units. How is a player supposed to know the parameters of the restrictions if the game keeps that hidden? Until I looked it up, I didn't know only 2 heroes were allowed on Galactic Assault at a time, since all 11 were grayed out all of the time. Why not show a fraction when you hover over a special unit, like 4 out of 5 or something? I'm almost positive that was a thing in the older Battlefront games. Why not show which heroes are being used? Why not show a camera of those players, or at least give you some indication on how the action is going besides the scoreboard or the objectives at the top? Or, here's a wild idea, why not let players hold a reservation for a hero? Say you have 5,000 points, all the heroes are taken, but now you select the one you want to play, then go into battle as normal. Once that hero is available, the game notifies you that they're free, and you respawn as that character. There are some issues with that method, but it would still be better than what we have now. Another solution, and one far more simple, is this. If a player has 4,000 points or more, once a hero or villain spot is open, present them with the prompt right then and there. Hey, would you like to play as a hero? And take them to the screen. Going off the scoreboard, you could go top down, you could go bottom up, or you could randomize it. Kinda like how the older games did. You could even put in parentheses which other villain or hero is currently taken in case the one you wanted is being used. Both of those would be better than what we have now, as currently, players have essentially 3 options. Periodically check on if a hero is free every time they die and go with the flow. Purposely respawn in the middle of battle once they see a hero has been defeated and hope they get lucky. Or wait in the select screen until it's finally their turn. Of course, that last one also goes along with mashing the confirm button over the one they want, otherwise they may miss out because a different player was doing the exact same thing. It's just so self-evidently broken, like anyone playing can see how this doesn't work. Is it better than the item pickup mess from the first game? Man, I want to say yes, but I'm not so sure. That system, as flawed as it was, didn't encourage players to literally stare at a menu screen doing nothing for their opportunity. Anyway, moving on, the heroic trait mechanic from the first game was removed this time around, and instead, it's just, star cards. Gotta love them star cards. I'm so beyond fatigued with this script, I'm sorry. There's no way I'm going through all of the heroes and villains this time around to talk about them more in depth. No way. So Darth Vader feels a lot like he did in the first game. He's tanky and hits hard. His force choke ability, well, I don't know if I should talk about this yet, but let's just say it's kind of strong. All of the force push, grab, and pull abilities are, but I think that talking point is best saved for the hero showdown section. To stop the repeated use of the phrase overpowered, just imagine I said that for every upcoming force pull, push, and grab. The Emperor has a bunch of electrocution attacks, and is overall a piece of shit. I hate going against him in Heroes vs. Villains, as he just keeps the lightning flowing while he jumps and twirls around. I know I suck, but it really felt like going after him and running away were bad choices when using a lightsaber hero. Boba Fett and Bossk are still fun to play, but some of their changes I don't love. Boba Fett's flamethrower is iconic at this point, so the fact that you can't use it unless you're melee attacking is super lame. Maybe this was to make the First Order Flame Trooper more unique. It seems pretty likely to me, and if that is the case, it's another mark against the First Order units. Boba seems to be a pretty decent pick even in Heroes vs. Villains, as his For the Hunt ability reveals enemies to both him and his allies, it grants his jetpack unlimited fuel for a bit, and overall, he has decent range with his rockets and his EE3. I just really like flamethrowers and want my boy to have one, which is why I'm mixed on Boba. Maybe Django could use it if he was a villain? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Bossk is also one of my favorites, however I don't love the change to his Dioxis ability or his predatory instincts. Instead of being a good escape tactic, while also getting a boost in case you wanted to clear a gap, Bossk just throws a Dioxis grenade. I do like the Dioxis, as I've said before, so it isn't terrible, just not quite as interesting as how it behaved in the first game. His predatory instincts still grant him thermal vision, but now they force you to use a grenade launcher during the time limit you're given. Don't get me wrong, it's a blast to use, but I really like the thermal vision, so having that on a timer is kind of a buzzkill. It's pretty interesting that he's the only hero or villain that heals himself back to his maximum health, whereas others don't get all of theirs back. One of his star cards can even turn his Dioxis gas into a sanctuary of sorts, as it regens his health when he stands near it. The Relby has been altered as well, and it took some getting used to, but I ended up preferring this game's iteration compared to the first game's. Zooming in won't deal as much damage if you fire right away, but if you wait until the circle fills up, it has a ton of power. Like before, Bossk is really fun to play as, and he may just be my favorite Trandoshan to ever exist. He and Boba can hold down the Bounty Hunter fort for Dengar and IG-88, I suppose. Iden Versio... she's a villain, alright. Not much to say about her, but she's here. She's apparently decent. She, for some reason, is the sole owner of the pulse cannon, so I guess she's got that going for her. I understand they wanted to make their main protagonist of their game more valid by including her as a playable hero, but when you factor in, again, the others that didn't make the cut, it stings a bit. Plus, her as a villain? I mean, for most of the campaign, she was a babyface, so it feels kind of strange to see her alongside Kylo of all people. Darth Maul is in the game, and he's pretty neat. With his quick movement speed and his spin attack, he's very agile on the battlefield. He has a lightsaber throw like he did in the original Battlefront 2, which is good, and he has a chokehold, which is of course very strong. I've seen some wizards out there utilize one of the star cards to make his lightsaber throw distance increase, thus being able to hit an opponent after throwing them with the force choke. I'll admit that I'm not that good, but good on ya if you are. If I'm being perfectly honest, Kylo Ren is a complete letdown for me. They didn't let players pick a shirtless Kylo? Why? Embrace it, EA, just go for it. His no mask, mask, or broken mask options are just pathetic. Anyway, he plays decently enough. He has a very strong pull attack, a freeze, and a frenzy. All of the powers make sense, and the freeze in particular is kind of hilarious. If you're frozen as a hero in a regular game mode, oh boy are you a good target to shoot for. The frenzy feels better than the shitty truncheon attack from the Cafex Spy, and the origin of this move is pretty cheeky. Like, it has to be the scene where he freaks out and slashes the wall, right? As much as I think Phasma is a joke of a character in the movies, she's pretty good in this game. I particularly like her staff strikes and the sentry droid she can plop down. Her top ability is a boring health boost. Boring! General Grievous is so adorable I want to pet him. It's like he tries so hard to be a villain, to be evil, but everyone just looks at him and laughs. Poor guy. Oh shoot, I forgot I'm critiquing a video game here. I mean, I'm sorry, but he has an ability where he crawls on the ground, right? Just look at the icon they made for it. It's so ridiculous. They had to have been going for laughs when they designed that, right? Anyway, the Claw Rush is supremely helpful in duels as it knocks the opponent over and deals tick damage. His thrust attack is pretty decent, as it seems to home on to the nearest enemy, which means if a Jedi is doing flippy tricks, you'll still be able to get them. The twirly, unrelenting advance is a really nice visual, but I could almost never get it to work in my favor. Count Dooku seems to be designed for battles against other lightsaber users. He has more stamina than most other heroes, and can dodge an extra time compared to everybody else. His duelist ability quickens his attacks and makes them stronger, while his expose weakness makes targets take more damage from him overall, while also removing any health buff they had. Even though I absolutely suck with him, he's very enjoyable to play as. I like picking him. He also has an outfit where he's in his pajamas. Yep. I think it's easier to talk about both BB droids at once, so BB9 will have to wait while I go through all of the light side first. Luke feels very similar to his old game self, as he's very fast and can even use his rush ability to go even faster. Both of his other powers are force push related, and yeah, both are pretty decent depending on the circumstance. Leia is still one of my favorite heroes, even if she's far less interesting this time around. Because power-ups aren't a thing anymore, she can't produce those for other players. Because the class system already exists, she doesn't allow others to play as the unique Honor Guard unit. She still has the shield, can use a rapid-fire blaster rifle, and now has thermal detonators to throw. I remember having a fantastic time playing as her in a Heroes vs. Villains match where we camped out in the desert with my shield, and I'd pick off a few from far away, or use the rapid-fire shot to shred a few of them while they were dueling. Fun stuff. Not as much of a support hero as she was in the previous game for the regular troopers, but still. Han is Han. Not much to say about Mr. Solo. Similarly, I don't have much to say about Chewie. He's decent, his charge slam can knock down villains, and yeah, moving on. Lando is now the sole owner of the X8 Night Sniper, which I suppose makes sense. He has a smoke grenade this time around, which goes well with it, and it even prevents lightsaber lock-on attacks, which is obviously good against villains. Lando has stolen Greedo's auto-fire ability from the first game, where he shoots 5 enemies in a quick flurry. He also comes equipped with a Disabler, which is throwable, stuns targets when detonated, reveals enemies to Lando, removes Lando from enemy radar, and scrambles their radar as well. I don't know why I typed and read all of that, because I don't have any opinions on it. It's another radar thing, yay. Yoda is a really tiny dude who does a bunch of flippy shit. I sound like I'm Kevin Nash describing the Cruiserweight division. His Unleash ability is really cool. Essentially, it's a force push, but it's only as strong as how many blaster shots he's absorbed with his block. This makes him pretty different from other lightsaber users, as they all deflect the shots back. Apparently, if he absorbs Dooku's lightning ability, he'll shoot out the lightning as well, just like an Attack of the Clones. Super neat detail. His presence power also paints him as more of a support hero, since he instantly heals himself and the allies around him. Rey was given her yellow lightsaber as a skin after The Rise of Skywalker came out. Pretty hilarious that she never even used it in the movie, but hey, at least here you can live out your wildest fantasies of having the main character finally use a lightsaber that isn't Anakin's. That being said, she still says, "You know my weapon," when near Vader, even though the yellow one didn't used to be his, which makes it kind of funny.
You don't know me, you know my weapon.
She seems to be a hero that's decent for regular combat opposed to duels. The dash strike can knock villains down, but it only damages them once. It isn't terrible, but it seems like it's more suited for a crowded area in a bigger battle. Her insight ability goes a long way in helping her against villains though, as it not only reveals enemies on the radar and removes her from theirs, it slows her stamina drain by 50% and gives plus 10 damage to her strikes. Her mind trick is pretty amusing when used on droids, as it makes their head spin. Its main use is reversing players' controls for a while, and I gotta say, I was so confused early on why my controls were messing up so often. I haven't mentioned it much, but I'll throw it in here since it happened with Rey. The blaster deflection can work in some pretty hilarious ways. The gunshots deflect to wherever they're aiming, which means even if you didn't make the mistake of shooting at a Jedi when their guard is up, your teammate might, which could lead to them unintentionally killing you. Amazing. Finn, oh, my boy Finn got done dirty by Johnson and Abrams, I tell ya. He could have been a Jedi, he could have worked together with Rey to take down Kylo, maybe convinced a bunch of First Order soldiers to join his cause, or maybe like 100 different better fan fiction scenarios than what we got. Regardless, his blaster rifle self is what we have. You know, the one where his taunt animation on the select screen is just him looking confused. Anyway, he seems like more of a support class as well. His Big Deal ability, oh, what a dumb name. It grants him and nearby allies extra health, damage reduction, weapon cooldown, and faster ability recharge. Kinda nuts. His Undercover Team makes him equip a different gun, which is okay I guess, and hides him and his allies from radars, increases their speed, and reveals nearby enemies. Jesus, eat your heart out, Leia, wow. The Deadeye skill is also really powerful, it auto-locks onto enemies one at a time. He's pretty great all things considered, well, except the character he represents, which Abrams and Johnson ruined. GG guys. Obi-Wan isn't the offensive beast that he was in his duel with Maul and Anakin, he's a very defense-oriented hero. It actually makes a lot of sense, so I'm more than okay with it. He has a lot more stamina than other heroes, so he can deflect attacks for a longer period of time, has higher than average max health regen, his defensive rush ability deflects all blaster bolts as he rushes forward, and he has his Jedi Mind Trick, which prevents enemy players from using their abilities. His Force Push is a charge-up type, which makes him feel a little different from Luke. Anakin is an offensive powerhouse. His Passionate Strike breaks enemies' guards, he has a Force Pull, and his Heroic Might is a lot like Luke's Repulse ability, except its range increases the more damage he takes while charging up. Kinda cool that father and son have something so similar, and that Anakin clearly channels the dark side more in his version of it. He has another ability, Retribution, but it's tough to consistently use. It only becomes available after you and/or your allies take a big chunk of damage. Once it's finally charged up, he force chokes everyone around him. It's again more of a dark side power, which is a really cool consideration. Finally, BB-8 and BB-9. I was going to bash them since they're so dumb, but when I went back to get more footage, I really came around and had a great time with them, so maybe the BB buds aren't so bad. BB-8's cable spin is more powerful than BB-9's, but 9's can push enemies off into death pits. Similarly, BB-8's shock prod deals more damage, but 9's does have a stun, so, you know, they're kind of different. I'm not sure how consistent it is, but shock prod against shock prod, I came out as the victor with BB-9, I assume since I was able to keep stunning him. Someone else stole the kill, but I was clearly going to emerge victorious, don't mind that. BB-8 can roll charge, which is kind of humorous, and he offers resistance backing, which scrambles enemy radars and blah 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 blah. So many abilities are radar related, I fucking swear. BB-9 has a smoke screen which obstructs vision and reveals their location as well. I love that even here, his scan pulse thing has a distinct visual compared to all of the infiltrator types. His charge-up power prevents his shock prod from overheating, as well as the guns of any nearby teammates. It also shortens their cooldowns as well. Both the droids have a few passive abilities, one for helping their teammates directly, and one for helping their team win the objective. BB-8 increases teammates' cooldown speed, and BB-9 passively regens their health. Finally, both of the droids count as 2 units when capturing a command post in Supremacy, or doing other objectives, which I think is a really neat consideration. I can't believe I came around to them in the end, but they were genuinely fun to use. I don't like chasing them away as a soldier, but then again, I don't like fighting any hero as a soldier. Even though I've basically gone over everything as meticulously as I can so far, with the maps I only have a few things to say, and we should probably start with the one that relates to Disney and J.J. Abrams. J.J. Abrams made the Death Star again, he made Tatooine again, he made Yavin 4 again. He's a quack that redid Star Wars, and now all 3 of those not new places are in Battlefront 2, a supposedly distinct maps. It's all the worse because those samey locations took precedence over more interesting possibilities, such as the plethora of areas left out from the prequel trilogy. At launch, this is how I would have felt, but then to add in Ajan Kloss? Are you fucking kidding me? Another forest? Endor, Yavin 4, Takodana, and now Ajan Kloss. Fuck right off with this forest garbage. Why not at least put Dagobah in to vary up your woodsy settings? As much as I'm willing to accept Kashyyyk for obvious reasons, even it is a bunch of flora scattered around, and the same could be said about Felucia. To pass up on the idea of making a Coruscant or Mustafar map, insanity. As much as I'm the type of person who prefers a distinct sequel, even at the cost of not bringing in a few easy-to-transition assets, I think I would have preferred if DICE carried over Bespin and Sullust. The only Bespin map is for heroes versus villains, and it's a terrible selection for that game mode anyway, for reasons I'll get to later. On one hand, bringing over everything that was in the Season Pass from the first game could have potentially angered the people who bought the Season Pass. They paid for the overpriced expansion, and now it's just the standard in the new game? As well, if they had brought over all of the original maps and kept everything else about the game the same, it would have swayed the ratio towards the original trilogy even harder. I get it, but at the same time, maybe just bring in one of each planet over? I mean, Bespin looked amazing, and considering this game was supposed to represent all 3 eras, it not being included feels pretty wrong. To think they went out of their way to put Yavin 4 in, which looks so similar to Endor anyway, over the very distinct looking Bespin maps, or even Sullust. Enough Yavin 4 slander for now, but man, fuck that map. I hate it in all 3 of the Battlefront games it shows up in. Except Arena, that one's pretty cool. Although I was initially going to lament over the lack of multiple maps per planet, with how big they all are and how many eras are in the game, I think it's pretty understandable. While sticking to one era for a day or two can get pretty stale, and the map rotations cause you to play as one era for a little longer than I'd like, having the option to play all three means you'll have 6 factions, a vast selection of unique units, and a good 19 or so maps to play on. It seems like many of them have a day and night version as well, but I don't know whether or not the game mode affects that. Even better, as in Supremacy mode, all 4 of the cruisers for each faction that has one is a distinct map in its own right. There, truthfully, is a lot here. Mustafar, Utapau, Coruscant, Mygeeto, Dagobah, Tantive 4, a real Bespin map, and even a rendition of Renvar would have been nice, but I guess it is what it is. You do get to see a glimpse of Tantive 4, or at least a look-alike, when on the Death Star map at the beginning, but it's obviously not quite the same. I also find it funny that they did add back in Jabba's palace, but they did it to coincide with the Solo movie, as if that means anything. Likewise, they brought back a version of Scarif as part of their very last update. Another reason it's hard to stay upset about the lack of additional maps is the absurdly high standard they've now set for themselves. Not only are the environments even more impressive this time around, but they're filled with so many unique assets and little touches all around. I'm not going to have a dedicated section about the visuals in this video, as I have touched on it here and there in other parts, but I'd be crazy not to point out a few of the things that caught my eye, so I'll do that right here. Kamino looks absurdly amazing, with the stormy outdoor sections that feature some of the best harsh weather effects I've ever seen, even looking as though the rain is sliding down the curved platforms, to the hyper-clinical bright white interiors which look glossy and stiff, just like the Kaminoans like it. I feel like this complements another white area in the game, the Resistance Cruiser. This technically is all white as well, but there's no shine, no glossy or clinical look, instead it's scruffy looking and almost dirty. Off-white, however misnomered of a word that is, would be a good descriptor here. The stark contrast between the Resistance functionality and the First Order's sheen is staggering. The red and blue lights in a few sections are simply mesmerizing. I mean, it almost resembles an arcade theme park. DICE even felt it necessary to add in an interactable object near the spawning point of the First Order ship, which produces a plate of food. The fact that it takes so long to activate is just so funny to me. At first glance, it almost presents as if it's a genuine interactable that will change something about the map, like the shutters in Mos Eisley. Nope, just food. This has to be a gag, and I love it. On the Death Star 2 map, the Rebels have to exit out of their recently crashed Corvette, the Tantive 4 look-alike, which looks stunning. It makes me wish we had a real Tantive 4 map. They even included some Rebel officers sitting around, clearly shell-shocked, no longer wanting to participate. Naboo Theed has some jaw-dropping bits of scenery to stare at while you wander around. The many benches, plants, and markets, the doves that fly away when you walk towards them, the puddles of water on the ground, the lights at nighttime. Fuck man, so pretty. Likewise, even though forest maps can fuck off, the swirling leaves going with the wind is hard not to be impressed with. There's even some chickens and other animals wandering about. Something else I couldn't believe as it was happening was the weather and terrain affecting your character. Not only do your feet and lower legs get muddy, dusty, snowy, or wet depending on the map, but the weather effects themselves seem to build up on your character. Darth Maul's robes visibly accumulating snow is simply outstanding. Again, though, nuance. I'm not saying these visuals and unique assets were worth having an incomplete game at launch, or not having enough maps or heroes. I'd prefer more stuff opposed to pretty stuff, but I can still acknowledge that they did a really nice job with all of this. One area where I'm not so sure I can say the same is with the character models. This happened a lot during the story, but personally, when there's so much detail in the characters that I can see the pores on their faces, I roll my eyes. It felt like with every cutscene they were jerking themselves off with how photorealistic they got it to look. Even though I already made my opinion known that I'd prefer more stuff compared to pretty stuff, I'd also say I would prefer if they prioritized their workload on making environments look nice, opposed to making humans look supposedly more human-like. I wouldn't necessarily say this falls in the uncanny valley for me, and I wouldn't even say it's as bad as Death Stranding, but the amount of effort put into making these faces and animating them are completely wasted on someone like me. Since we're kind of talking about the visuals, even though I wasn't planning on it, I should mention the audio a bit as well. The voice actors on the whole are really good. They got the Clone Wars squad for Anakin, Obi-Wan, Yoda, and Count Dooku. Grievous is played by the usual Matthew Wood. Sam Witwer voiced Maul, which is good, but he also voiced the Emperor as well. John Boyega, Daisy Ridley, and Gwendolyn Christie reprised their roles from the sequels, while Kylo's unmasked version was voiced by Roger Craig Smith. Interesting. There seems to be a big mixture of actors from the films and source material versus some other professional voice actors to replace them. Matthew Mercer voiced Luke, and Lex Lang voiced Poe, but Temuera Morrison is Boba as usual, along with Lando being Billy D. Williams. Either way, some of the voice lines they were given really put some of the hero and villain conflicts over the top.
Get ready!
You're overconfident. I will do what needs to be done.
Very wise Jedi once said. By accident.
Wait a minute, how did this happen? We're smarter than this.
Apparently not.
Matt Lanter has really grown on me as Anakin, along with James Arnold Taylor as Obi-Wan, and hearing their banter when spawning in just puts me right in that cozy Clone Wars mood.
I'm going to tell myself Anakin isn't involved in whatever's happening here.
The one time I actually ask Obi-Wan for help, he's nowhere to be found.
The announcers you hear in the background do a standout job as well, and I'm fairly sure the voice actor for Cody and Rex is who we hear for the Republic's announcer. If so, a fantastic detail.
Okay, troopers. You'll need to call for reinforcements and find yourselves a vehicle if we want to keep those droids out of the factory.
Welcoming today's contestants. They have joined us here in this arena, coming from all corners of the galaxy to do battle across the eras. May the best side prevail.
It seems the fanbase of Battlefront 2 is pretty divided on whether Galactic Assault or Supremacy is the better game mode. From what I can gather, many proclaim Supremacy to be pointless on the whole, with a big empty battlefield, command posts that don't serve much purpose or move the game further in any meaningful way, the act of capturing them doesn't require teamwork whatsoever, and the bots added to the action make it feel like a much more casual experience. Those same people might claim that Galactic Assault is the more engaging match type, as they feel they have more of an obvious impact on their team's success. The straightforward nature of the goals and their clear importance brings it closer to being a true Star Wars experience. The ever-shifting objectives and changes to the battle space make it feel like a story is unfolding as you play. Teamwork is better encouraged, and the lack of bots means that kill streaks and overall score is far more earned than in Supremacy. Conversely, the other side thinks Galactic Assault plays much more like an endless series of choke points, explosions everywhere you look, and grenades flying every which way. The final phase is sometimes comprised entirely of heroes fighting and gallivanting around, with everyone else merely being an onlooker. There's less space to breathe when you're the hero, as it's very easy to get ganged up on right away due to the smaller and more contained map space, and the story aspect really doesn't hold much weight in the first place. Those same people might view Supremacy as a much more open experience, where it genuinely feels like a grand battle is happening all around you. Since the map is so big, there's far more room for mini confrontations to take place. Heroes are still present, but can spread out a bit more, and in turn their presence feels a bit more manageable, and the bots don't detract from the fun, but instead fill the play area with more units to increase the scope of the battle as a whole. Some might also say this plays a lot more like the original Conquest game modes from the older games, but the other side may also complain that the boarding phase is a cutscene instead of a playable experience. I hope I was able to sum up how a lot of people feel about these two game modes. I can certainly see both sides, and have found myself going back and forth as well. Depending on the map, Galactic Assault definitely sees a lot of bottleneck placements where a big shootout occurs around a single entryway. In those shootouts, it does get pretty crazy with explosions and grenades all over. Perhaps this gives more purpose to the officer's diffuser, but I'm not sure that's worth the trade-off considering just how chaotic and almost random success and failure feel during these parts of Galactic Assault. On the other hand, these moments do feel extremely intense, and if I'm being perfectly honest, better represent how we see battles fought in the Star Wars movies and TV shows. While you're in one of these firefights, it almost feels like things are at a constant standstill, but sure enough, eventually, slowly, the tide will turn, and inch by inch, ground will be gained or lost. I'm mostly not a fan of the flying vehicles you can choose here, however, as it often feels like what's going on above has no impact on what's going on below, especially when on Maz's castle. It reminds me of platforms in the first Battlefront game, actually, but even then, you could land and use vehicles for strategic purposes. Here you pick one after a death and dogfight until you die. The times where I've taken down ships from the ground or taken out soldiers from the sky were very fun, however I just wish it was more encouraged. Because the continuation of the game relies so heavily on one of the team's success, if the offense fails on the first phase of Galactic Assault, the game mode ends rather abruptly, which is a shame for almost everyone involved. The relatively slow build seems deliberate in order to mix with the battle point system as a whole, as naturally the longer you play, the more opportunities you'll have to use the other classes and heroes. Going along with what I mentioned earlier, your involvement in the final phase of Galactic Assault does kind of feel like it's just for show at times, since the heroes are all going nuts in such a small area. Either you run away, gang up on them with normal soldiers, or die repeatedly. Since many others are likely just waiting for their turn with the hero after saving their points up, taking one down will basically reward you with maybe 10 seconds of reprieve before another one rushes in. I don't know, a 16-to-4 ratio of soldiers to heroes seems like a bit overkill. It's kind of hard to firmly claim Galactic Assault is good or bad, since I think it all comes down to the map and the objectives that they include. Hoth, Death Star, Naboo, and Kashyyyk are pretty good, whereas Endor and Geonosis can be rough, and Yavin 4 and Takodana are unbearable. I'm not sure what to put the blame on here, since the AT-AT stuff feels fine on Hoth, but not so much on Endor. Am I so out of touch? No, it's the forest maps that suck. They're so bad that in the beginning, because all I was getting was Yavin 4 and Maz's Castle, I thought this was all the game mode had to offer, and I tried to avoid it. Thankfully, I pushed through though, as I eventually got to play Crate as the First Order. Crate Galactic Assault is one of the best experiences I've had with this game. Well, until it wasn't. Charging through the battlefield, running for the small bits of cover scattered around, ducking down in the shallow craters, and popping up to take out some enemies that are trying to do the same thing to me is enthralling. The entire underground section is undetectable from the surface, but dip into one of them to avoid sniper fire and it becomes a sprawling, claustrophobic tunnel system. Even better, they made sure the tunnels aren't fully connected, meaning no matter what, you'll have to storm the salty surface and sprint to another place of cover. This is great for both sides in my opinion, as the dangerous dash as the bad guys is of course gripping, but also forcing the First Order fish out of water offers prime opportunity for snipers or other long-range units to get some easy kills, or at the very least to maintain the pressure. All that being said, when I tried playing this map with the NT-242, like you saw before, it was just a complete shit show. Like, I almost think that gun should be banned from this map. It's way too good, and as I've shown before, the speeders, which presumably are meant to take out cheeky snipers like me, would go down after a few shots. As much fun as I personally can have with running from cover to cover, I can see how this would be crazy unfair and unfun for players who don't have the best sniper unlocked. I mean, the amount of Reddit threads I came across saying as much basically confirmed it for me. I think the setting looks gorgeous though, and the red dust all over just makes it look spectacular. It's still the best sequel map as far as I'm concerned, and I would have liked to see it in co-op mode. I personally really like the other two phases of Crate as well, even if the objectives aren't very interesting. Overall, the stark disparity between the highs and lows of Galactic Assault make it a very unreliable experience. I'd sometimes be on watch for when Takodana or Yavin would show up so I could back out, which doesn't speak well to this mode's dependability. This is mostly why I fall into the Supremacy camp, as although it doesn't quite reach the highs of Galactic Assault on the best maps, it feels a lot more consistent in its overall quality. This is likely because the objectives are always the same, so they all feel pretty similar, just the settings change a bit. I can readily admit that I'm a more casual player, so the bots existing feels fine. Their AI is mostly better than the original Battlefront games, and since that's what I'm used to, this feels okay. It is very noticeable when you begin firing at a bot compared to a human, however, which I'm sure doesn't feel great for more experienced players. That being said, it is pretty funny to get killed by a bot and watch their stoic, cardboard cutout demeanor taunt you in the afterlife. The multiple objectives spreads out the massive player count pretty well, and as I said earlier, leads to a lot of small scuffles to hold ground or capture a new command post. Naboo was my favorite map for this game mode specifically, as the alleyways and multiple routes all over really seem to encourage this ambush and flanking mentality. Even though I can acknowledge that you don't necessarily need teammates when happening upon a command post with barely anyone there, I wouldn't say that's unequivocally a bad thing. Sneaking in and taking one without the enemy realizing it reminds me of the best parts of the real conquest game mode in the original games. All that being said, the boarding and capital assault phases don't really connect to the ground battle as much as I'd like. The idea that the number of boarding soldiers impacts how big of a timer you get in the capital ship is nice, but the overall goal of defeat the enemy's capital ship, I don't know. I don't really follow how this ground battle determines which faction gets to invade the opposition's cruiser. Maybe if there was a space section in between, something like what Battlefront 2015 had with Battle Station and Infiltration. Or, even better, make it play exactly like it does in the original Battlefront 2, with a much bigger interior. Obviously that couldn't happen due to the vehicle problem I mentioned earlier, but it is fun to dream. Another reason I don't think the ground and ship phases connect well is how drastically different they both play. The capital ship assault more resembles a miniature galactic assault push. I enjoy it, since I mostly enjoy Galactic Assault, but I can see how the players who don't like it might stick to the original trilogy supremacy, since that phase isn't included. Because the boarding phase, and thus the capital ship sabotage, only triggers once a team's reinforcement bar reaches 100%, the ground phase can take a very long time. It's also quite possible to fail and come back to the first phase once more, meaning this game mode can legitimately take 45 minutes. Ignoring that for now, the command posts themselves on the ground phase surely point to this being an attempt at bringing back an iteration of the classic conquest mode. I both respect, but also don't respect the effort here. While it does have the hologram-producing command posts that change color when you stand near them, it's still not conquest, though. I certainly like the many objectives to go for, and the fact that you can choose to spawn at them is also nice, but the total reinforcements were a key part of the old game mode. As I just brought up, a supremacy match can take forever to finish depending on if an attacking team fails the ship phase. It sure seems like the ticket count up top was put there to explicitly prevent the game from dragging on too long. It's also kind of funny to me that they finally up and made this mode in the first place, since they previously spent so much time trying to make people forget about it and embrace something else. As I mentioned in the Battlefront 2015 video, many match types there felt very reminiscent of Conquest without categorically being Conquest. Calling back to my conspiracy theory from earlier, perhaps their stock price dropping and the entire gaming world taking note of their failure really sent EA to the brink. Their brink being them listening to their fans and finally putting in the Conquest game mode everyone kept pestering them about. Alas, that didn't work for a Galactic Conquest revival. But still, Supremacy is a pretty good time, especially if you're lower on the Grindfest totem pole, or just want a more casual experience. Both of these are the big-time game modes, the ones with 40 players. I won't lie, I was pretty disappointed when I discovered that Battle Station, Infiltration, and even Walker Assault didn't make a comeback. I was at least excited to see what they were going to do with this new style of match type they were clearly on a roll with. Unfortunately, there aren't any with a mix of space and ground, and none of them really tell much of a story, at least not in my opinion. In Galactic Assault specifically, it just feels like you do a thing, or you prevent the others from doing a thing. The lack of interesting goals for half the players was an issue I raised about Battle Station and Infiltration, but I had hoped that they would try to solve that minor issue while also sticking to the self-contained 3-part Star Wars battle idea. None such ground was gained in the more objective-oriented Galactic Assault. The lack of an era restriction also hurts the believability that a real Star Wars event is taking place. Seeing Rey help the clones out on Geonosis or Darth Maul and Hoth? Oh man, at that point, why not let the factions all play on whatever map they like without any restrictions? As much as I like Supremacy, it feels very vanilla, very plain compared to what Battlefront 2015 offered. Galactic Assault does do a better job, on some maps anyway, at providing an overarching and ever-changing landscape to battle in. However, even then, I still prefer the gameplay of Walker Assault. The climactic moments where the entire battlefield shifted their focus onto the now vulnerable AT-ATs made the game mode feel dynamic and action-packed. Even though it should have been the same thing, Galactic Assault with the AT-ATs being the main focus don't feel nearly as engaging. Perhaps it's because that's only part of the goal, Phase 1, so it has less time to shine, whereas in Walker Assault, that was the whole game mode. It's a shame nothing in Battlefront 2 could really capture that feeling. As far as the squad system, which replaced the buddy system, it's alright. I didn't feel as connected with my group of 4 as I did with my partner in the first game, but having more places to spawn from is nice, and getting points when a squad mate picks you is great. My favorite squad moment was sneaking back into an enemy cave in Hoth, and all 3 of my buds spawned in on me. It felt like I was the giant wooden horse, invading Troy with my party of 4. That being said, because 3 people can spawn on any given person, and the limitations aren't that strict when the ally is near enemies, it can feel pretty cheap at times to see your enemy get reinforcements out of nowhere. I have a few more miscellaneous issues in regards to my time with these 2 game modes, so I'll just list them right here. While it is nice that you can spawn at the command posts in Supremacy, you're never afforded a map of the play space, which makes choosing those command post spawn locations all the worse. You do get a quick overhead camera view, but I don't know where that is in relation to where I want to go. It's truly baffling to me how they didn't give the player some type of top-down map to look at. You generally always want to pick a command post or a squad mate to spawn from as well, since choosing the default area is a complete hassle. I understand that you want the players to have a safe and secluded space to always spawn in with, but Jesus Christ, it takes like 2 minutes to get back to the action if you pick these. Considering how easy it is to camp a vehicle nearby and slaughter humans and bots alike when they load in, why wouldn't they just put some auto turrets or something near their area? Anything to prevent this garbage. They should have also done something to make sure a player can't spawn in the now restricted zone after picking a vehicle. Not really fun to blow up through no fault of your own. The many doors not being usable is something I've mentioned in the first video, where you sometimes just won't know which ones work and which ones won't. It makes the Galactic Assault maps feel even narrower, since it sure seems like you should be able to find a flanking route or something, but everything is closed to encourage a bottleneck battle. That's not what I wanted to complain about though. This door issue led directly to my downfall in the cruiser phase of Supremacy when the map moved the restricted zones. You get like 30 seconds to move your guy into the map again, but somehow the map led me to a limbo space. This area is safe, but the door is closed, so you can't get back to the action. You can't leave this area, as many of my squad mates tried doing as they spawned on me, since you'll die within 10 seconds of entering the restricted zone. The only solution here was to respawn, but I was stubborn and refused to. All I can say is, I'm sorry to my squad mates, B-Bear112, Distant Knight GB, and Muscle Nugget. I chose to fight the power, I hope you can understand. Plenty of times a defeated enemy will remain on the battlefield, causing you to potentially waste a second or 2 attacking them before realizing they aren't real, which can lead to your death if it happens at an inopportune moment. I've run into the problem where the select screen doesn't work for whatever reason. I clearly pick one class and it spawns me in as another. This happened so frequently in one match that I eventually just went with it and learned to use the backward selections. Other times I would spam the button and it wouldn't let me pick the class I wanted. Maybe that unit was already full and it just didn't update my screen? Lastly, DICE seem really into this whole radar thing. I've already mentioned the many abilities that affect your radar, so you'd think that DICE themselves know how important it is, right? Well, I'm not so sure, because there's a bug that shows your friendly ATSTs as enemies. This happens consistently every single time I'm the First Order or Empire. What the fuck? This likely isn't even close to representing the amount of issues that currently plague the game, as I came across this Reddit post on the Battlefront subreddit with 240 existing problems. It seems almost gross to me that DICE proclaimed this game to be finished back in 2020, when there were still apparently quite a few balance issues and bugs present. Even though it doesn't house nearly as many players as the other two, co-op feels like the other big game mode. It features command posts as well, however, it plays more like a Galactic Assault objective. There are up to 3 command posts to capture, attaining one of them advances to the next phase, and so on and so forth until the final phase of a single command post. Sometimes you'll play the opposite side, where you'll defend a set of them, then dwindle down to just one if you keep failing. I'm not sure why there's both an offensive and defensive version of this, since if you're with a decent squad on a defense, it's very easy to win in the first phase. I don't have proof of us making this decision, since we can't communicate, but it felt like there was an unspoken agreement that winning in the first phase would be pointless, so we intentionally let them capture a command post. Failing on purpose isn't usually something you want your players to be doing, so the defense version of the game mode isn't ideal. It's awesome that the AI can use the special units and heroes, however, I did see a consistent issue with their pathfinding, or maybe their awareness of the limitations of the map. It was really fun goading Vader off the edge of the map in Battlefront Classic, as that was a danger to us both. I was playing with fire. Because opposing teams have separate danger zones, it's not nearly as fun. Watching Darth Maul throw caution to the wind, pursuing you to the ends of the earth, only to randomly slump over defeated after his invisible 10 seconds are up is really dumb. They should have definitely been programmed to run back to a safe area when their timer reaches 5 or 6 seconds. It kind of ruins the tension of it all, which is a big shame, since for the most part the AI manages to hold their own fairly well with other units. This is the only online mode where all of your enemies will be bots. It felt a lot like Battlefront 1 and 2 on the PS2 and Xbox back when I was a kid, so I'm kind of unsure why so many players seem to scoff at this mode. It did, pretty consistently I will add, make me question why the full Galactic Conquest mode wasn't in the game. I won't pretend I have all the answers on how to make it work, but if it's able to matchmake you with 3 other players, I feel like bringing you 4 to a menu after each battle to pick another planet or purchase some type of class or hero could work. It would certainly take a very long time to finish, meaning players definitely wouldn't all stick around, but considering how easy it is to load in players during the middle of other game modes, I feel like something similar could have worked here. As long as one person is in the lobby, the Galactic Conquest keeps going, and only when all players have left or the overarching goal has been failed or completed would it close out. Even if none of that would work, and I'm just an ignoramus for suggesting it, having it for offline players, or even privately with a few friends, would be just as great, I think. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Don't tell me I'm the only one who thought of how well Galactic Conquest mode would have worked when playing online co-op. Starfighter Assault is the main space game mode. There are objectives, much like Galactic Assault, but there are bots thrown in as well, like Supremacy. I think it's a fun time, however, the heroes and their milestones kind of get in the way of trying to win the objective, but I'll talk about that in a bit, don't worry, I have a separate rant about the milestones. While Hero Starfighters is also an option, for many of the Hero Starfighter milestones, I'd imagine this is where players will find themselves. A hero ship costs 2,000 battle points, and that can take some time to accumulate. It features the same issue as I've mentioned in the other game modes, where you may have to stay on the unit selection screen to be aware of when a hero ship opens up, but that's not the main problem here. The hero ships are fun to play, they have more health and more powerful and/or unique abilities. This means they're a good target to gang up on, and it is easy to take them out if you go that route, but honestly, I started feeling so bad that I would deliberately leave the enemy hero ships alive. I know how annoying it is to spawn in after finally getting the 2,000 points and spending them on a cool fancy ship, only to be gunned down within a few moments. Like, what a waste of fucking time that is. I feel like the game shouldn't make me sympathize so much with my enemy, especially when they technically have the much more powerful unit at their disposal. Maybe this is a ratio problem again? It looks to be 3 hero ships to 12 players on a team. That sounds fine, but it doesn't feel as good when playing. Maybe what I was really yearning for is a co-op mode for Starfighter Assault, since destroying bot ships was a genuinely enjoyable time, and was oddly relaxing after a while. With other players though, it can just be annoying. Maybe if there was a Galactic Conquest, this could be the space battles. Whoa, what a crazy idea. While I initially thought the X-Wings were far better than the TIE Fighters, given that they can heal themselves, X-Wings don't have an afterburner move, so they can't avoid lock-on missiles very well. It makes sense that one side has more health than the other with that in mind. With the hero ships, I've already mentioned how utterly ridiculous it was to include 3 different iterations of the Millennium Falcon with 3 different pilot-co-pilot combos, plus they all have different abilities, star cars, and milestones. So fucking stupid. I do like using them though, since they're so gigantic, difficult to maneuver, and a total tank. They're also really fun to shoot at too, because they're such an easy target. Darth Maul's invisibility cloak is cool as hell, and his rapid-fire shots feel great. Boba's ship is a sassy little shit. The hitboxes are pretty decent on most objects in the battle space, for the most part, and it is cool that you can survive going underwater on Kamino for a brief period if you have enough health. However, Boba's ship is the only vertical one of the bunch, so you can't really fire at or chase the smart players who stick close enough to the environment.
Communications array critical.
His seismic charge and ion cannons still sound great though.
Continue control tower defense.
Taking fire.
I don't have much to say about Dope Hammerin, Varth Dater, or his brother Suk Lywalker. Also, yes, his brother. Guys, I know they're not brothers. Like, Like, that was too easy of bait. I can't believe how many of you fell for that in the first video. Like, it's the most iconic father-son relationship, you know, like, in all of media. Like, so yeah, all three of those make enough sense, I suppose, but Yoda getting a ship? I don't know, it sounds kinda goofy to me, thinking that he's the one in the cockpit killing all of these humans. Kylo's ship feels as great as Maul's does to fire and pilot, but who the fuck is Tali Lintra? Again, I liked The Last Jedi more than most did, and even though her only appearance is that movie, I have no idea who this is. I played as her though, since, you know, milestone chasing. Iden Versio is here as a regular but boosted TIE fighter. Oh boy, glad she made the cut. Here's the thing, is more always a good thing? Do we need Iden or Tali? Like, who were asking for these two? How did Anakin and Obi-Wan not get ships, if anything? So bizarre, so outrageously bizarre to me. Count Dooku and his weird-as-hell ship from Attack of the Clones would have been more interesting. Anyway, the objectives are, for the most part anyway, pretty enjoyable to go after. It seems like it's very easy to fly around and chase after ships, but that's something I'll talk about in a moment. The most interesting map is the one that has the field generators. The blue aura they produce creates essentially a pocket of space that shifts everything that enters it. If you fire at someone entering or leaving, your shots will surely miss. It's a good way to escape from an enemy. The generators themselves also produce a wave of gravitational energy or something, where it pulses you away if you fly towards it when trying to fire at the insides, but once you get past the middle, it pushes you away. It creates these incredibly tense situations where you can't rely on your normal flight mechanics to function like you're used to, so you might find yourself trying to predict when the next pulse will fire and having the time to react to it. It's really great stuff. Like I said though, it's very easy to just ignore the objectives and work on taking down enemy ships, even if it might not be helping your team in any way. The avenge and revenge mechanics feed into this vicious cycle and are, in my opinion, a detriment to the game as a whole. Avenge is a label that gets slapped onto an enemy ship that has, presumably, killed one of your teammates. The problem is, you can see those markers better than you can see the ship itself, so no matter what, the battle space will be plastered with those red markers, drawing your attention to them. This is even prevalent in the land maps when ships are present. Like, I'm sorry to the teammate they killed, but I'm not going to avenge you. At a certain point, every ship will have killed someone on your side, so really the mechanic loses all purpose, especially considering bots are easy targets for players of any skill level. This could be a decent commentary on how tired and pointless going after the supposed enemy is each and every time they enact violence to your side. All this avenge mentality does is encourage more and more bloodshed. Obviously, that's not what it was meant to express, however. At worst, it's an easy excuse to make every enemy ship stand out more, but at best, it's an attempt at creating a system in which you genuinely do avenge a fallen comrade. It doesn't really work though, so even if it is the latter, it's a failure. The revenge mechanic, even though it affects fewer ships, is functionally much, much worse. It's the same thing as before, but now it paints the one ship that has most recently killed you with a distinct orange marker. Like, how on earth did this make it through the idea stage? If your brain is on autopilot, or you're spiteful, you'll naturally just follow wherever the orange target takes you. This, more than anything else in the game, encourages players to completely ignore the objective in favor of getting kills. In this case, the revenge never even feels satisfying, as you know, now that player has an orange revenge marker over your ship. This harkens back to my thoughts on the hero ships, as naturally you're going to accumulate a decent kill streak with them, and thus the many players you kill will be on the lookout for you now. Maybe that was the point? The revenge was put in to deliberately cut giant kill streaks short by encouraging many players to hunt for them? If that is the case, that's really annoying, and again, this is coming from a player who can admit that he's not very good at the game. The one time I get a hero ship, I certainly don't want it to end abruptly because some doofus I killed nonchalantly now has a vendetta against the color orange. The Hero Starfighter game mode is basically heroes versus villains, but in space. It's okay. It was added in the following year after release, and I'd imagine if this was a fan request game mode, it was likely because playing as hero ships and getting the many milestones for them was a pretty cumbersome experience in Starfighter Assault. It's round-based, and only when the opposing 4 hero ships are destroyed does one of the sides win the round. Once you die, you come back as a normie starfighter. Yeah, not much to say about it, it's fine. Heroes versus villains this time around isn't quite as appealing to me as it was in the first Battlefront. I'd imagine most would feel differently, but personally, having 4 heroes and 4 regular soldiers running around, 8 in total per team, felt pretty chaotic and opened the door to a fair amount of teamwork possibilities. The 8-person per team variant was only possible on the Season Pass maps, but like I said in that video, the 4-on-4 combo felt pretty satisfying. Now it's only 8 players in total, 4 heroes and 4 villains, and it's no longer round-based, but a deathmatch. You can keep respawning as much as you'd like until your tickets at the top reach 0. It is pretty enjoyable to work together as a team and win the match solely due to the dedication you and your squad had for sticking together. However, this is a good example of when skill and random bullshit get intermixed in a way that can be pretty unrewarding. Every hero and villain have a fair amount of depth to them. In a way, it feels like a fighting game, where knowing your character, while very important to playing well, isn't the end-all be-all. It's just as important, if not more, to know what the other characters can do. The surprisingly deep lightsaber combat is something I'll talk about in a moment. All I'm referring to right now is literally what can Kylo Ren do when he's right in front of me. In that way, when you're a newbie in all of this, much more than in the larger game modes, you're so much more of a detriment to your team. Oftentimes, I felt like my side would have a better chance at winning if I simply didn't respawn, since I was playing so poorly in comparison. Even though respawning over and over, and hopefully learning as I go, could help me out in the long run, sapping lives from my team because I'm so shit felt like I was actively hurting our cause. In Battlefront 1, you could respawn that round as a regular soldier and keep helping your team out that way, and even if you died 3 more times, you weren't removing 3 points from your team. Respawning and rushing into battle is more helpful than hiding in the corner. You could say this about any team deathmatch in any game ever made, yes, but I do think there's more to learn when it comes to Battlefront 2's heroes and villains. I'd also say it's likely easier for someone in Call of Duty to go on a decent kill streak and swing the tide in their favor than it is for a single hero to defeat 3 villains in a row. It's definitely possible, but because the maps are so open and teams stick together, you're more likely to get ganged up on. The ganking strat is a very viable one, and I'm not shaming anyone who partakes in it. It's definitely within the parameters of the battle. It's a 4-on-4, not 4 separate 1-on-1 duels. Regardless of how fair I think it is, that's what I meant when I said random bullshit earlier. There absolutely is skill involved here, even if a few heroes and villains are unbalanced in the meta. However, that skill can get thrown out the window once your team goes down in quick succession and you're facing 3 opponents on your own, and that's far more likely to happen when you get inexperienced fresh meat on your team, like me. Anyway, when your squad works together, regardless of when you clean house or have a tight match, it's a pretty enjoyable time more often than not. Well, that is until we talk about the Rancor in the room. There's also a moderately sized Bantha in here as well, so we'll address him first. I've had it happen where the teams were 2 against 4, which is insanely unfair, to the point where I questioned why the game didn't stop the match the moment the teams were out of whack. It started as a 3-on-4, and when one from our team quit, the game kept going. I feel like any competent online matchmaking system that isn't ranked would have thrown one from their team onto ours, or ended the match. What ended up happening, after I threw myself into the pit of death a few times, was I found Luke running around the map, somehow avoiding all confrontation. I followed them, sprinting around, avoiding everyone, and we simply waited for the teams to balance themselves out. One from their team quit, and eventually the game added enough so there were 4 players on each side. Phantom Reborn, I don't know if you're out there listening, but thanks for sticking with me and running around a bit, it was fun. It also, unintentionally, played out like a little story was taking place. Have a listen.
Easy, easy! This could be our best shot. Take him!
I'm pretty sure everything Luke was saying was simply the character spouting random lines, but I initially thought that this was Phantom Reborn communicating with me, and it was such a cool moment. Anyway, that's my emergent gameplay story that I don't think I'll forget. Now, it's time to talk about the Rancor in the room. The idea that anyone can be thrown off the map with a force grab, push, or pull and instantly die is insanely stupid. This is a problem with the Hero Showdown mode as well. You can block the attack if you're holding guard as a lightsaber hero, but no matter what, you eventually need to lower your guard to attack or do literally anything else. This is the case whether it's a 1-on-1 or a hectic cluster of sabers and blasters. Not only does this demonstrably give certain heroes and villains the advantage when near death pits, even on flat maps, the non-force users get the short end of the stick. Oh, I got bamboozle blasted behind some houses. Guess I'll just die then because I can't jump 20 feet in the air. It looks like at least Boba is able to use his jetpack to get back on the map, which I guess is good. I understand that learning the meta and map layout is part of every multiplayer game, competitive or not, but this insta-kill force push nonsense goes too far. I understand that it can be fun for the offensive player, but it ultimately doesn't balance out given how awful it feels to be the victim in these scenarios. This is a nice thing to include in games if you go against AI, but for player versus player, being on the receiving end of this spam is beyond frustrating. I've seen some people online defend it somewhat by saying, as long as you don't force push me, I won't force push you, as if it's some unspoken agreement. Well, that still doesn't make up for the first time they got an easy kill on you, and the idea that players have to hold themselves back from such an effective strategy is, on the face of it, kind of dumb. This isn't their fault, it's in the game. This isn't abusing a bug or glitching to gain an advantage. This is the natural cause and effect when you give people propulsion battering rams at the press of a button. If anything, DICE is to blame for the maps they included in the rotation. Honestly, the fact that the only time you're allowed to play on Bespin is in Heroes vs. Villains, which heavily encourages this craziness, is just so lame. The same goes for the most iconic map on Naboo. I would love to have a proper duel on these walkways, but the fear of force push makes it almost off limits. Maybe if the pushes and pulls didn't affect the heroes as much as regular soldiers? Like, the prospect of watching your footing on these catwalks while fighting off a foe sounds amazing, but knowing that one button press could send you flying 50 feet kind of sucks all the magic out of it. Surprisingly, on Naboo, most people I played with seemed to avoid this area, but on Bespin, those walkways were the talk of the town. Everyone will always rush into the narrow walkway section so they can threaten you with an insta-kill force push. Even on an indoors map, some groups just ran right towards the death pit for some reason. The times where I found a party that didn't force these push battles was nice, however, they were annoying for a different reason. Remember how I mentioned an unspoken agreement earlier? Well, apparently there's a bunch of unwritten rules for Hero Showdown, and the most important one is to let one-on-one duels take place. I have never gotten as annoyed in this game as when my teammate went over to me and shook his head because he thought I was going to interrupt his precious one-on-one duel. Like, piss off, dude. I had just gone through a garbage Hero Showdown match with them as my teammate on Camino and got yelled at already. Everyone left that match, probably to avoid me, but guess what? I've got a video to make. Now that I'm here and was going to follow your dumb as fuck rules, you still give me this treatment? Like, dude, fuck off. I just stood there afterwards, unsure of what the etiquette was when your teammate died. I didn't want to ruin their fun, so I just spun in a circle. If someone picks a blaster villain, is the one-on-one rule still in effect? I don't know, or care, so I just left. Fuck them. Now, just because I got a little salty while playing this game mode doesn't mean I can't talk about it in a fair and critical light. Hero Showdown was added in about a half a year after launch, and I assume it was to quell the requests of something resembling a true 1v1 duel. I'm not sure if they thought 2 people in one lobby would be a pointless endeavor, if they thought a true 1v1 match wouldn't get the casuals to ever give it a shot, but no matter the reason, this 2v2 mode isn't the best of both worlds. It's never clear if a lobby wants to do doubles or not until it's too late, and even when a 1v1 setup gets underway, some rando like me could hop in and ruin it by accident. Funny how in a more punishing game like Dark Souls is this a lot more clear, since bowing was always the invitation for a fair 1v1. Since heroes all have their own taunts, no such uniform gesture exists. The maps, in my opinion, aren't well suited for duels in the first place, considering death pits are present in many of them, and the fact that the game keeps going when the teams become imbalanced is a pretty glaring oversight. It's kind of a shame, since there is a fair amount of depth to the lightsaber combat in this game. It's sort of unintentional, however, or at least the parry mechanic is. It's not really something the designers included to make the game better, it's apparently just a bug or glitch due to the removal of some type of stagger caused by blocking or something. There's a couple of really interesting videos I'll leave a link for in the description that go over some of the more complicated techniques. In a way, it's kind of amazing that the demand for a true lightsaber dueling game is so high that people will eke out any and all depth that can be found in the only multiplayer game that grants access to heroes and villains from the Star Wars universe. Like, if EA can greenlight squadrons for the player base who loved dogfighting, surely they could have done something similar for the player base who loved hero battling. Even ignoring the cheesiness of a few of the unintentional mechanics, the many abilities, many star card strategies, and the varied health and stamina pools for each character, I don't know, I can totally get why people would be drawn to this. I'm not into it, but there's enough here to kind of get lost in researching the many subtle differences and strategies. I wouldn't classify this to be on the levels of a competitive fighting game, but maybe if DICE were allowed to put their time into crafting a separate title for these duels, honestly, I think it would have sold pretty well. I'd still prefer one that's more Soul Calibur or Tekken-esque, but a fully 3D arena-style fighting game, the type that's hardly seen anymore, I think people would be into it. Use the same assets and character models, add in a few more lightsaber characters, spend a year on it, and sell it for $40. People would play it. As for this Hero Showdown mode as a whole, definitely not for me, but I also don't think it hits the right spot for the players who were asking for it either. Blast is a regular deathmatch like before, and Strike Extraction isn't something I enjoyed much either. This is really where the Resistance versus First Order balance felt really skewed, as they just camped in the two entryways as their Sith troopers and we couldn't catch a break. We eventually did manage to get in, thanks to my superior and expert play. However, the act of placing a charge feels very bad. You have to hold down the button, and on more than one occasion, I could have sworn I placed it, but I must have released the square button too early. The opponents can remove it lickety-split as well, which feels kind of dumb. I don't know, Strike wasn't for me. Extraction is a bit better, essentially capture the flag, but with data. Oh, well, that's all I have to say on that one, I guess. I'm not sure I understand the thought process of keeping in a boring deathmatch with Blast, but combining these two different small game modes together. If anything, there should be a playlist quick play option exclusively filled with all of the smaller game modes. The modes themselves are presented in a needlessly confusing fashion in the menus. Quick play will thrust you into anything, even going from co-op to Galactic Assault. Fighting bots and fighting human players require very different levels of skill, so it's weird that no care was given to prevent new players from experiencing both extremes back to back. Once we go to the Play tab, we have multiplayer, co-op missions, and single player. I'll get to the single player option soon, don't worry, but for now, once you press the multiplayer tab, Supremacy is front and center, and the others are hidden behind an extra wall. Heroes and Villains, and more. Heroes and Villains contains Hero Starfighters, Heroes vs. Villains, and Hero Showdown. More includes Galactic Assault, Starfighter Assault, Blast, Strike Extraction, and Ewok Hunt. The fact that Galactic Assault is behind the More category is simply mind-blowing to me. At least it's bigger than the others, I guess. It's pretty bizarre that everything is separated into its own isolated playlist with no option other than quick play to include or exclude modes you want to play in a session. I mean, even the Season Pass expansions in the first game had a lot of modes to cycle through. On one hand, I can understand the desire to pick your preferred game mode and stick with it, curating your own experience in a way. However, even then you don't have as much of a say as you really should. The maps are on a strict rotation system, and for Galactic Assault specifically, it will play a map both times, so players can play both factions before it moves on. Like I've said before, the maps are the biggest indicator for me on whether I would enjoy myself in Galactic Assault, and given that there's not that many lobbies open these days, it would sometimes mean I'd be stuck with Takodana or Endor or some shit. Fucking forest maps. With 3 distinct eras with their own maps, and 6 separate factions with their own unique units, I mean, I kind of get why there needs to be a map rotation system, but it all just seems less than ideal. It simultaneously feels like they don't have enough game modes to play, but also too many to play. The player base for the smaller ones gets shafted because they're sectioned off into their own little world, but how do you make it so players every now and then have to play everything? Maybe you could do it by era, so you pick Age of Resistance and you can go from Supremacy to Strike to Blast to Galactic Assault? I don't know, it seems like no matter what, you're losing some choice in the matter. The method I presented, you do get to choose your era, but you lose out on picking your game mode, and the current way you can choose your game mode but get handed one of 6 factions and deal with their potentially shitty maps. It's a conundrum. Lastly, we have Ewok Hunt. This was apparently supposed to be a timed game mode, one that would disappear after a short time. That was the fate of Jetpack Cargo after all, but thankfully they made Ewok Hunt a certified official game mode after fans asked for it to stay. It's a total blast. Wait, no, sorry, that's the other game mode. It's a ton of fun. It's essentially one of those Halo 3 Forge game modes where you start with 1 or 2 infected, and slowly they kill and convert others to their team in the hopes that everyone becomes infected. Instead of zombies or vampires or whatever it used to be, it's Ewoks. The stormtroopers need to stay alive long enough for the evac to come rescue them, and the Ewoks have to kill all of them. I love how balanced this mode is. Stormtroopers rely on a battery-operated flashlight to see, otherwise it's basically pitch black. The Ewoks can essentially see everything with their night vision, and of course their hunter senses allow them to spot enemies even easier. The Stormtrooper's main gun isn't terrible, but an Ewok can still easily sneak up on them and take them out without much trouble. It's always advantageous to stay in a group, however, in the beginning, all of them are separated. This pairs really well with the limited amount of Ewoks, as if you happen to absolutely suck and don't kill anyone for a long enough time, 2 Ewoks against 12 Stormtroopers all in a group is extremely tough to overcome. The Stormtroopers can also find a cache that contains a better blaster, a rechargeable incendiary grenade, and a limitless flashlight, so if a few of them have that in addition to them being all grouped together, 2 Ewoks don't stand a chance. Asymmetrical multiplayer game modes are tough to balance, and it can be difficult to assure the players who don't get picked to be the odd person out are still having fun. I remember that was a pretty big talking point I had in my Among Us review. In Ewok Hunt, however, I found both sides to be fun, the Ewok Predator cosplay side, and the tense and atmospheric side of the Stormtroopers.
Ewok spotted!
It likely helps that if you fail as a regular goober, you have a new objective. Make sure your old allies don't survive. There may be some players out there who couldn't change their headspaces quick enough to care, but it feels like most who become an Ewok halfway through a match are more than okay with slaughtering their previous friends, even if it just shows that they technically didn't lose. From a certain point of view, everybody wins in the end if the Ewoks get their way. Seriously, fantastic game mode. The offline is pretty mediocre, which I guess is to be expected of these games at this point. Remember when I talked about the needlessly confusing menu selections from earlier? The offline content puts that to shame. Multiplayer and co-op are online, and I've already shown you what's behind those doors, but what about door number 3? Well, in single player, with the 1 player down at the bottom, we have campaign, instant action, and arcade, which, says 1 to 2 players at the bottom. Wild. Wild, wild stuff. Wild, Wild West. Clicking campaign brings you to main story and resurrection, instant action immediately brings you into the game settings screen for what you'll play, and arcade brings you to solo, co-op, and versus. Solo brings you to battle scenarios, custom arcade, and tutorial. Clicking battle scenarios will bring you to dark side and light side, custom arcade is the same as instant action, and choosing tutorial will just throw you into a load screen. I guess they assumed you knew this would be the end of the nested menu. Co-op and versus have the same 2 options without the tutorial. What the fuck is this nonsense? Seriously, this is pointlessly convoluted. There's no hint of any of these selections having more menu options beneath them, and the text describing these choices don't do a good enough job. Co-op doesn't explicitly say it's online only, single player doesn't even try to tell you that's where the split screen content is, and none of their pictures convey any meaningful information. It's a complete waste of space. AT-AT, yes, that must mean online multiplayer. Of course, a droid means single player, and it means campaign, but a pistol is instant action. Wait, and it's also arcade single player, and co-op, hey, it's the bowcaster again. The only one that's even slightly coherent is versus, as it's dueling lightsabers. That makes sense. I realize this sounds like a lot of hoopla over some small menu problems, but you have to remember, the budget for this game, from everything I can see with no official source, was well over $100 million. If the AA games market is dead and all we're left with is either AAA or indie, I'd say we make a new category for quadruple A, to which Battlefront 2 would definitely belong. This certainly had a ton of effort, time, and money put into it, and they can't even make the menus clear and organized? Moving on, instant action was not part of the initial launch of this game, surprise surprise, And, also to be expected, it's not great. You have the option to play Supremacy or Co-op as Defend or Attack. Co-op in name only, I will add, since you can't play that in split screen. They feel fine for what they are. The custom arcade mode offers a team battle, onslaught, and a starfighter variation of both. I find the increments for the player and enemy team sizes very strange. 0, 2, 4, 8, 10? Okay, I guess. The amount of options here is nice, though, and makes me wonder how an attempt at an offline galactic conquest would have looked. Onslaught itself is a pretty decent mode, far better than the token deathmatch from the first game, so I'll give DICE credit where it's due. The battle scenarios aren't horrible, but I really hated how they structured the content. When you pick a scenario, you can only play on the lowest difficulty first, and afterwards you can either play at a higher setting or move on. Maybe I'm just the type of player who wants to keep going until I fail, but I always picked the harder variation. Since there's a total of 3 difficulties for each mission, when playing, it felt like I was barely making any progress through the scenarios, since I was spending so much time replaying the same ones over and over. Besides outright padding, I don't know why they couldn't have let you at least skip to level 2 instead of playing from the first tier every time. Even worse, since you can't see what the next tier is to know if you should waste a loading screen or not. It just says play next scenario or play next tier. Awful stuff. At the very least, these arcade scenarios throw you into the action and let you play as a lot of troopers and heroes with somewhat interesting modifiers, so it's a nice training exercise for newbies, and also a demonstration of the modifiers that exist for you to tinker around with in custom arcade mode. My most memorable moment was getting that 3rd star on the Hope mission. 1-hit player health and only 1 life made it fairly challenging. My genius plan of picking the officer, then placing a turret near where I was hiding, worked like a charm. Well, it failed many times before it worked like a charm, but in the end... Well, I still had to risk my life to take one enemy out the old-fashioned way, but the point is I fucking did it, okay? What the game allows you to do with the split-screen co-op isn't anything great. Being able to do the battle scenarios with a friend, I guess, is something, though. Besides that, the Starfighter and regular variations of Team Battle and Onslaught are what's available. Since it only allows you to play the small game modes, you only have access to the small maps as well, meaning my buddy and I weren't allowed to play in the snow on Hoth. Kinda mind-blowing, to be honest. What makes the offline content more insidious is how it relates to milestone progress, unit ranks, and credits. It basically doesn't at all. On one hand, you could see this as DICE being nice, giving everyone an opportunity to try out every star card possibility, along with every weapon and hero type. Maybe you could test to see if a gun or mod is worth unlocking in the first place. On the other hand, none of this affecting your progression means it's not really worth playing. Like I said before, I've spent more time with this game and have more recording sessions than any other on this channel, and I still don't have a couple of the guns or all of the mods yet. You need to be all hands on deck with this progression system if you want to have every possibility and option for the real online game modes. Every minute spent here is a minute that doesn't help advance your levels, star cards, or weapon unlocks. But hey, at least they give you credits for doing offline missions. That's nice of the... Wait, what? More credits available in 07H? 6H minutes? Yep. DICE limited the amount of credits you can earn per day in the offline modes. I'd imagine this was to put a stop to players grinding through 10-second matches of Onslaught or Deathmatch and raking in the credits. A very nice thought, yes, very nice indeed. Except, of course, when you consider that DICE themselves are the doofuses who didn't pair the credits you earn offline to anything other than a match being completed. This is protecting players against strategies that DICE themselves made possible. It's almost a scam. They made the systems in place, and then they set the rules to keep players from feeling butthurt that others took advantage of that system? The fact that this restriction still exists in the game today is almost unbelievable. Credits, from what I can tell, only go towards buying skins, emotes, and victory poses. No one, after an early 2018 update, was getting an in-game advantage with credits. Even more, in 2019, DICE increased the amount of credits you can earn per day from 1,500 to 3,000, so it was definitely something on their mind that they didn't forget about. The only reason I could potentially see as to why they kept this silly payout restriction It's because you can buy crystals with real money to acquire those same cosmetics. Microtransactions, oh baby.
I will never join the dark side. I'm a Jedi.
While you can't work towards any of your hundreds of trooper and hero milestones in Arcade, you instead have a few other arbitrary milestones to go for. Whoever came up with these is either lazy or just likes watching people suffer. Who knows, maybe it was some kind of experiment to them, seeing how many people would go out of their way to do some of this bullshit just so their percentage would go up slightly. Alright, so 1,000 headshots sounds like a nice round number for something kind of worth praising, okay. Win 10 team battle matches with 30 enemy defeats or more, alright, fine. Defeat 500 enemies with lightsabers as a dark side hero in Arcade. I guess. Defeat 250 enemies with Luke Skywalker's Force Repulse in Arcade. What? Why? Alright, I guess, that means there's one like this for every hero, goody. Defeat 250 enemies with Darth Maul's Spin Attack. Yep, I knew it. Wait, that's it? 2 milestones out of 21, randomly asking you to kill a very large number of bots with a very specific attack with a certain hero. But why? Why did they make these? Not only are they ridiculous, but the game can't even count them accurately. You better believe I grinded Luke and Maul to get both of these. With Maul, I just did one gigantic onslaught match of 999 enemies. What fun I had. It is a good map though, I wish we could see this one pop up for the big online game modes or even co-op. For Luke's, I didn't want to waste as much time, so I did it in smaller play sessions. I was kind of confused as to why it was taking so many matches, and then I looked closer at the milestone progress. I went from 132 repulse kills to 182. 50. I can promise you I killed 125 more enemies with repulse. I know I did, since I picked 125 enemies specifically so I could make sure I got to 250. Out of those 125, it counted 50 of them. I should have learned right then and there to stop caring about milestones, but that giant fucking percentage just stares at you. I don't want my viewers to think I didn't give the game a proper go. I gotta get that number higher. Well, this is as high as I ever got it. I'm not falling down the trap of endlessly pursuing numbers again. It was fun for a while, but this grind was stretched far too thin. There's a milestone for fucking everything, it feels like. Remember that existential dread I talked about earlier? These milestones played a big role in that, and not being able to check periodically throughout your session on the ones you're working on made it all the worse. Finally, the campaign has come back. Just kidding, I don't care about the story. This should be no surprise to people who have watched my previous video, but I didn't ask for this campaign mode. I don't think it was necessary. I didn't want them to waste their resources on a single-player adventure if this is an online-focused game. Give me more offline content and a galactic conquest and I'll be more than satisfied. Alas, John Boyega and other players like him made their voices heard, and now I have to talk about this wonderful story mode. Thanks everyone, thanks a lot. I think there's something to be said about conflating every Star Wars fan's desires and expectations and placing them on the shoulders of the designers who are making the only Star Wars game on the market. No offense, but has John Boyega played the original games? The campaign in the first was pretty rough, but I still go back and play it to this day. The second game's campaign was better, but even still, it was very similar to how the rest of the game played, and it wasn't trying to be anything more than a fun few hours. Don't get me wrong, I see games as art just as much as I see them as toys. If developers have a vision and want to craft something meaningful to them, something more than just a fun few hours, I support them 100%. However, this ain't it, Chief. Is that still something the kids say? EA made a very big deal about their single-player story for Battlefront 2, of how you'd be able to experience the Empire's perspective on the war.
Hello!
Well, you play as the Empire for maybe 3 missions, then you're a de facto rebel for the remainder. The way this was all handled is honestly very subpar. While yes, one could argue Aiden's transition from bad guy to good guy is very rushed, I'd argue this is an idea that could never even work at this point. This game looks way too good. The Empire are literally Nazis. I fundamentally don't see how a full campaign mode where you're the Empire could work at all unless you paint the Imperials in a somewhat positive light. The problem with that is, even with Disney's many additions to the canon around the time of the Empire, the Stormtrooper side has always been unquestionably the bad guys. The only nuance I ever saw was about how both sides are bad, and the Outer Rim planets get shafted either way. I can understand that, and I do agree with that take as well. The Republic gave so few fucks that they couldn't even make an exception for the Chosen One's mother. Nah, slavery is just the way in these parts, sure. However, from a civilian to government standpoint, basically every planet ever depicted in all of the shows I watched or books I read, the Empire comes in and makes things worse for individuals. Personally, I'm not a fan of the constant portrayals of the Empire as the unanimous villains. It would be more interesting for both sides to have valid points. For example, in Attack of the Clones, I think Count Dooku made some decent arguments, and we see a few episodes of Clone Wars where the Confederacy of Independent Systems also make some good arguments. However, more often in Clone Wars, we just see Dooku be irredeemably evil for some reason. Even if that wasn't the case, the whole CIS as a concept was just puppeteered by a genuine dictator in the making. The Emperor is evil personified, and Vader is a mass murderer on the levels of Genghis Khan. They blew up a fucking planet. The Empire is evil. With all that being said, we can return to Battlefront 2's campaign. Yes, EA's marketing for this story may have been misleading, and yes, Aiden's face turn is very rushed, going from killing rebels to killing her friends within a couple of missions, but the proposed idea of an entire story from the Empire's perspective, with such detailed graphics like this, where these rebel soldiers look so real and you know you're on the wrong side of history? I doubt I could fully engage with it if I'm being honest. Even in the beginning, where I was supposed to shock the Celestian dude who was trying to hack into Aiden's droid, I just waited there. I was more interested in hearing his and the droid's dialogue than I was in helping the game's protagonist. I don't want the Empire to win. I don't want to kill these rebels. Aiden being so fierce and convicted in her Imperial ways made me not even want to play as her in the beginning. I'd actually rather play the story of a soldier like Finn, being forced to go along with it even though you're against it. Hell, the mission in Call of Duty where you can either kill civilians or choose not to is a better way to go about this. Yes, this is the video where you heard Dorkaxe praise Call of Duty. In that horrific but memorable mission, you actually feel something. You know you shouldn't be doing this, but you have to. Aiden in the beginning is just brainwashed into thinking the Empire did nothing wrong, so it's like, okay, fuck off. There's a disconnect here. I feel uncomfortable with what I'm doing, but my character doesn't. It's crazy, since they gave one of their characters a very believable arc in the span of a single mission, and they don't even let you play as him. The Luke mission feels awful to play, as the Jedi mechanics are clunky and unsatisfying when trying to progress through a level, but the cutscenes with Del and Luke are outstanding. Their interactions are so good that it basically puts everything else in the game to shame. It would have been pretty powerful if you got to play as Del during all of this, seeing Luke come to the rescue because you were the only one who asked, watching as he protects you from certain death. It would have also been far more interesting to start the story way back when Del was a child, hearing the horror stories about the Jedi firsthand, so we could actually see why they're so committed to the Empire. Slowly, over the course of a playthrough, we'd then see those old false stories unravel before his eyes. It sounds awesome, but no. Instead, Aiden, the main protagonist, only has a change of heart when her planet gets randomly attacked because the supposedly dead Emperor told them to. This gets pushed even further when Hask outright says civilians are expendable.
Civilians are expendable.
I almost don't believe that in all her time with the Empire, she hadn't heard talk like this before. The confrontation scene with Hask, Del, and Aiden feels incredibly forced and is frankly hard to take seriously. Don't get me wrong, the seeds were definitely planted with Hask being loyal to the Empire, since earlier on Endor he said Aiden sounded treasonous.
Permission to speak freely.
Granted.
I know we're alone, Aiden, but that sounded treasonous.
But the flip of Aiden to the good guy side literally being a combination of, hey, why is this dead guy still in charge, and, but that's my planet, is pretty ridiculous. Del didn't even confide to her about his encounter with Luke, and that was the best part of the campaign. One escape later, one conversation with Lando, and one battle on Naboo, and Aiden has this to say.
It's taken us too long to realize that we were fighting for the wrong side. This war is far from over. We would like to help you, If you'll let us.
What a complete reversal, huh? Anyway, I don't have much to say about the rest of the story. Iden choosing to try and rescue her father on the currently falling cruiser seems a bit silly, and the fact that you don't even end up following through with it kind of makes the whole section feel like a waste of time. It seems like he's realized he was in the wrong, but I mean, it takes him seeing the Empire destroyed in front of his eyes to have that realization? I don't doubt his commitment to the Empire till the very end, I can believe that, but him doing a complete face turn and opting to go down with the ship, I don't know, maybe a hug or something more personal with his daughter would have been more satisfying than him talking about his moral failures or his dedication to the military. The many heroes you take control of feel really out of place for this story. Luke's is important, but as I said earlier, playing as Del would have been more impactful. Playing as Han and Leia felt really tedious and tacked on. What were they thinking with that? Lando was a blast though, and I think it's mostly due to the level he gets. Solist, a map you can't play as in the real game. This color palette is certainly one I've missed. The lava and black rocky surface just looks so good. After Iden and Del share a kind of cheesy kiss, we get shot far into the future. Kylo is now a thing, and Del is an older gentleman. Kylo goes into his brain and does some dreamy land combat stuff. It's basically a quick summation of the events of the story in the perspective of Del. It's a pretty decent way to round out the experience. As far as the gameplay portion of the campaign, I'm just not that interested in these types of Call of Duty story modes. Playing whack-a-mole with the enemy forces, protecting a bunch of NPCs while they do some NPC thing, and having the odd space and hero mission. The stealth is bad, the levels are short, and the AI are mostly inept. However, I did mostly play on normal. The part that stuck out to me were the collectibles. Remember those white rotating diamonds I made fun of in the first game? Dice have sunk even lower, and now it just says this. This isn't even a thing, this isn't a tangible anything. You search a crate, and then you get text saying to check your overall progress at the collections menu. This doesn't count, this isn't a collectible. What do you... Have Dice played other games before? Another small annoyance was the star card menu, where it doesn't make the background opaque enough, so I had a very hard time deciphering what the text even said. Yes, I did go into the settings and tried to help the problem, but it didn't work. Anyway, there's the free Resurrection DLC as well, which concludes the cliffhanger of an ending from the main story. Basically, this just confirms that Iden and Del's kid wasn't Rey, like a few fans were theorizing, and Iden and her daughter Zay get to do some mother-daughter resistance bonding. I don't think a review video for Battlefront 2 would be complete without a supercut of the many times characters said the word hope.
I have hope in you. Hope. Hope can prevail. Hope is the reason we're going to win.
Seriously, enough of this shit. Disney, get your act together. Stop focusing on this word so much. It's irritating. It's like they make characters say it to constantly remind us of the fact that the good guys are the underdogs and the bad guys are the evil oppressors. Stop telling us and start showing us, you fucking nerds. Like, listen, I can do the same thing with all the times I said a certain word too, like fuck, or ridiculous, or... I don't know, what other words do I say? I guess, infinite, insane. I say insane all the time. I'll do a supercut of all the times I say insane. Go. It's insane. It's fucking insane. Which is absolutely insane. Are so insanely gorgeous. Which is insanely unfair. Is insanely stupid. The point is, though, insane isn't the fucking theme. They keep trying to make hope the theme of their stories, yet they keep having their characters say it to remind you, like... Do they think their audiences are kids? Oh gosh, they do. They are kids. They are making stuff for kids. Why am I talking about this game? This game is for children. Why am I getting so angry about a children's game? What am I doing with my life? Wow, that Battlefront 2 section was long as fuck. I'll make a little addendum here. I didn't feel the need for any of the other videos since I was able to record something new and replace things, or the video itself was fine enough as is. I've cut roughly 7 minutes out of this Battlefront 2 part. A lot of it was me going on and on about why the sequel movies were bad, which, at this point, I agree with a lot of the commenters who complained about it. Sure, I still don't like the sequels, but it's not like it's some new opinion or anything, it just felt like beating a dead horse while jerking myself off. I couldn't really cut the Finn stuff out, because it was integrated into his hero character critique too much, but a little is fine, the original version was much worse. Also, dear God, I apologize for the repeated use of the phrase, as well. Until someone pointed out how often I said it in my Left 4 Dead video later that year, I sincerely didn't realize how much I relied on structuring my sentences that way. It also kinda sounds like I'm yelling a bit, or at the very least, not taking time to rest my voice between sessions, but for a nearly 3-hour video, I understand my past self's desire to just get the fucking thing done. When starting up this gigantic combo video project, I was thinking of replaying through the story for Battlefront 2 to give it a proper shake. Out of anything in this critique, my takes on the story mode were the most controversial. Admittedly, I was swayed by the response, and I was at the very least going to edit it down, or redo and clarify things. Well, I couldn't even get through 2 missions of the story without losing my mind due to boredom, so that was out, and to be honest, I don't think my takes are all that bad in that section. I'm not interested in playing the bad guys unless I'm someone who has no choice in the matter and is doing it due to fear or something, like Finn. That's an interesting story to tell, I'd say, but when it's someone as steadfast as Aiden, fuck off, I don't care at all. Plus, as I said, Del seemed to have been better suited for the arc since he met Luke and got to work with Leia for a while. Also, playing as the heroes was pointless and completely undermines whatever narrative they're trying to sell us on with Aiden. Aiden is just a terrible character, I can't say it enough. So the point is, it's not just that I don't want this type of campaign mode or story, it's also that I don't think it was done well, both from the perspective of what I want, and from the basic anyone can see the problems with this angle. Many have also compared my appraisal of the campaign in the original Battlefront 2 to the points I made about playing as the evil side in the 2017 game, and I get where they're coming from on a surface level, but I've already explained a couple reasons why it's different. At this point, it feels like all of my words and arguments aren't making it into everyone's ears, so I'll reiterate. The Rise of the Empire campaign was basically an extension of the usual conquest gameplay with a few objectives thrown in. We weren't meant to attach ourselves to any specific character. The fall to the evil side made sense since we all know what Order 66 is, opposed to Operation Cinderblock or whatever, which sounds obviously stupid as fuck the moment you hear it. And most importantly, the good guy portion wasn't undermined whatsoever. I, full stop, don't believe Aiden's transition. I don't one bit. Del's? Sure. Aiden's? No. Going from gleefully following the Emperor to immediately working with the opposition is terrible. In Rise of the Empire, though, the clones being our characters shifts things significantly. They were the de facto army of the good guys and don't have much choice in the matter anyway. They're meant to be controlled. So the switch to bad guys is more digestible for 2 reasons, the fact that they're clones, and the Order 66 canon event significance. I understand where I was coming from when I talked about the graphics being too lifelike and not wanting to play any evil characters and so on, but I don't think that's as convincing of an argument anymore. I like and have played games where you can be a little mischievous, goofy goober. Yeah, and it's fun, but this isn't that. This is just shit. Anyway, I'm done talking about the story. It's so boring, both the narrative and gameplay, that I'd rather not think about it ever again. Thanks. At the end of the day, Battlefront 2 has so many goddamn issues. Like, it's legitimately crazy to me that so much can slip by a big studio like this. And yes, more stuff I'd want to see would have been nice. Mace Windu, Mustafar, and Galactic Conquest, and on and on. But genuinely, this is a good game. Throw the story mode in the garbage, block out the progression system, forget about the random First Order superiority as a whole, disregard the 3 Millennium Falcons. Galactic Assault, Supremacy, and Co-op are all fun in their own ways, the heroes all playing as smoothly as they do, with as many unique abilities is frankly impressive, and the many classes are a joy to cycle through. Seriously, droidicas, Ewoks, ARC Troopers, there's a boon of variety to be found when simply playing a casual match. It's insane. Hey, it's that word again, wild. After having just played Elite Squadron, it's easy to see how much more I enjoyed myself with Battlefront 2. Yes, budget differences, hardware differences, time period differences, whatever. That doesn't matter when strictly speaking on how much fun you had with something. I remember having fun with EA Battlefront 2, more than I did the first game, and even then, I was surprised at how much I enjoyed my time with that game as well. It's so easy to dunk on the EA Battlefronts, almost as easy as dunking on the sequels, but truly, if you look for it, there's a lot of great stuff here. I would have gladly welcomed a Battlefront 3, but if this is where the series ends for good, well, it was a fun ride. Thank you for the simulations, everyone. Thank you for the wrist rockets, for the force pushes, for the hero kills, for the battle station and infiltration matches, for Tali Lintra. Hell, thanks for the forest maps too. You gotta love Yavin 4, and if you don't, I don't think you have the capacity to like Star Wars. Not sorry. Remember to pound that like button, subscribe if you haven't yet, and go become a free member, or a paid one even, of my Patreon, where I make free updates every month, talking in depth about the games I've played recently. If you've made it this far, congratulations. 7 fucking hours. Did you fall asleep? Did you play this in half-an-hour chunks? Did I make your workout easier to get through, or your work day go by faster? I hope so. I really do. Thanks so much. I appreciate your commitment to this channel more than I can even express. I'll see you next time for Dying Light 2. It's finally time.
I'm no expert in aircraft carrier design,